That is so weird. Wait, what? I was supposed to. I was supposed to actually do something. I was so smart. Oh, hello, Karasu. Oh, I'm so glad you are here. Can you remind me what video I was supposed to go over today? There was a thing that you said that I should go over, but for some reason, I am drawing a blank on what it was. The super big priority thing. I'm gonna look it up in the President Sunday Kidology Simeloni. Okay, today. I answered you by saying that I would do it today. There you go. Blair White and Destiny. Blair White and Destiny. Wanted to watch Blair White and Destiny talk with one another. Actually, there are so many things to cover. Oh my god. You gave me a whole list right now. You've given me a whole list so we can actually choose what we want to cover the most. There's also... Oh my god! Oh, I forgot! Okay, there's one thing that I really wanted us to go through together. It's not a drama piece. It's not something internet crazy. It's like it's an interview. Also, tell me what you think should be better in the bra emote. I think I have to work on that. I think it's not perfect. I don't think it's worth the $25 that Butterwagon has paid for it. So I think if it's to be worth the $25, then I have to rework it. It's here for now, but if I make a better one, I might make a better one today. So there's an interview with an institute in Russia. Actually, Anastasia was the person to have shared this interview with me. She said that this is a pretty good source of not propagandized information from Russia. And that interview that explains, it's the head of the institute. He explains Russia's overall attitudes towards the war, towards the whole situation, towards Ukrainians, towards everything. So I think that's a thing that's worth looking at today. I think that's a pretty good thing to cover on stream, personally. I just don't know if we will begin with it or if we'll just look at it deeper into the stream. What do you think? It's a pretty big thing, in my opinion. I think very valuable to look into. What is your opinion? What is everybody's opinion on the subject? Give me your opinions. The Russia Institute sounds intriguing. Yeah, it is. It is pretty nice. So I'm gonna have to take a look into. So, what do we start with? Drama or do we react to drama or to the institute first? What do we start with? What are we starting this with? I'll let you decide if you want to get the pain over with first, so Blair White and Destiny.
I need time to do that.
Or do we want like to... Hello, cat. We have a choice now. We can go for a serious thing from Russia, or we can go through the Destiny / Blair White video. Both seem like interesting choices, to say the least, but the chat is pretty quiet. The chat is pretty undecided. Okay, let's do the quest first. Let's do the quest first. The side quest. Of these, it's a village of dark-skinned, vaguely Eastern European people. Alright, I'm gonna do the quest and then we're gonna start it off with the painful thing. I had to kill Aldara for the amulet.
Oh, a shame. I suppose she wasn't going to hand it over, but so much death for a few coins. I have already begun the cleansing ritual. Place the amulet and stand fast. The amulet is cleansed. The people will heal. It will protect you now. Here, take it. I need to... I felt the evil pass through me.
Oh no.
I just need a moment to rest.
It cannot be.
He died. Damn. He died. Which was pretty not good. Okay, let me see something. Okay, so we're gonna go to the ptasie mleczko. Not to kotlety mielone, we're gonna go to ptasie mleczko. I'm gonna turn it on. Oh, I did not. Hello, Doogie. I'm gonna make it smaller. No, nobody told me that Diablo was not visible. That was a test to see how many people were paying attention in the audience. It was totally a test. That's totally not me forgetting to change the screen. That's totally not, you know. All right, all right. Debate. Wait. Blair White has a vulnerable moment during debate with Destiny. Debate Destiny Blair White on trans kids, conservative boycotts, and LGBT right. Wait, it's a debate? Okay. I guess it's a debate. Let's take a look. I should see if they have that thing at the Polish store near my place. Oh, Tasha, yeah, I think they should. You should. It's pretty good, so it's pretty delicate. It has this. You'll see. You'll like it, I think. Okay, let's see the whole debate. I'm ready.
Hey guys, welcome back
to my channel. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. My name is Susie. Susie that wears a bluesy.
to my channel. Today I am joined by, not to use this word
Steve
in an incendiary way, but a quite infamous streamer on the internet, Destiny. You've been doing this before we went live, you said, for 13 years, which is crazy to me.
Crazy.
7, and sometimes I feel like I'm going to have like a mental breakdown from it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Infamous works, far leftist works, establishment show works. Like, I take it all. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So the reason I reached out to do this because I felt
15 years.
The number of people on the internet, especially like commentators and people who do politics for a living, like you and I, that are interested in having productive conversations about the trans issue in particular, the number of people willing to do that is just going.
Oh, yeah. Blair White is the #1 person when you want a productive conversation about the trans issues. There's nobody else you want. There's simply no one else that you want to talk about those issues than Blair White. You know? Nobody else talks about it honestly.
Down and down and down. And I feel like things have reached such a fever pitch that I only really want to talk to people where I feel like the conversation is going to be at least oriented in the direction of solutions to problems rather than just scoring points. So maybe it won't go that way. Maybe it'll get heated and it won't be so productive.
Productive here reads transphobic enough. Yeah. Solutions, huh? Okay, I will not make I'm not gonna make the obvious joke, okay? I'm not gonna go for the obvious joke. Even though it would be pretty easy to make a joke about solutions.
But I'm at least aiming for that.
Sure.
Yeah. So what's your mindset going into this? Do you think we're going to be like screaming or what do you think?
Well, we've got lots of no, not really. I think we've like briefly crossed paths a few times in the past. We probably disagree on probably a lot of things politically. But obviously you're in an interesting spot being trans and conservative, given that your identity has been at the forefront of conservative politics for like the past like 2 fucking years now, because it seems like nobody in the country wants to talk about anything else. It feels like there's two phenomena happening at the same time that are contradictory. One is that we're becoming more different than ever, and two is we're becoming more of the same. We have like these two political groups in the United States, and they are pulling apart at rapid pace. But as they pull apart, both groups become like more dogmatic in their beliefs. So as we stop having like conversations with each other, like the left is now saying that like my 4-year-olds can identify as trans, and people on the right are like trying to fight to take.
We're not so different, you and I, basically. You're not so different, you and I, said the Republican to the Democrat. It's a lot of words to basically say that. To basically say, oh, they're all slowly becoming the same to me. Like, that's a lot of words to just say, they all are the same to me.
Trans healthcare away from adults. And yeah, the conversations have just become absolutely insane now. And nobody seems to be wanting to work towards any type of middle ground solution. Yeah.
Right. And I'm coming at it.
It's really nice that Steven assumes that middle ground solutions are best solutions. It's really interesting to see middle ground solutions as best solutions. Wow, this group wants to kill all Jewish people, and this group says that all Jewish people should just be accepted without any, uncritically. Maybe we could find a middle ground to this dilemma. Maybe we could just find a middle ground solution to this. Interesting. We should just find middle ground solution to these problems. Ukraine. Russia just wants to erase the Ukrainian identity, and Ukraine wants to regain all of their territory. We need a middle ground between these two positions. Like, come on. That is what we call a cop-out non-answer to a thing. We need a middle ground. We need the golden, the golden solution to our problem.
It from the perspective of like having done politics with like a major focus on trans issues for the past 7 years, the way in which the entire discourse has like taken shape is like insane. Because like you said, the fact that it's one of the, if not the like premier political football as of now, when it is such a tiny population, is really insane. I mean, it makes sense because there's so many different trickle down effects from trans.
Jewish people were not a gigantic population in Germany before World War II, by the way. 500,000 people in the entirety of Germany. How many German people lived in Germany in total? German population 1933. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I want to see how many German people lived in. There you go. Five hundred and 5,000 people out of a total population of 67 million. Somewhat less than 0.75%. So the size of the persecuted population never exactly mattered to those who did the persecuting. 0.75% of the whole population in Germany were Jewish people. And yet they were made one of the, if not the big point in the Nazi ideology. So the size does not matter.
trans in general because it affects really every area of life. You know, it affects, you know, bathrooms and school and in medicine and all that. So it makes sense. But the overexposure, I feel like, has just made things so hostile. Let's add some structure to this because I do have some topics kind of laid out that I want to go through. Some of which I feel like we're going to have middle ground on, and some we're probably going to bat heads on, but that's fine.
Sure.
So I wanted
Middle
to start with,
ground.
first of all, why I even reached out to you was I saw you on one of these really super cringe red pill dating podcasts that I tend to lately have a habit of like getting high in bed and watching and just like losing my mind based on how insanely dumb so many people on them are. But the trans bathroom debates
Amazing.
started happening on one of those, which I was like, why is that even happening on a dating podcast? But okay.
But so, for instance, let's say that I'm a traditional father and I want to take my boy to the bathroom, okay? Let's say he's 6 years old, and then Blair White comes walking into the bathroom.
Do you want Blair White walking into the bathroom with like a little boy?
Okay.
And you brought me up, and that led me to looking at some of your other positions on trans, some of your other content, because admittedly, no offense, I haven't watched a ton of your stuff, but I looked at some of your trans videos, and we actually have like some things in common, particularly with trans sports. So my audience, probably who might have a little bit of a predisposition to think that you're wrong on everything on this topic, probably would like to know that you actually are pretty moderate.
Very interesting too. Like, pretty interesting that Blair White still talks about trans sports so confidently after the whole weightlifter fiasco. Oh yeah, I still remember that. I do hope people still remember that. Because that was pretty embarrassing, to say the least. One moment, I have a phone call. It's not working. The weightlifter scenario was when Blair White, without doing any research, looked at a weightlifter that transitioned. Trans woman, said the person transitioned to destroy the opposition in weightlifting. But as it turned out, the person apparently never started competing against cis women. So it was a smear campaign which directed a ton of hate against the weightlifter. I'm not sure if Blair White ever retracted any of it or apologized. It's like, it was a huge mess. So I'm really surprised that Blair White is so confident in speaking about sports still. So, yeah, it was a really big, really messy situation.
On like trans women competing in women's sports, which my position is I'm against it, and yours seems to be as well, right?
Yeah, I'll carve out the caveat that like there's probably a place for well, this gets into another very contentious issue, but if trans people are going to compete with sports for the gender or sex that they transition to, however you want to view that, I think that the transition has to happen pre-puberty. I think that the advantages that you gain during puberty, going through a male puberty, probably disqualifies you from fairly competing in any female sports, is what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at as well. I'm wholly against like people who went through male puberty competing, but in my mind, I can't think of a reason necessarily, even though I disagree with children transitioning, which we're gonna.
It's great. I love it when people discuss things based on feels. It feels to me that a person that went through this puberty has to have an advantage that just disqualifies them from competing, even though there's no real evidence to point to that conclusion. That going through puberty just simply eliminates a trans woman from competing against cis women. It just eliminates. Like at best, when it comes to this argument, it's said that in a lot of cases, the evidence was inconclusive, but never have I seen evidence that would point to the conclusion that going through puberty simply eliminates one from competing entirely.
I get you.
Mhm.
I can't think of a reason why, if you haven't gone through that puberty, you're at such a disproportionate advantage that supersedes like the natural sort of like disadvantages and advantages that
Yeah.
people within that sex would actually have. Like there's Serena Williams, and then there's like, I don't know, like Lindsay Lohan. Think of a
Yeah.
name.
Yeah. I
But
think
yeah, so
also,
yeah.
I think a really good litmus test for a lot of trans issues too, and nobody seems to ever bring this up, but like think about trans men. So, for instance, if you think that trans women should be able to compete with cisgender women or normal women or whatever you want to call them, non-trans women, cis women, what about trans men? Because trans men will never be competitive with cis men. A person that's gone through a female puberty and then competes against men, except for like in trap shooting or whatever. That wasn't supposed to be an innuendo. Sorry, but like there's like there are some sports where you can compete. I think like guns, trap shooting, I think is one of them. I think distance running might be another one. But for the most part, trans men will never be competitive with cis men in any of those categories. So yeah, like if you try.
You think, or have you actually checked it? Because that's actually a big difference between what you think and what you know to be true. Like we can basically think or feel on an intuitive level anything. And it doesn't really matter what you think. What matters is what checks out in the data. This is weird because Destiny often chastises Vosh for not being prepared for these debates. And now Destiny basically is coming in to the discussion saying, I feel like, I think, it seems like, and that's not really a solid argument in a discussion like this. I don't think this tracks. I honestly don't think it tracks either. It's just a lot of intuition-based assumptions. And I'm pretty sure that Steven is gonna say that he knows more than 99% of people and that he has read tons about it, but he's not really demonstrating that here. So it's a bit bizarre, to say the least.
Try to think like, well, what if trans men did this? I think of the same thing for bathrooms as well. That's why I always go to when people are like, I don't want trans people in our bathrooms. It's bad for our daughters or whatever. It's like, okay, well, do you want Buck Angel going to the bathroom with your daughter? Right? You'd probably lose your mind if you saw that. So yeah, that's
isn't that just basically an appeal to emotion? Like, aren't we jumping all over the place? What kind of an argument is, what if trans men did it? It's just such an empty argument, considering that you're not really putting any data or studies, or you're not really substantiating anything you're saying. You're just, yeah, this is all fifis.
yeah, I think that the transports thing, I think people have kind of lost their head on a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that in general, there's just like levels to all of this, right? It's like sometimes I feel
Levels.
like valid concerns get bunched in with less than valid concerns. It's like, so, and even within those concerns, there's levels to it. So there's a difference between like the Walmart bathroom and like a high school bathroom. There's a difference between a high school bathroom and like a locker room. And there's a difference between like a spa, so all of
What is the difference between a Walmart bathroom and a school bathroom? Can somebody explain to me what a difference between a school bathroom and a Walmart bathroom is? Besides the fact that one bathroom is at a school and one bathroom is at a Walmart. What is the difference? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. I can. Yeah, of course. Can somebody explain to me what the difference between a school? I have to listen to this again. Of course, fake Alec Parker. Yeah, I can.
difference between like the Walmart bathroom and like a high school bathroom.
What is the difference between these two? Are you saying that a teacher is banned from going into a high school bathroom? Is that a thing in the US? Are teachers banned from using? Yeah, anonymous school teachers use the same bathroom as students. Like I looked that up. Like this.
There's a difference between a high school bathroom and like a locker room. And there's a difference between like a spa, so all of these things have different layers. For example, it's like I don't see as much of an issue with obviously trans people who have made a medical transition using public bathrooms. I see a much larger issue when it comes to locker rooms. Like I go to a spa here in my city, and I when I go, I'm aware that I look like a woman. I've made a medical transition, and to most people, they don't clock me when I'm out. However, I don't go
However,
in the like locker room area. I would never want to be, the source of discomfort for any woman. And I think that that's like different than like someone who would really look at me and be like, in Walmart, you should not go to, not that I shop at Walmart. You should not be
Yeah,
using the
only
bathroom,
Target,
right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, now we'll get into Target as
I was
well.
kidding, yeah.
There's just so much.
The frustrating thing is like what you say
Yeah.
there, that is the majority opinion of like 99% of trans people or every single trans person I've talked to in real life. I've never met a trans person like, no, even though I clearly don't pass, I want to go use the bathroom that I identify with. And I want to have a huge fucking fight over like 99% of trans people that I know in real life. No, I'm sorry. Everyone I know in real life, the internet, Twitter people get different.
that's a stupid argument. 99% of people think X. We've been over this so many times. We've went so many times over the whole appeal to faith thing. Like, first of all, the not passing people usually don't use it because, if anything, it would cause more discomfort to them as well. It would cause a tense situation. But it's the equivalent of it's the equivalent to a person that was badly burned in a fire saying, you know what, I would never with my awful burned body, I would never dare go to a changing room with other people because I would never dare to cause them to feel discomfort about me. I'm sorry but that makes no sense. I mean, would Blair White and Destiny basically say that that should be the case? That if someone has, let's say, huge burns over their body, then they should not use the same changing room as other people because of their possible discomfort? Or would they say that it's different? And if it's different, then how is it different? How is it any different? I would actually like a response to this question. If the main issue really is just saving other people from discomfort.
Are just like, I want to go into the place that I look like. Most people aren't going to clock me. Most people don't give a fuck. Like, I just want to pass, do my thing, be invisible, and like live my life as a normal person. And these like weird esoteric fights over like, I am a 350-pound burly man who identifies as a woman and wants to go to the women's bathroom. It is like such an online issue. And by the way, I don't think that it's.
I am a burly man who identifies as a woman. I am a burly man who identifies as a woman. We're getting some turf language in here, actually. How do Terps call trans women? Women identifying males or whatever?
It's bad to talk about that, but like, one, the left needs to stop defending those people because there's no fucking point in doing it. It makes it look crazy. And then two, the right needs to stop pretending that every single trans person is like that. I get so many trans people that email me who are so irritated when they watch these fights. Like, bro, like, I don't want to fight about when I go to the bathroom. If I look like a man, I know, and trans people know what they look like, probably more than most people do, because they obsess over how they appear and the dysphoria and everything too. They know what they look like. They know what bathroom they identify when they go into, and they don't want to have like a huge fucking public fight over their identity anytime they, have to take a piss in public. So yeah,
but that's not related to the subject at hand. Whether or not trans people want to have a giant fight or not is immaterial to the topic of should they be able to go in there, is it? Saifut, you were a duck identifying as a human. That is true. That is true. So I'm a strange. Guess I'm just a strange exception. I'm always uncomfortable in locker rooms, but that's because I don't like being naked in public. Well, there are also people like that, but nobody actually talks about people that just feel discomfort about changing in front of others. Nobody cares about those people, unfortunately. But yeah, it's really material to the conversation on whether or not people who do not pass should or should not have entry to bathrooms and whatnot. The topic of whether or not trans people are willing to have a big fight over it, it shouldn't be relevant at all.
stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I think that begs the question of self-ID, which is something that it seems as if most leftists either intentionally or unintentionally find themselves defending at all costs, which I have an issue with, because there's really no other area of life that I can think of where someone is able to just say, I am, therefore you have to take me on my word, other than that. And I think that is where women start to feel very uncomfortable, because yeah, I mean, we can talk about like the viral TikToks, and like I've reacted to them on my channel where it's like just like a dude with like a fucking beard and he's like in the woman's bathroom like screaming, and it's like that shit is like on one level just a really bad look, but then also it becomes an even worse look.
That's interesting. We're gonna listen to this again.
Seems as if most leftists either intentionally or unintentionally find themselves defending at all costs, which I have an issue with because there's really no other area of life that I can think of where someone is able to just say, I am, therefore you have to take me on my word other than that. And I think that is.
I am a fan of video games. I am a fan of video games. Are you just gonna take me on my word? Or are you gonna demand proof that I'm a fan of video games? And what sort of proof do you demand? What sort of proof do you demand of me being a fan of video games? Some cis women can grow beards. You know, you can have hormonal imbalances, and you can start growing facial hair as a cis woman. No one's checking our genitals in bathrooms usually, or our chromosomes. Neither passport or any ID cards is asked usually. So she does not know what she's talking about. Yeah. Plus, it's hardly the only area in which we do the I am a thing, therefore I am, and you don't need any further proof from me. I just gave you a simple example. I'm a video game fan. So what, do I need to prove my credentials now? Do I need to go through some test to prove that I'm actually adequately a video game fan? Is that a thing that I need to do? We're going into this place with self-ID, yeah. It's such a weird, very bizarre standard to take in life that you need to prove at every point of your life. You have to prove your identity. That you have to prove yourself to the outside world. I'm Polish. Do I need to prove that I'm Polish? Thank you. Wait. You're waiting for me. One moment. Oh, sorry, I cannot join. If the party is not full, then I cannot join. Sorry, especially since I've already started reacting to the Destiny thing. I think Destiny will double down on her claim too. And exactly this self-idea what makes people try to conform of the popular image of the identity. Yeah. Yeah, Destiny will double down on her because his beliefs are identical. Yeah, sorry, I can't. Like, if we were full and sort of, if it was like agreed that we would all jump into it together, then yeah, but as it is, I cannot. Both of them are at least very transmedicalist. Yeah, they are. They are extremely transmedicalist.
Is where women start to feel very uncomfortable because, yeah, I mean, we can talk about like the viral TikToks, and like I've reacted to them on my channel where it's like just like a dude with like a fucking beard and he's like in the woman's bathroom, like,
Yeah, but the party is not full, and we're waiting for the party finder, which sort of will disrupt the whole thing. It'll disrupt the whole stream, I think. The doctor can confirm if you're a real gamer.
screaming, and it's like that shit is like on one level just a really bad look, but then also it becomes an even worse look when the entirety of the right obviously is going to attack that person.
That's great to, well, like, it's really brain dead if your criteria for what should be and what shouldn't be is how good of a look it is. There are elderly cis women who might look the same. Should they be banned from toilets and locker rooms? Only by those who meet a standard can enter such places? Yeah, I guess. I mean, Blair White's standard, mind you, is discomfort. So I'm not sure if you heard the example that I gave, but I'm not sure if you've heard my argument, but imagine the image they shown. Like, imagine, if you will, a person that has been burned in a fire. A woman that has been burned in a fire, and she has like huge burn scars on her whole body. Should she not go ever to any changing rooms because yeah, like, it would be pretty ridiculous, right? If a person with burns would say, I would never go to the changing room because it would cause discomfort for all of the people around me, and I would never dare do that. And I don't really think that it's some sort of a false, that it's a bad comparison.
And say you don't belong in that bathroom, and then I would say the overwhelming majority of the left is maybe not going to defend the fact that that person looks like a woman or whatever, but will defend like their ability to be in that bathroom. And as someone
Right.
who, I often say this, I started my transition almost a decade ago. So not that I will ever claim to understand the biological woman experience.
Oh my God.
Some levels of socialization that I've
This is so
experienced and
stupid.
I continue to experience walking through society, being perceived as one. And I completely, as I get older, my empathy only grows for women who look at that kind of stuff and they're like, why would I ever think it's okay to be in an enclosed space with this person?
Sure.
So I think there's just like nuance, and I do wish, especially
This is stupid. This is assuming that there's this monolithical, shared, identical for everyone experience of biological women, and that the socialization of all women is identical, that the socialization of all men is identical. That's just stupid. And there's no worse argument than as I get older. As I get older, the wisdom just sort of, sprinkled upon me. And now as I get older, I just know that I'm correct. Amazing.
because people on the left purport to be the people that are fighting for me, maybe not specifically Blair White, since I'm so hated in those circles, but trans women, trans men. I find that they do way more harm than good when they find themselves defending that kind of shit, because
Oh yeah.
anyone of sound mind is going to look at it and be like, that's demented.
Yeah, this was a phenomenon that I spent a long time thinking about because I'm trying to figure out like why are these hyper niche issues? So like a 4-year-old a person saying my 4-year-old is trans, right?
I love the argument of most people of sound mind will look at this and think that it's demented. I love this argument, especially if you look historically and realize that for a lot of people of sound mind, women voting would be demented. Women not being perpetual minors would be demented. Women being treated as people would be demented. And you know, those were all people of very sound mind. Yes, the smartest argument is appealing to the sound mind of the majority. That's great. That's amazing. That is what we should have done when, you know, when everybody's rights were decided. The sound mind of, you know, the regular person. It's just, there are no arguments presented in this discussion. It's just, I feel any reasonable person would. Most normal people will agree. The other ones, those lefties are just crazy. Oh
How
god.
did these blow up into such huge issues? And the immediate temptation is first you want to blame the actual person who is doing it because it's like what the fuck. But then you realize like okay, well, there's always going to be a few crazy people, so I can't blame the person because there's always some stupid idiot. So then I want to kind of blame conservatives because it's like okay, well, you guys are the ones blowing the story up so much. And then I'm thinking, well, why are conservatives able to blow it up so much? And then when I look at the left, it's like okay, now I understand.
Oh wow. I know that people will cry and moan about this, that I'm taking it back to, you know, pre-World War II Germany, but wow, why do the Nazis hate Jewish people so much? Wow, how could they blow this issue so out of proportion? And then I look at Group X and I know. I could blame it on the Nazis, but you know, actually, I just look at those, I don't know what would be the equivalent of lefties in those times, but I look at them and I just know. I just understand.
The reason why conservatives can blow this story up so much is because so many people on the left are willing to defend it, right?
Yeah.
If you're just willing to say
It's
that, like,
just stupid.
listen, we probably like if conservatives are like, oh, you want to destroy women's spaces with trans people, it's like, okay, no, probably not. Trans women probably shouldn't compete with cis women in sports. If you can just say that and drop it, the other side looks insane to keep harping on it over and over and over again. But the reason why them harping on it works so well is because people on the left, even if they're the most fringiest minority positions ever, everybody on the left, at least online, seems very keen to defend it. Which is ultimately the most damaging thing. Yeah.
Amazing. The best way to fight for people's rights is actually to not fight for people's rights and just to say, yeah, the issue is not that important. Let's just drop it, and you'll just look insane for harping on it. The problem with that is that it doesn't solve anything. It just upkeeps the status quo. And that line of logic could be applied to all sorts of things in history.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the
Amazing.
conundrum I'm always in because, first of all, I forgot to correct you in the beginning. Like, I don't call myself a conservative. That's something that the internet definitely calls me, and
I'm a centrist.
definitely is
I'm a
always,
free
like, in the call
thinker.
whenever I do like news stuff.
I'm a three
I think
thinker.
that maximizes to call me like a trans conservative. I think maximizes leftist ability to sort of be like, haha, hypocrisy. That makes no sense, and also the right's ability to be like, look, it's possible to be whatever. And I'm a Republican because I'm registered as that, and that's the way I vote. But
But I'm a free thinker. I'm outside of those tight boxes that bound people. I am my own person, and I just know what's up. Hello.
conservative, I feel like, denotes like a sort of like religious background. But what I was trying to say from that is like, it's hard for me to look at conservatives as like a bigger threat to me when it was like 5 minutes ago that the entire culture, including conservatives, were so neutered on LGBT issues that they wouldn't even like whisper like a negative sentiment
What?
about trans people or gay people. And then all of a sudden, the entirety of the left seems to be giving them all this ammunition, all this insane, demented stuff.
Mhm.
And it's
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's like in Germany. German people wouldn't even dare whisper bad things about Jewish people, and then the Jewish people just gave the Nazis all that ammunition to use against them. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's their fault, actually. It's their fault, really. What am I supposed to say to this?
like, I don't know how to get past that and look at like leftists as more of an ally than conservatives when leftists are just like, hi, let me just feed you all of these reasons to like, garner hate against trans people. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not. If only you just weren't a disgusting degenerate, you would not be giving me reasons to hate you. But alas, you are. So I have to. I have no choice now. I now am left with no choice but to hate you. But only if you did not, supply me with all that ammunition. If only. This is a bad video. Jesus Christ, is it a bad video?
But it feels like, and I guess this probably isn't unique to transition. It's probably true of everything. It feels like the T part of LGBT it's become like the staging ground for all of our social fights. So when people are arguing about trans people, they're not really arguing about trans people. Like when people on the left are arguing about trans people, they're not really arguing about trans people. They're arguing for some kind of like radical acceptance of like a paradigm shift for how we view like sexuality and gender in the United States. When people are arguing against LGBT stuff, they're what they're really arguing against is this kind of like newer progressive view of the United States, where they want to return to a little bit more traditional, like conservative religious values. They want to view more traditional things around marriage and society.
A little bit more. Oh yeah, because when left does it, it's radical. It's total and radical. But when conservatives do it, they just want to go back a little bit. A wee little bit. Just a little bit. No big deal. Just a small bit. Okay.
And like all of these like kind of more nebulous, larger societal topics, they all get like poured into the trans stuff, such that when people are fighting for and against trans stuff, oftentimes they're not even really fighting for or against trans stuff. It's all this other stuff that they're fighting for. It's like if you talk about trans stuff, like people's minds go to like, well, Russians have like peer reviews of society, and this is why like the West is collapsing. Because I was like, wait, what the fuck are we even talking about right now?
Yeah.
It's funny because you mentioned at the beginning you saw my trans stuff because it came up on a fucking Red Pill podcast. Like I don't know if you've noticed this, but like every single fucking topic today is like roped into every single other fucking topic. Like if somebody goes into, and I admit I do this too, like if somebody's like, oh, did you get like a COVID vaccine? And they're like, no. And it's like, okay, well, if you did get the COVID vaccine, like I can already guess like 35 different political beliefs about you. If you didn't get the COVID vaccine, I can also guess like 35 different political beliefs about you. And it's all encompassing to areas of life.
It's not new, Stephen. This sort of thing is not new in the slightest. You think that certain beliefs going together is a new phenomenon. Okay.
For a lot of pro-vaccine people, you probably think the Ukrainian war is bullshit. You might even side more with Russian values than us. You're probably like a Trump or maybe a DeSantis supporter. You probably are like pro-red pill, pro-matrix.
And you think that this sort of thing was not present in the past? You think that you could not do this in the past?
Andrew Tate. You probably think that there's too much censorship on the like. There's like 50, and then on the left, you can also say the same thing where it's like, oh, like you're super pro-vax. You probably wanted mask mandates. You probably wanted shutdowns to last longer. You probably don't even like Biden. You really supported Bernie or somebody or AOC. There's like, yeah. That over politicization of everything. You keep one of the things you mentioned earlier is that people don't seem to want to have like a nuanced conversation, or people don't want to seem to have any middle ground. It's because there is no middle ground when the little niche topic that you're fighting about is actually like a battleground for every single fucking issue in society. You know, yeah.
But what's so crazy is like, at the risk of sounding like a fucking
Oh yeah, that's such a new thing that never existed in society ever before. They're niche things. How do you define if a thing is a niche or not? While we were at it, something that is niche to you can be pretty significant to someone else.
hypercentrist or something. For me, every time I reach like a rational conclusion about what should be done with the trans issue and how to find common ground, it's always like almost directly in the middle. So for example, let's move on to
The trans question. What should be done with the trans question? You know, we should just move to some sort of a final solution to this problem. Amazing. Amazing. I love where this is going.
like children transitioning. So for me, the rational middle ground opinion that in my ideal Blair world would make everyone like happy is that let adults do what the fuck they want, and kids, it's not a space for kids, is the transitioning, medically at least. I mean, I'd have less of an issue with.
So in other words, it's not important what is good for actually people. What is good for trans people is not actually important. What is important is what will make everybody happy, including the bigots. That's an amazing way of looking at things. Amazing, great. Nothing better than this.
Social
Wow.
transitioning, but medically transitioning, I think that once that became sort of like the trans conversation, that was when everything started to go downhill, because there's so many holes you fall in when you start talking about how kids can consent to medical intervention when they say that they're trans. I think that maybe not now, honestly, because things have just gotten so like negative about even trans adults who aren't harming anyone. But there was a point where I think that there was an overwhelming majority amount of people in the country who were like,
Are you saying that cis children cannot consent to medical intervention ever? Because if you're trying to say that, then you are lying. Because in fact, children can consent to medical interventions, believe it or not. I love how they say both trans kids shouldn't transition and you can't play in the sport category of your gender if you didn't take puberty blockers. I mean,
I don't care what adults do, just like leave kids out of it. And now it's become, you to support trans people, you have to support the idea that children can get these surgeries and these medications.
Yeah.
Otherwise you don't support them. And then on the other side, it's like, actually, we're just going to rid the rights of all of these people because it's just going so overboard, which is funny because you see that with like the abortion thing too. I know a lot of people have these discussions who are like, you know, I was like so down for early term abortion until you started realizing that these people actually want like abortions in the 9th month. And then it's like, why give them an inch when they take a mile?
Oh,
I kind
yeah,
of feel
for
the same thing
sure.
happened, especially considering like when I started my transition, like I said, almost a decade ago, the trans kid stuff was, you could point to like a few cases in Sweden and be like,
Oh yeah, because the conservatives just, you know. Do you know what the conservatives want? They want to ban abortion of damaged fetuses. They want to ban aborting children that will be born with half a brain missing. Quite literally. How do I know that? I know that because it's a law in Poland. I know that it's already enforced as law in Poland. So I'm pretty familiar with what conservatives want when it comes to abortion laws. When women are just dying in hospitals because they're waiting for the child to die in the womb and are too afraid to perform an abortion. Well, that's the perfect world that we want, right? That is the best world. After all, pro-life, am I right? That is the real pro-life position. Am I right or am I right? This is an empty talk, by the way, right now. This is just two people exchanging their opinions without substantiating any of it. This is just two people loosely exchanging their opinions on stuff. Without any substance or any actual rationale beyond this is how I feel it should be.
Wow, that's some crazy shit. And now it's like a whole pipeline.
Wow, that's
in the US.
crazy.
And I think that's where most people have the issue. No,
That's crazy. Like those women who want to be treated like people. That's crazy. And they want to vote. Crazy. And they also think that they have a right to own property while not being married. Crazy. They think they have the right to live on their own and earn their own money. Crazy. And you know that most people that are level-headed will just, they will see how crazy it is. And I just think we should find a middle ground, Let's just find some middle ground between treating women as people and not, right? There has to be some consensus, some middle ground that we can reach, right? That most level-headed people can agree on, right?
Yeah. I mean, like the abortion I think is such a good carryover because like you can fight about abortion, but like, listen, we should probably only have like first trimester abortions. Okay, I think if we do that, I think most people can agree. And then conservatives will point out that like, well, some people on the left will defend third trimester abortions, and then it feels like there's so many people on the left that are willing to defend that.
Oh wow! The only problem is that the conservatives want to ban abortions of fetuses that are even damaged or dying. What about that? Left-leaning people, some left-leaning people, talk about late-term abortions, while in reality, conservatives put banning abortions of damaged fetuses into law. Wow. Amazing. Is there a country where super late abortion is actually law? When it comes to human rights, I refuse to accept middle ground. I mean, as one should, to be quite honest. This is just stupid. This is just ignorance of how those talks, of how those conversations about human rights and topics like that have went historically. Yeah, the fetishization of the middle ground is really stupid. It's a spineless position, to be honest. It's a no position. It's basically a position that allows you to take no position at all. Whatever the issue is, whatever the topic is, you can just smugly say, let's think of the middle ground. And you can have medical reason for late stage abortions. Yeah, exactly, Carasso. And I'm telling you, there are more and more stories in Poland when doctors are afraid to perform abortions and they just wait for the child the fetus, to die inside of the womb. And it can be at the detriment of the woman that is pregnant. Women die in hospitals in Poland right now because of this. In fact, after this fight, we're gonna take a look. We're gonna see if any English-speaking articles talk about this subject. I mean, this is so ridiculous, right? And wait if the mother die or not. Yes, correct. That is going to be an issue of blanket banning in the long term. Yeah, exactly. It's already like, it's not a hypothetical. It's happening in Poland, so it's not a hypothetical. There you go. This is like from a year ago. So more women have died ever since then. The latest death. This is what happens when conservatives are in power. Every woman has right to abortion if health threatened, says Polish government after latest death. Well, that is the problem. That is the problem, right? What if the doctor performs the abortion and they get sort of accused of breaking the law, and they will be told, we don't actually judge that the health was sufficiently threatened for you to perform this abortion. There you go, done deal. A doctor's career is now ruined. Poland's health minister Adam Niedzielski has announced the creation of a special team to help ensure that pregnant women receive appropriate medical care, including abortions if their health is endangered. His decisions follows the latest death of a pregnant woman in a hospital. As in some previous cases, the woman's family and activists have blamed Poland's near-total abortion ban for the tragedy, but officials say it was a case of medical malpractice. Interesting. The woman in question, named only as Dorota, was admitted to a hospital. Dorota is Dorothy. Was admitted to a hospital in the town of Nowy Targ on 21st of May. Nowy Targ means new marketplace, the city of new marketplace. When her waters broke in the 5th month of pregnancy, according to family members who spoke with the media, Dorota was told that her pregnancy could be saved. She was instructed to hold her legs up above her head in order to bring the waters back, and was meant to remain in that position for days. However, Dorota started to develop symptoms including headaches and vomiting. While tests indicated an inflammation was developing in her body, reported the Gazeta Wyborcza daily. On the morning of 24th May, doctors confirmed the death of her fetus. 2 hours later, Dorota's own state became critical, and shortly after that, she died due to septic shock. Dorota's husband blamed the doctors for a lack of transparency in treating his wife. No one told us that the death of the fetus was only a matter of time, and that the breaking of the waters was dangerous for Dorota, he told the newspaper. No one gave us a chance to save Dorota, as no one told us that her life is in danger. Every woman whose life or her health is threatened at any moment of her pregnancy has the right to terminate it, said Niedzielski yesterday, announcing the creation of a specialist team to work how to avoid mistakes during care of pregnant women. However, women's rights groups and some opposition politicians have argued that the primary blame is not with the hospital and medical staff, but with a legal and political environment that makes healthcare providers reluctant to provide abortions for fear of prosecution. And that is a very legitimate fear. Yeah, like this can be an issue of blanket banning, but I don't think any of the two want to think in a nuanced way. The key word of nuance to them means middle ground. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for the article, Doogie. Thank you. Really good stuff. Thank you. So as you can see, this is what happens when the conservative vision is put into practice. And I'm really tired, sick and tired of this whole framing of the conservatives, of the reasonable, logical people that actually just want, as Destiny put it, to go back a little bit to a more traditional time. And they want just a few reasonable things, but those radical lefties are just pushing them into more radical positions. The far right is in charge in Poland, okay? There is no radical left wing forcing the right wing in Poland to act like it does. This is just stupid. This is just a person that tries to pretend that he knows what he's talking about, that he has a nuanced and deep view of the situation, that he has a deep knowledge about what's going on. And it all boils down to we should just do the middle ground. Like the thing that I heard today was so stupid when Destiny said, oh, when someone has an opinion on something politically, you can guess, you can predict 10 of their different positions politically. It's because everything is so politicized now. No, that has always been the case. That has always been the case, that if someone was oriented in a certain way politically, that you could freely that you could predict what their opinions on various things would be with a pretty big amount of accuracy. It is not a new thing. That's stupid of you to say. Like, come on. Like, I hate it when people just sit and pretend that things that were a thing for many, many years are just now this new emerging crazy thing. Yeah, imagine someone being for free healthcare and being for free education. How strange to think. Yeah. All just because you just politicize those niche topics. What are niche topics? Can somebody explain to me what a niche topic is supposed to be?
But then at the same time, we'll be like, third trimester abortions are incredibly rare. It's like less than 1% of all abortions are third trimester abortions. Like, why would you even die on this hill? And also, my understanding is the majority of third trimester abortions are medically necessary anyway. So, like, they're probably going to get...
If only they all debated, Stephen, the world would have been saved.
Regardless, it's not like generally a doctor won't force you to carry a child to term if it's going to kill you. So, like, why stake out the most extreme position where now you've gotten rid of, now the whole abortion debate is like up for grabs in terms of like getting rid of abortion completely, because you wanted to die on the hill of like the less than 1% people that want third trimester abortions.
Right.
Yeah, it's so dumb. I feel like, so on here's where I fall on the kid thing. So one issue, here are a couple things that are I believe to be true, and if people want to fight on these grounds, I'm okay with it. They just have to be honest about fighting on these grounds. So one, I believe that trans people are real. When I say trans people are real, I mean that for whatever reason, I don't know if it's environmental, I don't know if it's biological, like all things, it's probably some mix of the two. By the time somebody starts going through puberty, they can get an idea in their head that their body, for some reason, the sex of their body is not matching the sex of their brain seems to have of their body. So things like the way they carry fat, how broad their shoulders get, the sound of their voice, like all of these things will cause an intense discomfort. If that is real, and I think it's real, or at least insofar as many trans people I've talked to, and the fact that we can't seem to talk people out of it or convert people out of it, it seems to be real. If that's true,
Well, I promise you it's real.
yeah, sure. No, yeah, sure, yeah, I'm being as charitable as possible. Yeah, if that is the case, here's another fact. Okay, trans men are generally okay, even if they transition as a woman, because being like a more kind of like effeminate man and then growing facial hair, you generally be okay. Most people aren't going to question you, from what I've seen. Like generally, you don't have as much of a problem passing. Trans women, depending on your male puberty, can have a really hard time passing. Some people will have very broad shoulders, very deep voice, lots of very masculine bone structure, very masculine features. If that's the case,
Well, Steven is arguing for puberty blockers.
Especially by the time you start going through puberty, you're going to start to feel that dysphoria setting in. And if you're like, fuck me, I have to go through this whole puberty before I can even get any kind of medical intervention, I'm fucked. That's where I become a little bit empathetic, not a little bit. I'm very sympathetic, I should say, towards like trans women. So the issue, so what I would say, obviously in an ideal world, puberty blockers would be available for people that are going through puberty.
Some cis women have broad shoulders, strong shape, and very deep voice. That is true.
Really difficult and honest conversations about what trans healthcare looks like and what those types of therapy or...
That is true. That goes back to certain expectations and how people are boxed and expected to be, look. And it actually does go back to the bathroom thing and the discomfort people think. It's about putting people into certain categories that they have to fulfill, or they are disgusting and cause discomfort to others, you know? And this has historically been the case a lot, by the way. I'm on the Lear, for example, on the ladder. Yeah.
Gender talks look like, because it can't be relentless affirmation. It can't just be like, I think you have a problem, here are the drugs. There has to be an effective way of figuring out, because I think even you would agree, if you can know, so this is a really good litmus test for...
It can't be a limitless affirmation. Why not? What is the alternative to affirmation? Well, let's see what
for
he
conservative
says.
people, or people disagree with me. If we could figure out 100% who is trans now and who will always be trans, then trans healthcare for children should be okay, right? If you knew 100%. The issue comes in identifying who those children are and not pushing children into it who wouldn't otherwise be trans, right?
When does that happen? What do you mean by children being pushed into being trans when they otherwise wouldn't be? Where is that happening? Can you demonstrate it somehow, or just saying that it probably happens? We have to refuse Amanda Lear being a cis woman because she has had a deep voice. I'm gonna actually Google this person. Like, I really love these arguments that come from probably things like are happening, so we should probably maybe do something about it. There should be a limit. Too broad shoulders? Wrong. Let me see.
Ein Weltstar. vorstellen. Eine Karriere als Amanda Lear.
Wie geht's?
Sehr gut. Wie geht's Ihnen? Sie sind 15 Jahre lang Schülerin und Muse von Salvador Dali gewesen. Seit ihrer Heirat 1979 ist ihre Beziehung auseinandergegangen. Haben Sie kürzlich Dali wieder mal getroffen?
Je l'ai pas vu depuis Dali, depuis
Ich habe
4
No, no, no. We cannot have that. That's a bathroom ban from me. If a criminal in space, it should have a cookie cutter shape on entrance. If you don't fit it there, you're not a woman. True. Yeah, I think we've heard enough. I think that's a bathroom ban from me. Or maybe Salvador Dali was not into women. Have you considered that?
Or
I disagree somewhat because I've often made like a similar argument that, well, if there was a way to do it other than like a fucking dice roll, then like whatever. But also, I feel like there are so many issues when you transition young that people don't talk about. For example, you look at Jazz Jennings, who's sort of like the poster child for children transitioning, had the reality show, was in the mainstream media since she was like 4 or 5, as an example of a transgender child. So she underwent sexual reassignment surgery as a teenager and was on hormone blockers, puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy, did like the step 1, 2, 3, like exactly by the book. And because of that, it actually made the surgery incredibly dangerous and a huge list of complications because she never developed a sizable penis to actually turn into a neovagina. So even if the idea is that these surgeries are, you know, let's say the child is 100% guaranteed, like we went inside the brain and we see that shit, it's like it's still
This is great, but this is what I really hate when people that have no clue what they're talking about talk about things like this. And this is why, oh, what did you say true to? And this is why I appreciate, I think President Sunday was the person who did it. Was it President Sunday that looked through the video of a person, of a doctor who helps people to transition? And if, for example, the doctor did a whole lecture on the topic of hormone replacement therapy and how he goes with the patients with the puberty blockers, and he actually did address this very problem that Blair White is talking about. And I think President Sunday has talked about it as well, even in the debate, I think, with, I'm not sure if that in the debate with Lav it came up, but the doctor basically said that he does the puberty blockers, right? And then he locally administers hormones to isolated parts of the body, in this case, to the genitals. Is there an alternative vaginoplasty surgery that uses other tissue? It doesn't matter because there are ways to just target the genitals with the hormones, and that way you get all of the good benefits from the puberty blockers, and you get the organ that is grown enough for a later surgery. So it's not a problem. It's only a problem if you don't really, if you're not really interested in the topic, and that if you don't follow the latest medical achievements when it comes to this topic. So no. Once again, Blair White tried to go for an actual argument and it was a hit and miss. That was a hit and miss. Sorry, but no.
poses problem.
Taking Jazz on as a patient for surgery We knew it was going to be a one-of-a-kind surgery. She's one of the first to have undergone complete
When was that?
and lack of growth of the skin and other tissues, which we rely on as surgeons to do this operation. I was just not expecting her to have a complication as severe as what she did have.
I feel like I've already lost the aesthetics, you know. Hopefully after this revision, it'll look good once it heals. But if I lose some of my sensation and nerve endings, I might never experience an orgasm.
And you can, you know, improve the healthcare, I guess, or do the puberty blockers in a different way. But I think that gender dysphoria is something that is it's such a nuanced mental disorder, and you can't even call it that anymore, which is like also such a huge problem. And they're eroding the idea that that's even a prerequisite to being trans.
Yeah.
That I don't think I would just say that even if we knew, we would sign off. Because for me, as an example, you know, my earliest memories in life are that of gender dysphoria. And this is where a lot of people on like leftist YouTube and leftist Twitter try to point some sort of hypocrisy on me. Like Blair was on Joe Rogan talking about how she experienced gender dysphoria at 5, but wants to hold the ladder up for other trans kids. I don't think that has anything to do with my ability to consent to lifelong medicalization, because once you're on it, on these drugs, you are on them forever. You don't stop unless you're actually detransitioning. And then there's a whole other list of problems you have from that. To, you know, sterilization, to anything permanent that would alter the look of my body. And what you mentioned before about the passing, it's like, I understand that that's a concern for most, I would say, real trans people.
Real trans people.
I can't get past the idea of prioritizing passing or aesthetics or appearance over fertility. And also the fact that, you know, for me, not to get super fucking graphic, but, and the reason I'm bringing up me is because I know this is like a very common thing, is that it took me until a couple years into my transition, for which I started as an adult, to even understand that like genital surgery was not something that I needed to be okay. Like I needed to sort of like figure that out.
Yeah.
And so the idea is like when you put that kid on the path starting at like age 11, 12, 13, it's like, I don't know, setting them on that path automatically, I think is very problematic.
Oh.
Sure. So I won't necessarily disagree with you. So honest to God, most trans people I talk to, I don't know if I know anybody that's had sex reassignment surgery. I feel like most trans women I talk to are okay having the feminine dick, having like not having like the full on bottom surgery, just because that carries with it like so many other problems.
Yeah.
So I guess typically when I'm talking about things for children, usually the fullest extent to what I'm talking about.
Most people. Okay, my mom's calling. Excuse me for a moment.
Hello?
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
All right, phone over. Have you heard my mom's voice, or were you able to catch my mom's voice? Right, let's go over this.
Just be hormones. So maybe puberty blockers for some period of time, and then maybe starting HRT, or I don't know if it's called TRT if you're a trans man or whatever. But yeah, that would be the extent to what I would go for. I don't.
What do you mean TRT? What do you mean? What? I'm sorry. It's what? Is Stephen?
Trans man or whatever, starting HRT, or I don't know if it's called TRT if you're trans man or whatever.
What do you think the H in HRT stands for? Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. What does Steven think that H in the HRT stands for? Okay, okay.
But yeah, that would be the extent to what I would go for. I don't think there's ever a reason you don't need to do surgeries, top or bottom surgeries, or any type of surgery for somebody under the age of 18. I feel like having hormones there, if you're a trans woman going through a male puberty, depending on the type of body you have, is like it's irrevocable. Like you can never go back depending on how broad you get doing that. But I mean, I would agree that like the surgeries are definitely too much for children. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's like the issue for me because it is the mainstream Democrat position that
most
this
children
is the right
don't
standard of care
get
for these kids, and this is the right thing to do, and that people shouldn't have any say in that, and that if the kid comes out as trans, that is.
I mean, shouldn't we first of all trust the doctors? Second of all, most kids, from what I know, don't even get surgery, so. Weren't you complaining about niche issues being blown out of proportion before? And now it's not a niche issue anymore, even though almost no young people get surgeries?
The correct choice. And it's like, there's so many issues with that. Like you said earlier, it's like affirmative care. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have these, therapies that are wholly affirmative.
Only usually you might have a breast reduction as at teenage times before 18. Right.
But that's the reality. Like in Canada.
And this you might get for cis teenage girls too, due to example spinal issues. Yeah, that's true.
They passed a law against conversion therapy, which, as with most laws, on the surface is going to sound great. But what it actually bans is a therapist from telling a patient, whether they're a minor or an adult, going in, they're not allowed to push back on the idea that that patient is trans. And so when that includes these kids, it's like, once these kids start on this path, they have every force in their life telling them that that's the correct path. And it just...
Why would you push back on a patient telling a doctor that they are trans? Like Blair White said that there isn't any other area in life where people are just say that they are the thing and they are the thing. But can you imagine any other area in medicine in which a patient goes to the doctor and says, doctor, my symptoms are this, this, and this, and the doctor starts pushing back against it? Like, is that the norm in medicine, that the patient comes with a problem and the doctor starts pushing back against the patient instead of like starting testing? Or is that the norm that Blair White and Destiny envision? Doctors pushing back against their patients when they come with a problem? Like, is that where we're at right now? Is that what we want? Is that really what we want?
Not be the case. And, I think back to, I remember this very vividly. I remember when I first was considering transitioning, I was like, okay, so I probably should look at like who fucking regrets this. Like, does it go wrong? Is it always just this positive thing? And so I was looking up detransitioners and people who, went in and then went out. And it was almost impossible to find anyone beyond like one or two like strange underground stories about it. Like, and it wasn't even because it was being censored, it's because it wasn't really happening, because there were different standards of care even 10 years ago. And now you have an entire population of like detransitioners. And
population.
It's hard for me to see how people will see these positions as hateful, to just say leave it to just adults and not kids, or transphobic when look at the harm that they're doing. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I understand, and that's why I'm uncomfortable with the the way that, it's hard to talk about how we approach care now because depending on where you look, you get totally different stories. I've spoken to a few detransitioners that will say things like, yeah, if I basically went into a clinic, I gave them 2 symptoms, they said you're trans, they gave me hormones the same day. And like I've heard some detransitioners give that story. I've also seen people that are trans that are adults. So like people in the UK, for instance, were like, yeah, I've got my diagnosis. I went through my 12 different therapists. They all said this, and now I'm on a 3-year wait list for hormones. I don't know like what the average time is right now in the United States. Or what the average, like even standard of care is in the United States. Like, are therapists allowed to be as critical as they need to be? Is there too much affirmation? It's hard to know just because there's so many different stories that come out like all over the place. But yeah, I mean, I would say that in an environment, hopefully if we have an environment where especially young people under the age of 18 are going to a therapist, like if they are trans, it has to be something that needs to be like critically evaluated, and there needs to be some challenging conversations that are figured out that's what's actually going on.
What does that mean?
Like puberty blockers or anything else being prescribed. But
what does that mean? Challenging
Because we
conversations.
so don't have that. And it's like the amount of horror stories coming out. Like, have you heard of the whistleblower coming out? I believe it was St. Louis. There's a woman who like was working at gender health clinic that was transitioning kids.
Transitioning
kids who come in and have like cat pronouns.
Washington University's transgender clinic at Children's Hospital is at the center of a whistleblower investigation.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Claims children are being harmed.
One of the challenges for me, ethically and morally, in working in this center, is it kept feeling like we would almost set a red line, like there's no way they could go past this, right? There's like no way we're going to do this next case. And then the next thing you know, we're giving that next patient hormones too. It just kept feeling like the extremeness.
Oh yeah.
There was no end in sight.
Oh yeah.
They're literally giving these kids drugs when they couldn't even like articulate a valid gender identity. And it's because, like I mentioned, in Canada, they have like actual laws against pushing back on kids who claim that they are anything and everything. But in the States,
why would you
like a social thing? Like there is a huge stigma against pushing back on it because it has to be validated. You see it in the school system as well.
Do you validate again? Do you push back against?
I just see the States
like this is so stupid. Do you push back against patients in any other circumstance? My throat hurts. Well, we should have a challenging conversation to see whether or not your throat actually hurts. What? Oh wow, nice. The game disconnected in the middle of a fight. That's great. I love it. Did the internet die? Maybe their internet died. The chat is also quiet. Maybe the internet just died. No, the internet in fact has not died. Diablo 4. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Blizzard. Oh. An error and connection code, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Going full steam ahead. But then you have, I think it was just yesterday, the UK the NHS banned puberty blockers for kids. So it's like,
yeah, or to be more precise, I think along with a bunch of other countries, they've gone to making it so if you want to pursue this, it can only be done like in a research setting, essentially. It's no longer like the standard of care for children identified with trans. Yeah. I think that something that you mentioned a couple other times, which has made these conversations so difficult, is it seems like people on the left don't really care anymore about whether or not there is like the fact of the matter if a person is trans or not. But a lot of the conversation has kind of shifted over.
How do you, what is the fact of the matter that you speak of? That's nonsense. Fact of the matter. What does that even mean? Fact of the matter. Whose video we watched? Destiny's or Blair White's? Blair White's, actually. Believe it or not. Why? Would you rather we watch the Destiny? Would you rather we watch Destiny than Blair White? You're watching Blair White's video. Transphobia actually exists because of the left. Amazing analysis. Amazing analysis as always. Transphobia is actually caused by the left.
To this self-ID thing, which is it is, I was going to say in my opinion, but it's not about it. It's a totally incoherent and ridiculous position that you can like ID as a thing.
I'm asking to know who has edited this stuff in Blair White. Blair White. It's Blair White's video. It's Blair White's video.
Thing, and then you are that thing. Like that wouldn't work for any other category ever in the history of anything ever. You can't just.
I'm a fan of video games. I'm a fan of video games, Steven. Prove me wrong. Hello, fake Kyle Parker. Yeah. Once again.
But a lot of the conversation has kind of shifted over to this self-ID thing, which is it is, I was going to say in my opinion, but it's not about it. It's a totally incoherent and ridiculous position that you can like
completely incoherent and ridiculous.
ID as a thing, and then you are that thing.
That you can just ID as a thing and you are that thing.
Like that wouldn't work for any other category ever in the history of anything ever. You can't just.
That wouldn't work in any category ever in the history of ever.
ID as a thing and be a thing.
You cannot just ID as a thing and be the thing. Okay, I'm giving the fan of video games example, but you know what? I will give a far more serious, far more politics example, right? After World War II, there were two brothers. One of them decided he was Polish. He became the first Polish president. The second brother chose to be Lithuanian, and he was Lithuanian. They both ID'd as a thing, and they were that thing. After World War II, they were ethnically Polish people that decided to be Ukrainian, and they were a vital part in the creation of in the creation of the Ukrainian People's Republic. They ID'd as a thing, and they just became a thing. At some point, the Duchy of Moscow just decided to ID as Russia, and it just ID'd as Russia, and it was Russia. Wow. This idea of just IDing as something, as being something, would never work for anything ever, huh? Well, except it did many times. Except that it did many, many times in history. How do you think nation states and national identity came to be? By people just IDing as a part of a nation and therefore just being a part of the nation. Oh God. I can't with Steven.
The example that people always give as a counter to this is always like, what about your name? Your name can be whatever you want it to be. It's like, yeah, but that's your name. The name is supposed to be whatever you want it to be. But no other category of thing works that way.
I gave examples. I
think that when you've pushed self-ID a lot, then what happens is of course you can't like challenge somebody on whether or not they are trans, because the qualifications for them being trans are them saying that they're trans, even though.
One moment. Excuse me for a moment. Okay.
Really, that's not the case. Like if I ID right now as trans, that doesn't make me trans. Like the underlying fact of the matter is I'm not, or at least I don't think I am. So yeah, I think yeah, to give the argument on the other side though, because I am sympathetic towards it, is
oh, you are sympathetic towards it. Are you though? Are you really sympathetic towards it?
feels like for a long time, if you are trans, that a lot of the people that are putting up those roadblocks in front of you to be like, we just got to be sure, they're not really trying to put up roadblocks to make sure you are trans. They just don't believe in it at all. And they're trying to make the process as confusing or difficult or as impossible as they can in order to prevent anybody from taking that treatment. So I can understand where the push from the left comes from to make it more accepting as well. Kind of like when you go to like some like abortion clinics, I think some states try to say that like they have to show you like a picture of like the fetus before you have an abortion, which whether or not you're pro or anti-abortion, like obviously the goal is to try to like make it as difficult as possible for you to actually go through with it, you know?
I remember this was sort of my first hint that the trans shit had in many ways become a cult.
Oh yeah, a cult.
Before I started my medical transition, I sought out like a support group or whatever.
The trans shit TM is a cult now. They became a thing, burn them.
It was like the one in my city, and it was I think it was like
I love it
as well. Like it was like one of these bigger like Stonewall like something. There's like 20 other trans people in there, and they're all sitting at a round table, and they start talking about how we really shouldn't be using terms like trans woman or trans man anymore, that it should be trans masculine and trans feminine. And you had all these people who had no intention of ever like medically transitioning.
Yeah.
How is that a cult? Wait, how is that a what? How is that a cult, you idiot? That's the opposite of a cult. Okay, what is your justification for calling that a cult?
And it's like, to me, that reeks of like, there are fakers with like any mental health condition, any health condition in general. But for whatever reason, the fakers are like defended within the trans.
The fakers?
Leftists. I don't really understand that. You know,
the fake, what does that mean?
Like fucking eaten alive on Twitter. Well, not eaten alive because I'm still here. On Twitter about it, I was talking about how trans trenders have like destroyed the credibility of trans people, which is this concept of like, you know,
what does that mean? The fakers. Are people faking being feminine? How do you fake being feminine? How do you, let's say you were assigned male at birth. How do you fake saying that you're not quite a trans woman, but you're not quite a man, but you're trans feminine? How do you fake that? What does that mean to fake that?
You know, objective self-ID and like trans masculine is as valid as a trans man. And it's like, that to me is some fake shit. That to me is you trying to gain like the social capital of saying I'm trans, but you're not actually transitioning. And so the issue arises when like no one can say
what,
and then people just feel like they have to just like throw everything out with it. So then it's like, okay, then fuck all trans people. Like I so get the fuck all trans people perspective, and that can
what
or whatever. But I genuinely think if I wasn't trans, I'd be like, fuck all trans people. I'm so done with this because it doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah,
you're an idiot.
Trans arc, I guess, on my stream like a year and a half ago, where I was doing a lot of trans debates, a lot of trans discourse, and I, you know, every now and then, if depending on what I'm talking about, I'll solicit from my audience, like, listen, if you're trans, if you're black, if you're a woman, whatever, like, email me, like, if I'm trying to get experiences, because I don't have these experiences, so I can't know. So yeah, at one point I was like, listen, if you're trans, email me, tell me what it's like, what, you know, what's going on, what am I missing, what am I not missing? And that experience that you just gave, it seems to be really common today, where when you get, I'll call them actual trans people.
Actual trans people.
They have dysphoria, they're trying to transition, especially on college campuses, when they join support groups to try to figure out like, okay, well, you know, where do I go for medication? What do I want to do? Like 95% of the people are like non-binary women. That like go by Z's or pronouns. They've got septum pierced.
Actual trans people. Unchained Mel. Oh hey, Destiny and Blair. This will be the like chewing sandpaper or barbed wire. Hello, Unchained Mel. Welcome to the stream. I wanna invite you to join this page, okay? Welcome. As a real trans person who's totally not fake as a trans person. Jesus Christ. Blair White is like that person cutting off the tree branch they're on. Yeah. Like, Blair White and Destiny would be people that in 19th century or 18th century would be smugly sitting and saying that most reasonable people would agree that women are not people. And that the crazy fringe whatever people are trying to claim that women should vote. Like, I don't know, it feels like that would be their position in the past, seeing what their position is in the present. Speaking of being fake and LGBTQ, you almost made me read that day, Lucy. What day? What? What do you mean? Mask? What mask? I don't wear a mask. This is just what I think. Oh, God.
They've got dyed hair, and maybe they wear binders, maybe. But that's all they ever want to do. That's the extent of the transition ever. And then all the conversations are just about like communism and like social issues.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you're an actual trans person with dysphoria and you're trying to transition and you're looking to do that, those places, I don't know if they exist for you anymore. Like, as funny as much as people complain about trans people destroying women's spaces, like the new trans trenders, it feels like have like legitimately destroyed trans spaces.
No.
And that, because holy fuck, even if you are trans, there's no possible way that you could open like a trans space. Be like, okay, guys, this is for trans people, no non-binaries, and no people that aren't looking like you would get eviscerated by doing that. Yeah, and then like you said, it's just...
Why would you exclude non-binary people? Did you know, Steven, that some non-binary people are or on HRT as well? I'm pretty sure, Steven, that Stephanie Sterling is still a bigger creator than you. And they are non-binary. And they are on estrogen. You idiot. What do you mean? And what? Based on that, you would exclude Jim Sterling out from trans spaces? Are you an idiot? What?
Really hard then for those people, because now, and this happens to me a lot too, because I think my positions on trans stuff are pretty reasonable, even if I disagree with some people, even if we have some disagreements.
Everybody thinks.
Every time I go to argue, I almost feel like I'm being disingenuous, because anytime I give trans arguments, I know that the person I'm talking to has never heard these before. If you argue against me and I'm saying things...
Oh yeah, of course, because Steven knows 99% more than anyone about anything. So of course, when Steven tells an argument, nobody has ever heard the argument before. And also, everybody says that their arguments are reasonable. You will not find a person that will say, "Oh yeah, you know what? I think my opinions on trans issues are quite unreasonable." Destiny ranting about dyed hair is peak irony. Look in the mirror, dipshit.
It's like, I think some people are trans. They probably need healthcare. We need to figure it out. What they're used to hearing is self-ID is real. Any impairment whatsoever to
Today you told me I thought I was LGBTQIA.
Trans healthcare is bigoted. And you have to accept all of these people as their identities. Even in private, you got to do blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, you're a huge bigot. And this is the argument they've heard 99% of the time. So when I come and I wheel out my arguments, like, I know I can be persuasive, but at the end of the day, the other person probably doesn't feel like I'm being genuine. And I don't even blame them, because it's like, I'm probably one of like 12 people that would even say these things. Because everybody else wants relentless affirmation, relentless care, relentless transition for children. And it's like, fuck yeah. And then kind of what you said, there's like this broader problem where, I've said this a lot, and I will continue to say this. Kids being radical in school is a good thing. Everybody is radical in school. Everybody who's 18 to 20, all the Vietnam protesters, I'm sure you were, every motherfucker when they're 18, 19, 20 has some crazy shit that they believe.
I was a purple-haired vegan in high school.
Okay, cool. I supported fucking Ron Paul. I was a ride or die Ron Paul fan in college, right?
Were you really?
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah. Abolish the Fed 2008. We watched on TV when he won like one state, and we were like, this is it. He's going to do it. But yeah, so everybody's radical in school. That's
No
nothing to be
comment.
alarmed about that kids are being radical. Kids are
No comment.
The problem now, though, is the aesthetic and the radicalness of kids. It used to be something where it's like, okay, we get it. You're goth, you're scene, you're a libertarian, whatever. You'll grow out of it, you're whatever. But you can't say that anymore because now it's all about trans. And like the identity is unassailable. You can't say anything bad about it. You can't say, okay, you'll probably grow out of this or you'll figure this or whatever. Because now it's like, okay, hold on. Whoa. Like you might have said that kid was goth and he'll grow out of it. I'm not goth now. I'm trans. I'm an NB mask presenting lesbian femme with a huge dick or whatever. And it's like, okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm really, yeah. Oh God, everything is like so revolutionary. It's so annoying. Yeah.
And here's the thing.
You will grow out of it is basically the, don't worry, you will fit the status quo. You will fit into the status quo. You will be normal. Oh God. Soon. Join the page, Unchained Mel.
It's like there are studies that show, and this is whenever
hey, Destiny Blair.
You get into studies about trans shit, this is also like a huge source of fucking frustration for me because it is so hard to find valid numbers on trans shit, and then like on a
valid numbers
because like I would like to know more about like my life and my health and all this shit, but everything that comes out is always so ideologically driven.
Oh yeah.
There have been a handful of studies on like long-term follow-up on children who have gender dysphoria, and the numbers are all over the place, but it ranges somewhere between 60 and 90% growing out of it after they go through like the main stages of puberty. So that to me informs my opinion that children should not be transitioning, because I can't imagine anything worse than literally like in some cases having your genitals removed, over something that would have dissipated on its own, right?
Or even having like top surgery as a woman, like
because of the amazing studies that conflate being gender non-conforming in any way possible with being trans. Oh yeah, Blair White, that's amazing, because we've all have not heard about these studies a million times over by now. That is amazing. That is so honest as well. Transphobic Destiny will grow up into transphobia, rest assured. It can be that bad. I mean, Blair, it seems survived having the brain.
Getting your breast removed, that's pretty traumatic if you end up,
Then you can't feed your fucking child, or you can't have a child in general, like for real.
For real.
Like to me, that also, this is why, I do have like leftists in my audience, and they want me so hard to.
You can have children even with breasts removed, by the way. I don't know where this comment came from. That if you have your breasts removed, you cannot have children for real. Yes, you can.
To drop my stance on anti-children transitioning, but it's like, for me, that stance also secures the rights of trans adults, because the idea that
amazing,
if your gender dysphoria is so persistent that it goes into adulthood and it beats the odds and it is still with you,
the
likelihood that it will dissipate after puberty, that's a reason why you should be allowed to transition. You should be allowed to do what you want with your body.
Oh my God.
So for me, it's like they shoot themselves in the foot at every time. This is what I think. I think I can break it down to a few simple things that would
This is why people like this should not be talking on this subject.
Not only improve like sentiments towards trans people, which in my opinion are at like, not in my opinion, statistically it's true as well, such an all-time low that like even if I could just get a little fucking vulnerable here for a second, get like some anxiety like going out now, like being out in the world. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck's clocking me as trans. I don't know who knows me from the internet and is gonna be like associate me with like a pedophile or a predator or a whatever.
Oh yeah, it's all the
I feel that now. So if I'm feeling it, I know like the average trans person is really feeling it, because in a lot of ways I get like a fucking huge pass from like right wingers that people see as hypocritical, and I get it. I think that if we dropped the kid transitioning thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I think if they did,
Oh yeah, the transphobia will just disappear. Oh yeah. Oh my God, Blair White is such an idiot. Hey, you know what? I'm sure that if Ukraine just gave up some territory, then Russia would just back off, you know? Russia is only invading because Ukraine is being so unreasonable, for sure. For sure, for sure. If only some concessions would be made. You know, if only some concessions would be made, then for sure. Fuck me.
that would be a huge win for us. I also think that dropping the trans women in sports thing, huge win. The idea that not dating trans people makes you like bigoted, like just stop fucking saying that. And so many people that I have like respect for in the trans community say that, and I'm like, are you retarded?
I like those. At least things were simpler back then, because like back then the worst was like, if you won't date a trans person, you're bigoted, and those were like all the conversations. But it was such a minority topic that nobody cared. But now it's like, yeah, like little Timmy is 7 years old, and we need to, you know, do surgery. And it's like, Jesus, things are things.
Oh yeah, those are the conversation. Little Timmy is 7 and needs surgery. Those are definitely the conversations for sure. Oh God. Oh yeah. Also, the biggest win for the trans community is that if trans communities just stops fighting for certain rights. That would be the biggest win. You know, what if the trans community just, you know, took those rights that it's fighting for? And what if it just didn't? What a huge win that would be. What a huge win.
So extreme, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
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 And I feel like those would just be such simple. And if you're going to use the women's bathroom, you better have transition, and you better just be able to just do it without people clocking.
You better.
Harsh, but like life also isn't fair, and you have to be able to put in the work to
put in the work.
I feel like that's the thing. Like 95% of trans people would agree with that.
Put in the work.
And I think most trans people know, like if they pass or they don't, they're not going to go into a bathroom and like cause a whole bunch of fucking trouble.
Well, that's the problem. I always say, like, do you you identify as a liberal in general, right?
Liberal / progressive.
That's what causes. What do you think the trouble is? What do you mean? What do you think causes the trouble? Can you tell us more about the trouble, Stephen? Can you tell us more about the trouble? Tell us more about the trouble. Go on.
Progressive, I guess. It depends on who I'm arguing with, but yeah.
And you're white.
Yeah.
But I always say,
Cuban,
like,
you know. No, go ahead.
yeah. Oh, okay. I could see it now, actually.
You're fine.
I always say, like,
oh my God, so stupid.
Are really like destroying trans people, because if you look at 90% of the time when you come across whether it's in the news or just organically on Twitter or whatever, you come across like the most insane trans takes that you and I have listed out here throughout this entire like 45 minutes. It is overwhelmingly being spouted by fucking white liberals with no real skin in the game, who have never met a fucking trans person, that like we can sit here and we can try to assure people, hey, 95% of trans people don't agree with that. But when like all of their advocates are—
oh yeah, all the transphobia, all the radical anti-trans bills, it's actually all fault of the lefties. You see, it's all fault of the lefties.
They do. And all of those advocates actually sway the needle. It's like people need to start looking at that. And granted, there are tons of trans people that agree with all those things as well. But white liberals really are the devil, in my opinion, when it comes
to— yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'm so sick of these people like pushing for this. Very good example. It's like years ago, this was like one of the main things a lot of people even found out about me from, is like I debated this pedophile in Canada named Jessica Yaniv. And the way in which the LGBT media, which is filled with people who aren't even LGBT working at them, at these publications, it's like they defended the pedophile over me.
Okay.
And that was so indicative of, I think, of like what's going on. It's like these people who are like, no, actually, we're going to—
that is not what happened.
Who you are and your medical condition and your movement, and we're going to take in whatever direction we want, and you better just go with it, because conservatives are mean and they won't accept you. And it's like, wow, like that's fucked.
I think one of the big issues when you talk about like the white liberal, that's like, it reminds me of some of the BLM footage where you've got like a bunch of black people on camera and they're like begging like white Antifa kids in masks to stop like blowing shit up and like burning shit down and like, please fucking leave our neighborhood. One interesting perspective I got that several people emailed me on is they said for some of the older trans people, they said, listen, if you're young and you're trans, oftentimes you spent a lot of your life like either very confused, very bullied, very shit on, sometimes lack of acceptance from family. When you get to college, that might be the first time in your life that you've got a group of like-minded people that are willing to support you. So obviously, you're 18, 19, you finally found a group, you start to go a little bit crazy on it. You start to go a little bit overboard. But as you get overboard as a trans person and you kind of see how it goes and then you kind of like age out of it, a lot of those older people that might be good trans advocates, they just don't want anything to do with it anymore. They've transitioned, they live a decent life. Some of them are even, or a lot of them are even like passing or stealth. Like the last thing that they want to do is now be the spokesperson for like, hey, I'm 32, I've been transitioned for 12 years. I just want to say that not all college, because they just don't want that, you know? And for them to not really want to be the spokespeople versus 18 and 22-year-olds that want to be the spokesperson for fucking everything. And then now today, we have social media where every potential 15-year-old is now like a worldwide.
It's amazing how history loves to repeat itself. It's amazing how when the suffragists were fighting for women's rights, there were tons of women saying, oh, that's too much. Oh, they're being so radical. Oh, this is crazy. Why can't we, you know, why do we have to do this radical change when most reasonable people would admit that, you know, women don't really need that many rights. Women don't really need to vote. Women don't really need those. Most reasonable people agree. Why do those super crazy radical people have to do this? I swear. That would have been the debate we would hear in the 18th or 19th century with Stephen.
You know, and the next Greta Thunberg or the next, you know, whatever worldwide celebrity, kids just have such a huge amount of power, and you're getting this group of people that probably for a lot of reasons have felt like legitimately shit on. Now they're connected with a whole bunch of other kids who might have anxiety for a ton of other reasons. And now you've got like a really good label where it's like, I'm kind of depressed. I feel kind of shitty. I don't know why. Oh, trans stuff. Okay.
Oh yeah. You're white. That definitely happens. When you're depressed, it's definitely because you're trans, of course. That is the go-to diagnosis when you have depression. Being trans. That is exactly how that works, Stephen. If you get the blues one day and you just you're trans. That is definitely how that works. That is definitely how it's being discussed. How that is just. Oh God. For sure. Absolutely. Absolutely, Stephen.
Really have much else to complain about sometimes related to identity. There's just like all of these like really negative things that kind of come together that are then now they're like exacerbated and exploded on social media. And it's made this like perfect storm. Yeah, for I guess like I've been saying for the whole time is that like just the trans stuff has just become the perfect battleground where all of these horrible things come together. And then like you said, yeah, there's like so many like normal trans people. I get so many emails.
You're an idiot. I swear to God, you're an idiot.
They're like, bro, I don't want to talk about Leah Thomas. I don't care about
bro.
How many trans people are part of NCAA athletes? Like how many trans people give a fuck? Like they don't care. They don't want to fight about bathrooms. They don't want to fight about transitioning children or SRS for fucking 15-year-olds. Like they just want to live their life past, like be chill. And those people are like completely lost, you know? And then like you said, now we've got like people like Michael Knowles, I think, are like fighting the ideological war against transgenderism. And it's like, bro, most transgender people don't give a fuck about this, you know? Yeah. Even the you mentioned the stats thing earlier. Even when you talk about like the explosion in transgender people, it's
this
like so much
such a stupid argument.
High school and college girls like are non-binary. Like people see these numbers and they're like, oh my god, like 20% of girls are chopping off their tits. Like no, they're wearing binaries, they're dyeing their hair, and they'll grow out of it in 5 fucking years, you know?
Right, and the issue is those.
What do I even respond to this? This is just a bunch of nothing.
Teenagers, it's like they're in environments, especially in the public school system, that fosters that. So the problem is really the ones that really do fall into like the medicalization aspect of it. That's the issue for me. Yeah. It's like there was like a viral tweet yesterday and a lot of conservatives are picking it up. And it was of Megan Fox with like her 3 sons, and they were all wearing girls' clothing. Did you see that?
Yeah. To be
And-
fair,
and
to be
granted-
fair, I think one was definitely, the second one was ambiguous. The third one was whatever. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and granted, I don't love that because I think that, you know, if I were a parent, I would do everything I probably could to foster that child being like
Status quo.
best version of their gender and being comfortable, whatever. Don't love it because it's clearly
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck is the best of the what the fuck is the best version of your gender? What does that mean? What does that look like exactly? Are you saying that there's an objective quote unquote best version of your gender? Are you an idiot? What? The best version of your gender? Oh God. Why? Why am I being punished? This is great. This is great. This is great.
However,
However,
go look at, you know, Megan Fox transing all her kids. It's like we need to be careful about what we're saying because there is no evidence that she's like medicalizing these kids, and there are really kids that are falling victim to that. And it's like you also can't have it both ways, right? So a problem I have with a lot of conservatives is like they will shit on, you know, kids and adults who
this is just saying words.
non-conforming way or expressing themselves in that way, but then also shitting on the ones that
This conversation has no substance to it, none whatsoever.
be like the clothing is fine, and you know the often ugly outfits are fine. Like it's you don't have to throw it
Yeah.
all out.
There was like, I noticed this happened in, do you ever say your age? I'm 34. I don't know if you're around. Anyway, you don't have to say.
29,
you're
29,
Okay, gotcha. You don't look a day over 24, okay?
Thank you.
So the growing up, especially in the 90s and the early 2000s, I feel like something, I would say, obviously, because I'm a progressive cuck, I think something really cool was happening and that there was a huge explosion in terms of acceptable expression for women.
You're not a progressive cock. You're far from being a progressive cock.
Acceptable expression for men. Women, we all remember like Megan Fox and Transformers and like tomboys were cool and Girl Next Door look was becoming cool and blah, blah. It's like, okay, cool, women could do all that. There was also the whole, in the 2000s, there's the metrosexual movement where men could groom themselves and wear fucking earrings and shit, and even rappers wear jewelry and blah, blah,
I
blah.
forgot
Okay, cool.
about that.
Yeah, I know. That was supposed to be the destruction of the country. Conservatives say that every 5 years, but every new thing, right? But it was like, okay, cool. Gender roles are blowing up a lot. The amount of expression is increasing. That's cool. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's fine. But then something happened where, I don't know if it was around 2015, 2016.
But then it all went too far. Say conservatives every time something happens and you just lack the self-awareness to realize it, that you became the conservative that you laughed at.
I think people say like 2012 or 2013 was like the great awakening when everything started to become woke and change or whatever.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Gender expression, actually, it seems like it started to decrease quite a bit, where now you're not actually widening the gender expression, you're a different gender. And something that I wonder, Lauren Southern, I think you're friends with her, she has brought this up. I really wonder, if you grow up now as like a tomboy, is there going to be a lot of social factors pushing you instead of a trans man? Well, if you grow up as an effeminate guy, are there going to be people pushing you to be a trans woman?
No.
Like, you know, like you said, demonizing people for wearing like effeminate clothes if they're a man or manly clothes if they're a woman, like that's like you're going exactly in the opposite horrible, stupid direction. Like there might be some guys that like to wear some fruity outfits. Like, who the fuck cares? There might be some women that like to dress up as fucking not dress up as guys, because I guess you wouldn't say this, but they wear like more masculine clothing, whatever. They don't want to wear skirts, they want to wear jeans or overall, whatever the fuck. But like when we start to lock down on those types of gender expression, now I think you truly are, in a way, because people on the left have done this thing where it's like, well, if you wear those clothes, maybe you're actually trans.
And have we forgotten about the whole drag queen discourse? Are we gonna just, slide straight past it and pretend that's not a thing? You do know that drag queens are explicitly not trans, right, Steven? You do know that, right? And you do know that it's a huge part of the right-wing demonizing of anyone not gender conforming, right? I'm so glad to hear Destiny making turf arguments. It is cute. It is not cute. It is mind numbing. Where do those people get these ideas? This is just mind numbing.
And now you've got people on the right who are like, well, if you wear those clothes, I think you are trans. I was like, wait, well, hold on.
Exactly.
What the fuck is happening? Yeah, everybody's actually like the most insane on the topic. Like, let people wear what they want if they want to. That's why something that you said before for kids that I probably agree with is I think socially transitioning in some ways is okay. Like, I'm in favor of like, okay, if you want to try different clothes and stuff, that's fine. But then in other ways, I'm like, well, hold on. Seen as a transition. Like, I remember I made this argument like 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
In some ways, trans people actually reinforce like the gender normativity, the hetero gender normativity more than any other thing because it's like,
no.
to be a woman, you have to look this way and present this way and do these things. And it's like,
no.
Try wearing other clothes. They want to present in a different way. Like, that doesn't mean they have to change their gender. It could just be like an effeminate guy or a tomboyish girl. But yeah, oh Jesus.
Drag queens exist, Steven, you idiot. And they're a big topic in this whole thing. Yeah, that is Destiny and Blair White, yeah. He's a TERF. This is exactly TERF arguments. Yeah. He is. Destiny making this argument after complaining about non-binary people. Wow. Yeah, I know. I know. Steven being inconsistent. What a shocker. Steven, how about allow people to be who they want to be? Although that's too much. That's too much. That's just going too far to actually allow people to be who they want to be. This is brain dead.
100%. I couldn't even tell you. And it's like, I feel like there's very limited space and
I know you couldn't tell me.
room for me to even say this because it's like the
Thank
internet
God.
is what the internet is. But like what I've noticed in my relationships is like romantic relationships with men is that I have more traditional and like heteronormative, like strict gender roles in my shit than like all the straight people I have in my life as friends. I'm like, so there is something to that it really does reinforce that.
It does not.
I have the issue with like grouping, like I don't consider non-binary to be trans.
Mhm.
Like I
It's because you're an idiot.
In most ways completely opposite, and the idea that should fall under the same or be an umbrella term.
Yeah, but because you're stupid.
Trans people, and probably even to non-binary people, you know, I don't spend a lot of time, if I'm honest, concerned with like advocating for them because I'm concerned with transsexuals, but you know, I imagine it limits their ability to have real conversations about their shit as well. You know, I think they're completely separate. And you're right.
I think you're an idiot.
And the right have both like been so reductionist when it comes to gender roles. It's like I saw a TikTok yesterday of this mom, and she's like getting all emotional in the camera, and she's, you know, talking about how her 4-year-old is trans and they're going to start going to whatever. And she's listing out all these reasons why and all these behaviors that lead her to believe her son that he is trans. And I'm waiting for one substantive reason beyond clothing, aesthetic, colors, hobbies. And she's like, he wore a headband and, you know, I saw him light up and his eyes just lit up and he always plays with the girls. And I'm like, you're describing every gay male I've ever known.
Sure.
So you're right. It reduces it to, but that's like the issue. It's like,
oh yeah, for sure.
To side with conservatives when they say that this is really like destroying so many kids because
oh yeah,
in many ways,
so many kids.
You know, state bans on what they say as gender affirming care. I feel like that's. I don't like that phrase. I think that it kind of.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't necessarily love the phrase the conservatives use either, which is like mutilation. But
Yeah.
What do you think about the amount of states that are banning it for minors, and then what do you think about the states that are?
I just love how basically Destiny and Blair White here team up to make the conservative TERF position the rational one, and that, you know, basically there would be no transphobia if it weren't for those radical lefties that basically just force TERFs to be bigoted. They force conservatives to, you know, try to pass all those transphobic laws. Like, honestly, if it weren't for those lefties, then there wouldn't probably be no transphobia at all. It would all be fine, probably, right? Amazing, I love it.
kind of pushing for adult bans as well.
The adult bans are completely and totally indefensible, especially from a conservative point of view. I don't know how you can ever say that like the government should be involved with cutting off this type of care from adults. But the issue from the conservative perspective is
the conservative perspective.
Because a lot of conservatives are completely not bought into any trans stuff now, or maybe they never were, and now this is like their mask off moment. I don't know. I like to take people where they're at. I like to assume people are generally being honest. But the
what?
See it as the same thing as like, would you allow?
I'm sorry. I like to take people where they're at where they are, and I just think they're generally honest. I thought Destiny was not an idiot, but apparently he is. Apparently Destiny is just an idiot. So when the Nazi party, because again, counteroffensive, when the Nazi party dropped all of the anti-Semitic rhetoric during their campaign, are you saying they were just honest and you should have taken them at where they were at? How stupid can you be? Okay.
A person to go into a hospital and get their arm cut off, right? Well, we wouldn't allow that. So why would we allow an adult trans person who's obviously deluded to go in and get any kind of surgery? So I think kind of what I was referencing earlier is conservatives don't really see it. They don't really care about trans issues when they are trying to ban trans adult care. They see it as kind of like this ideological battleground for, you know, what does it mean to be mentally healthy? What is a woman? What is a man? And that allowing kind of trans people to exist and to access care in this manner challenges kind of those underlying paintings for how they kind of build their foundation of reality, right? That those people can exist. So, I mean, obviously, if somebody believes trans people are real, obviously I'm opposed to restricting trans healthcare for adults. Like I said, for kids, like if the therapeutic environment I feel like was more critical or more challenging, and I felt like there was
there would be no,
probably be just because of the political optics and where we're at in the research now, I'd probably be okay with moving trans healthcare for minors in the same direction as like the NHS or in Sweden,
the optics,
where they've said, listen, for any type of drug therapy, we're going to do this.
It's all about the optics.
Continue to explore it, but it's going to be in a research setting so that we can continue to collect data on it, because holy fuck, the research is just not there yet. And anybody on either side, if a conservative tells you that they know for a fact it doesn't work, they're fucking lying. If a progressive tells you that we know for a fact it does work, they're fucking lying. The research, this is all very new stuff, and the research is not quite there yet to tell us what the correct direction is. So I'd probably be okay with it in that sense. And then, you know,
have you looked through the research, Stephen?
If you want to wear makeup, if you want to whatever, you can do that. But yeah, but again, to go back to the beginning, this is such like a...
Have you looked through the research, Stephen? When does research stop being new? Because this is getting ridiculous. When does research stop being new? How many years do you need? How much research do you need for it to stop being new? God, I can't. I don't look at the research. It can't hurt me.
Minority of a minority of a minority of the population. It's insane how much of the overall political discourse trans issues are taking up now.
This is a stupid argument. Once again, this is an extremely stupid argument. Because once again, I would remind you, do I have the Google still? Do I have this thing up still? I do. According to the census of June 16, 1933, the Jewish population of Germany, including the Saar region, which at the time was still under the administration of League of Nations, was approximately 505,000 people out of a total population of 67 million, or someone less than 0.75%. Now, let's listen to what Stephen has to say once again. The stupidest argument under the sun.
But again, also to go back to the beginning, this is such like a minority of a minority of a minority of the population. It's insane how much of the overall political discourse trans issues are taking up now.
Oh yeah. Because bigotry always is based on the size of the population that is being, demonized and marginalized. Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, for sure. I really
For
thought
sure.
more on like the kids transitioning thing. I mean, I'm actually pleasantly surprised because I feel like it would just be such a net positive for everyone just to say, yeah, we're throwing that out with the exception of, research. Because
Oh yeah, it would be such a net positive if we just, take those rights we're fighting for and just stop. It'd be such a net positive if we could just stop fighting for people's rights, It'd be just such a net positive. It's almost like either Republicans hate all life or B, they know they can't win on economic issues. They hate all. Yeah.
I think that would benefit everyone. But
oh yeah.
the extent for which it's defended on the left, I think does so.
If we would just, stop fighting for people's rights, I think it would benefit everyone.
So much fucking harm. Like when I look at like Target, we mentioned that earlier. When I look at Bud Light, when I look at how
Bud Light
it is now becoming to be publicly supportive of LGBT people, and I see that blame is placed solely on like conservatives, I just don't see that. Like I don't see that's
when I see all the anti-Semitism, and I see people putting the blame solely on the anti-Semites. I just can't help that, the full picture is not being seen here. You know what I mean? Look, Lizzie, it's insane. We want to talk about Roma women's sterilization in Czechoslovakia and then Slovakia up to 2004. It happened just to the minority of a minority. Yeah, exactly. Those radical people, like they want to talk about, whenever people want to talk about the marginalization of the Roma people and just want to blame it on society being intolerant for the Roma, I can start to think that, maybe there's some radical groups that want to push radical acceptance of the Roma. And, I don't think that's the full picture. I think we should totally look for a middle ground between treating Roma people well and treating them like total shit. Like, come on. For fuck's sake. Come on.
a rational observation of what's happening. I see.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Chihuahua that's like biting at a pit bull for years and years and years, and the pit bull finally bites, and everyone's like, "See, this confirms everything we always thought about."
Exactly. Those Jewish people were just biting and biting and biting, and finally Nazi Germany bit back, and now they were the bad guys. I just saw it. The Jewish people were just biting and biting like a little Chihuahua. And when Nazi Germany dared bite back, they were suddenly the bad guys. Do you see how reductive that is? Do you see how reductive that is? Come on. Are we being serious here? Is this a serious conversation? It's very nice that this hour-long conversation was basically just a collection of slogans. I love it. I love a conversation when a ton is being said, but at the same time, actually nothing is being said. I just love it. There's nothing that I love more than the situation in which a con is being said basically without saying anything in particular. Jesus Christ. This can we always watch those videos I send? They have way more substance than these two. We will. I promised we would watch the video that you've sent, so don't worry, I'm not ignoring what you've sent. I will not ignore what you've sent, alright? We do need a palate cleanser after this. And I do need also why I'm trying to get my controller to work. Please consider Jesus Christ, please consider throwing a donation my way so that I can actually get a oh Jesus Christ, it's not working at all. Even though okay, now it's working. I'm gonna have to consider donating.
Conservatives, not to say obviously,
Obviously.
Being friends with people who secretly hate me. Oh, Alex Jones hates you, Joe Rogan hates you, all these conservatives hate you.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware tons of conservatives fucking hate me. Not the ones I just listed, but do you see it as like which side right now in 2023 is doing more harm, do you think, in trans acceptance, LGBT acceptance? Because
the Republican Party, you idiot, who passes all those anti-trans laws. You fucking kidding me?
I see things getting very...
I really want to see...
Oh, Barry!
Fake Carl Parker. Thank you for the $10. Pretend I just gave $10. Wait, but you did give $10. What do you mean pretend? What do you mean by pretend?
Hateful. Genuine.
Well, first, I have to stake my position here. To be clear, if I am curious about Steven's answer here, because you can wax poetics about the left all you want. You can wax poetics about things getting too far all you want. At the end of the day, facts, in fact, do not care about your feelings. And it's the Republican Party that is pushing, basically erasing trans people from public life. So we'll see what Steven's answer here is. We had good research, and if we could, with a certain percentage confidence, identify trans kids, I'm okay with trans kids being on puberty blockers. I wouldn't say sex reassignment surgery for people under the age of 18, but I am okay with people going through puberty, taking puberty blockers if we could identify with high reliability who they were. Let me just take that out clearly. In terms of who is more to blame, in my opinion, politics feels like a game of reactionary versus reactionary, in that what happens is somebody will take a side, and because they don't like it, they go as far to the other side as possible, and then the other side will go as far to the other side as possible. And what happens is...
No, you idiot. Again, how would you apply this rule of yours to the anti-Semitism of the Nazi Germany? How would you?
Is people continue to provide further justifications for each other down the line. So,
So Jewish people provided justification for the final solution. Well, good to know, Stephen, that is your position on the topic. Good to know. I mean, you did give $10, no?
Now, when trans people initially were like, I don't think conservatives don't think trans people are real. We need to fight for this as much as possible for adults to get healthcare. A lot of conservatives fought against that. A lot. They didn't want to give trans people any healthcare, and now trans people got their stuff. And now, as trans people have gotten their stuff, as they've moved further left and they're fighting over kids, now conservatives are coming back with if conservatives would just come back.
Wait, don't take away my $10. You should give me back the $10 that you've just taken away. You should give me back the $10 that you've taken away. You've given them to me, so you cannot just take them away from me. So you should give them back to me. That is how That is what should happen. You should give them back to me. My goodness. You made me watch this. I mean, we can watch better things later. Jesus Christ. To frame things like this is something else. Well, if there's all this discrimination happening, obviously there must be, like, you know, the discriminized group must have done something, right? To bring it down on itself, right? For sure. Oh,
Back then they would
God.
say, hold on.
Hold
Sure,
on.
trans people are real. We don't like it. Whatever. Adults are fine. Leave the kids alone. Then okay, that would whatever. Fine. We can fight on that battleground, but that's not where conservatives are. Now conservatives are like transgenderism is an ideology that is rotting society, and we need to destroy all of it. Well, with a lot of conservatives pushing that, now people on the left are, understandably, they're going to say like, well, look, we told you the whole time. It's not about the kids. It's about trans issues altogether.
Because it's not.
We want to get rid of all trans issues, so we need to fight even harder than before for everything. And then now conservatives are like, oh, well, look, they are defending the 4-year-old shit. We told you they wanted to.
It was never about the kids, you idiot. That's because of this brain dead position that you take, that people are honest and you should take them at their word at where they're at, which is an idiot's position. I thought you said your intelligence was above average, Steven. I guess the older you get, the lower your intelligence gets. So I guess with time it sort of started dipping below the average. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Jesus Christ. I guess all the anti-Semitism just happens because, you know, the Jewish people must be escalating in some way. I guess that's you know, because it's just a reaction to a reaction. That's politics. So if there's anti-Semitism, then, you know, Jewish people must be causing it in some way, right? If Russia is invading Ukraine, then I guess Ukraine must have provoked it in some way, right? No, wrong. Wrong, actually. Completely incorrect. It's a powerful boss, so we're gonna... focus somewhat. This boss has a lot of HP. Guess I should get some better gear. Is there some quest that I can take to unlock more special skills? Or a special slot, should I say? Wait, I have no potions? Oh gosh. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription from Naomi Chance. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh no. I'm about to die. Oh god. Well, back to the drawing board. Thank you very much.
Come for your kid's dick. Now we need to get rid of all this LGBT shit. And that's like it's both sides. Like, and it's like two fucking. I had a little sister. It's like two siblings fighting. Where I don't know if you had.
Oh yeah, it's like it's both sides are equal. And it's just like two siblings fighting. This is a brain dead analysis of the situation. Fuck me. Yeah, really, it's just like two siblings fighting. They're basically the same ideologically, right? They're just squabbling. It's just silly business. Fuck me, man. Oh god.
Siblings, but the goal is to always like trigger your sibling, like right up to the point where they go and tattle to mom and dad, and then you're like, no, don't do this. You can hit me too. It's okay. But like that's what it feels like. It's like two siblings fighting back and forth, trying to trigger each other into the fucking into the abyss on both sides. And yeah, so like it's.
I mean, maybe it does feel like that if you're an idiot.
It's hard to say like who do I blame. A lot of those emails, like I said, from those older people, I understand more where they're like, listen, you go on Twitter and you see these insane fucking trans people say the craziest thing. Well, what were you like in 2010 when you were on Reddit talking about atheism? I don't know if you were part of that group of people. I was. And back then we all tipped our fedoras, you know, as much as we could. Fuck religious people. They're the bane of society and blah, 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 blah. Because why? Because we grew up in Christian families being forced to go to church every Sunday with families that weren't even that religious and fucking we don't care about it. So of course, when you get to your college years, you're like, fuck religious people. I'm going to tell them how much I hate them. And for trans people, a lot of that is the same. But we've lost the ability to just say, you know, kids are being crazy. Let's have a reasonable conversation about this. And now both sides of the political aisle are just defined by the most reactionary position they can take against the other side that's just triggering the ever living fuck out of them. So if I.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That is how anti Semitism came about. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Steven?
Name aside, I would say the problem is the fucking internet right now because social media.
Oh, yeah.
And all the conversations are being held on fucking TikTok and Twitter by people that haven't even had fucking real jobs yet. That's the issue right now, I think. But.
Oh, yeah,
I
for
agreed about
sure.
the fucking internet. To me, it's
yeah.
effect, right? It's like you look at like veganism as a movement, and if anyone is being honest or actually looking at like the people within the movement and the ideology behind it, it's like you can find, even if you are not vegan, even if you're one of these fucking I love meat people, you can look at some of their shit and be like, they had a fucking point. It's like, wow,
for sure
treated badly. Wow, it might be better for the environment if people ate 10% less meat. But it's like the methods in which they go about it push everyone away. And that's what I see happening with the trans shit too. And I'm not sure
how
like reversible that is, because to me, the trajectory with like the vegan shit, even though perhaps it's not like a perfect comparison or analogy, it's like
no kidding.
People were really, if you also remember, speaking of like the atheism era, there was also like a really strong like anti-veganism like era like on social media, and it's like once
the shirts where it's like for every one steak you don't eat, I'll eat 3 or whatever, like shit like that. Yeah.
But then like once that was over, people just didn't care anymore. But then like veganism as a movement was just left destroyed, and it's like that's what I see now. It's like they're just gonna like destroy the fucking trans movement.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, but the difference is like veganism is a choice, and like being an actual transsexual isn't. And it's like these are real people. It's just fucking, it's fucked. I mean, for me, it's like
you said it.
Corporations are like a huge problem too. You know, it's like in a better climate, maybe putting Dylan Mulvaney with the Bud Light shit wouldn't have done anything. But like maybe pick.
Oh yeah. You know, we should just. To do any trans representation, we should just wait for a better climate, you see. Fuck me.
Your people better, like I agree with libs when they say like representation matters, and so I have a hard time understanding why they pick
representation matters. So we should just not represent, you know. You should just not represent.
Worst fucking representatives at every turn. I'm like,
why are you saying building statues of George Floyd to represent the entire BLM movement wasn't a good idea? No, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's really, really dumb. Yeah, but and never mind. Like optics doesn't matter as long as, and this is an issue that I feel with progressives a lot is like the optics, the argumentation, none of that matters because we have the moral authority. So we'll conduct ourselves in whatever way we see fit. And if you disagree, it's because you're a bigot. And it's like, okay, well, if that's your ideology, if that's your methodology, then of course you're not going to try to justify yourself.
I mean, your ideology and methodology is to seek the middle ground, whatever the situation is. So
about anything beyond being right, you know?
Do you think any extent of like the groomer discourse is valid, like from the rights perspective? Like, do you think any amount of that sort of like crusade that's happening is justified?
What potions? Oh my god, I don't want to hear anymore. We have had enough. We're gonna do Diablo 4 for a bit, and then we're gonna continue with other videos. Let us just discuss this for a bit. Let's go, audience. This is your chance. What potion? Oh yeah, speaking of which, I might as well use a potion. I've got quite a few potions, actually. Oh, that's actually true. Oh god. Well, what do you know? I've upgraded all of my weapons and I've upgraded all of my equipment, and suddenly it's like totally different conversation in terms of damage. I love how the skill has chosen a totally incorrect target. I love it. What? How did I die? How did I die here? Okay, I must repair. I forgot to repair as well. We're gonna do some Diablo for a bit, and then we're gonna continue with the other videos, if that's okay. That's okay, right? I think that's fine.
I need time to
We're gonna do some main story. Prepare yourselves.
What do you need?
Oh.
Unexpected.
It is unexpected, isn't it? Wait.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, no, not yet. It's awful and I hate it. I mean, that's understandable. That is understandable that you hate it. Okay, let's go and defeat that boss. I might get some good gear out of this boss if I defeat it, so...
I'm not ready yet.
And I will definitely level up, so that's a plus.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare I need time to prepare that.
I am focusing now.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. Time to I need time to prepare that.
have no potions.
What happened?
I need time to prepare that.
Oh no.
I need time to
Oh my god! I keep dying. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess that's the first tough boss. Or I just suck and I have bad gear.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Let's... What the... Why did it not target the boss? I hate this.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Oh?
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh no.
I need time.
I'm about to die again.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm out of potions. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
My controller died! It just stopped working. Thank you, game. Oh. Thank you, game. The controller just stopped working. Oh my god. I consider donating for a cable, which is not working. I love this. The controller is shining, but it's just not working. Oh my god, now it's working. I need a new cable ASAP, or else it'll not be good. I wanted to continue with this story, but instead I'm just here, stuck on this boss.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
What the hell? Okay. I will defeat this boss no matter what. No matter what. I'll defeat this boss. How did I die by the... Oh my goodness. Gigglers. Oh god.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh my god. Oh, that's a perfect placement.
I need time to prepare that. I need time.
I could have sworn I heard a potion drop.
I need time to prepare.
What the hell?
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait. Ah.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god, so little health left. Oh. And the boss has been defeated. Alright. Jesus Christ, okay. Even the broken cable could not stop me from beating this boss after the 1 billionth attempt. Because I'm so good and just... There was no middle ground. I am a radical lefty. There was no middle ground between me losing and me winning. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Now we can continue this story. At last. What's the prize? A weapon that is actually pretty good. Wait. Whatever. That's not how we roll.
I'm not ready yet.
Almost a level up as well. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that great? Oh my goodness. I can feel it. I can feel the power.
I'm not ready yet.
My goodness.
Time to prepare that.
We've done it. We have suffered through a destiny thing and we have successfully beaten this boss.
Ready yet.
I might have not chosen the best build. I thought a fire build would be cool, but it seems like the fire build is not. It's just not the best choice.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. How are we feeling, everyone? How is everybody right now after this roller coaster of wacky videos and bosses? Too hot in my room. Should take a big book and you like do, you know, the fanning gesture. I've actually heard people recently telling me that it's too hot. Okay, I don't want to join events. I want to do story right now.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, it's cold here today. I guess it does depend on when you are, where you are. Wild bears are chasing me.
Time to prepare that.
Is there a Lilith statue here? I guess not.
I'm not ready yet.
Jesus. If I could somehow summon more than one Hydra, that would be pretty cool. I think you get that from gear. You have to get here. By the way. Maybe there will be some statues along the way.
Not ready yet.
I am ready, don't lie. I'm more ready than... Oh my god. We've screwed around. I'm pretty sure we all want to know what happened next in the story. I'm pretty sure we are all curious about the story now. Right? So as we are all super curious about the story,
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I think they should buff the fire build or something to burn damage. Very unusual though. Normally it's like 33 degrees every day. It's just, oh. Well, you know, it happens. You have those
I need time.
days that are like, how do you say? Did you know that once, just once in my life, in the middle of summer, snow fell? I think it happened just once in my life, but I did witness one snow falling in the middle of summer. Okay, we're going to do the story, but first I have to go to the toilet. I'm gonna change the title to make it more appealing to everybody, to all the nerds. Also, I have to check something while we're at it. We're doing the story for a bit, then we're gonna watch the videos from fake Alec Kyle Parker. And it's gonna be much fun. Muted. Let's go. Let's go, gigglers. Let's get excited. Yay. Okay, let's go. I'm in a rainy town. Unfortunately, this game does not have umbrellas. This game does not have umbrellas. My goodness. Look at these buff soldiers. We're gonna comment everything to make it like entertainment and not just you know, a dry playthrough like everybody does. Look at the details in this barricade thing. Look, the halberds, the huge tower shields with spikes. Look how exciting it is. What do you think their level is? Do you think they've got good gear? Do you think I could take them in a fight? I think I could take them in a fight.
If you have needs, check in with the watch commander.
I do have needs. That is absolutely correct. I do have needs. How did you know about my needs? Let's explore the city. Hello, Lightler.
Ash fell like rain. and Astaroth's mad laughter boomed like thunder. Folk tried to hide, but the demon sniffed them out. He herded them into a cage of fire, and as he prepared to eat them one by one, whoosh! Fierce wind blew out the flames. There in the smoke stood the three heroes. Even Astaroth trembled at the sight. First came Erida, calling down a storm upon the demon with music from her Talhafa. Then came Nefane, growling like a beast, slashing at Astaroth with fang and claw. And last came Donan. He plunged his hand into the demon's fiery chest and crushed the fiend's heart in his palm.
Whoa. Yeah.
Astaroth let loose a cry that shook the to its roots. And then the monster crumbled into dust. So ended the days of Ash.
Amazing, right? And I even gave visuals. Hey, where do I go? Where do I go? Here? It's locked. Wait, gigglers, where do I go? Oh. Wait. Hold on. Okay, alright. I was nervous for a second there. What is this place? I can feel it.
It's hallowed ground, my friend.
Oh.
Blessed with Anaris' holy light.
Wow, nice.
Being here is a way of lifting my spirits.
True, that's true. Yeah, I can feel it. Totally, yeah.
Never meet a man with a bigger heart. Came to see about getting my son some work, and he hired the lad as a clerk, right on the spot.
Who? Inarius?
I'll never repay him, but I'll find a way.
Wait, who? Who hired your son? What is Inarius? Who hired your son?
Beware the gossip around here, traveler. The Glen folk will find any reason to slander the cathedral, despite all we've done to heal this broken land.
True, ingrates should burn at the stake. Burn, ingrates, burn.
We've managed to save some for the forge. Some solid bits here.
Alright, the quest is here. Look, it's the quest person, whoever this is. Commander Ant J. And those soldiers. Can I get a horse? Can I at least get a horse? Everybody in the beta had a horse, but I can't. Mount Donna's favor. Where's the quest? Mount Donan's favor. Oh well, whatever. It's whatever, right? We don't really need a horse.
I'm looking for a Haradrim named Donan. An old friend of his sent me.
At this hour, I'd wager he's in the keep. Check with the guard at the door.
Thank you. We're gonna make the game even louder, even epicer. Wow, now it's so loud. It's incredible. Are you Donan? Vosh call the horses. Exactly. That's true. I should debate him.
He's upstairs in the Great Hall with his son. Keep it quick.
I will not keep it quick. I will keep it very long, okay? I refuse to keep it quick. You cannot order me.
Not while I'm in town.
Especially when I'm in town. In honor of the great Horadic mage Donan and the brave druids Alidad and Nafain who vanquished the demon Astaroth and ended the days of Ash. What about something in the memory of the great Deckard Cain? What about Deckard Cain? Is this Fatso Donan? It is, isn't it?
Dad, I need to be out in the field with the other knights.
Why the rush, my boy? You know, I found some of my old Horadric tomes. Stay here, and we can go through them together.
I can take some with me. We have a visitor.
Hello, fat boy.
This discussion is not over.
It is not.
Something you need?
Yes.
I have a message from Lorath.
Well, there's a name from another life. Has the old man finally come down from the mountain?
With a warning. An ancient evil walks the land. The demon. Lilith.
And you know this how? Did you and Lorath discover something of interest?
Perhaps this is all connected to what you saw, Father.
Yes, I was just getting to that. There was an incident at my estate.
Oh, was there? Tell me more.
Probably best if we discuss it there. Go and have a look around for yourself. I'll meet you shortly, and then we can talk more.
Aren't you interested in...
Your request? Get to Bracesteg. And be careful. Stay close to the other knight's penitent.
I will. Don't worry.
Aren't you interested in what I have to say? No? Okay. What's your relationship with Rola?
We haven't spoken much in recent years, but the two of us have history. We are brothers of the Haradrim. I'm probably the closest thing to a friend he has nowadays. Forging bonds is not exactly a strength of his, as I'm sure you've noticed.
Wait, was he also in... Was Donan also in Diablo 3? I'm gonna Google. I'm gonna go to Google right now. Diablo 3 Donan. I guess not. I guess not. I guess no. Can you tell me more about the incident?
It occurred just the other day, in the dead of night. I thought it was a nightmare at first, but unfortunately that is not the case.
Oh my.
I have some things to finish up here, and then we will talk more at the estate.
All right.
Rathma is dead. I brought the prophecy to Inarius so he could unravel its true meaning. I never expected he would kill his son because of it. And now the very thing he wanted, this infernal key to hell, is in Lilith's hands. It must relate to her search for Astaroth.
Wow. Now we're getting some new story. This was not in the beta. So we are in uncharted territories story-wise. Let's go to the estate. Wowzers, trousers, gigglers. Wowzers, trousers.
I'm not ready yet.
Where's the estate? Oh. Far away.
I need time to prepare that.
I don't need time. I'm alright.
And what is the problem exactly?
Oh, the Knights Penitent in Kerrygar destroyed our ale supply. Dumped it right out into the dirt. Said it was bad for the soul.
It is bad for the soul.
For yours, maybe. Mine is damn thirsty.
Fine. Talk to the quartermaster and he will provide compensation.
Eels, like those.
I need time to prepare that.
Walk in the light.
Thank you. Lag in the light. I lag in the light. Where, that's the wrong exit. That is the wrong exit. I'm sort of ready. Okay, chose the wrong way. Hello, hello.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm sort of ready.
Walk in the light.
Thank you. You'll not regret this.
Spare some kindness for an old soldier?
Yes, I would love to, but oh, I can.
Ah, thank you, Wanderer.
Oh, wow.
I was wounded in the days of Ash. I touched the demon.
I know. East Europeanish accent.
I can still feel the fire dancing across my hands, burning the skin away. Everything hurts to touch. Except coin.
Hehe. Hehehe. Okay, we're doing the story, so you're just in time, Karasu, to learn more about this story, and then we'll come back here and do this side quest. I have no time for you for now. We're gonna ignore all of the bears. I actually don't have a wand, so I don't have the animation of the Harry Potter.
I need time to prepare that.
We're slow because we still don't have the horse.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, telling me the story of the thing.
Welcome to Firebreak Manor, traveler.
Hello?
I'm here about the incident. Donan gave me permission to look around.
Incident.
That was all he said.
I must be referring to his study. Something unsettling transpired there.
Oh no. Okay, let's get in. Open the door. Hurry. Right. Let's go. I'm gonna explore all of this. Oh. The First Forest, A Guide to Skullskin, and the Kaui Dulra, written by Braega. Filled with a woman's garment, seemingly untouched for years, a dust-covered note atop clothing reads, crafted by Callum's own royal tailor. They call it silk woven on sunlight. Who better to wear than you, my love? Donan, I know losing your wife has been hard, but do not let that grief blunt Yorin's potential. You cannot shelter him forever. He must be free to find his own way in the world. His faith in the light will shield his danger. Revelant Mother Prava. Where is the angel from Diablo 3? Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear the story. In the basement, which is called a study, but I call it a basement. A large tome edited grimoire of ash. The pages are filled with ancient writings of hell's fire demons. One passage is about Astaroth, the charred duke. New story.
This can't be. I know who you are.
And I know you,
Donan.
Old, tired, each day a struggle to live up to your own legacy.
What do you want with me?
Astaroth.
He's dead.
Astaroth cannot die. Not by your hand. What have you done with him?
Away, demon. I deny you.
You have grown so frail. I can make you the hero you were.
Damn.
Return to the darkness from whence you came. I said away!
Well.
A signal horn.
Wow. Okay. Now things are happening. Are we strong enough to face this challenge? Wait, what's what? There are enemies here.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my gosh.
I need time to prepare.
I guess it's a good thing you've sent your son away.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Wow. That was intense. Okay. Wait. Oh. This is really good. Wow, this is pretty good. Okay, we're doing this. Hello, Maya Major. You're just in time. We're doing Diablo's story. So get comfortable and enjoy some Diablo.
Goatmen. They've never dared come so close to the estate before.
Perhaps they were drawn by Lilith's presence. I saw a vision of her in your study.
What do you mean, a vision?
I don't fully understand how, but it isn't the first time.
Full of surprises, aren't you? No wonder you caught Lorath's attention. Well, now you understand my predicament. The daughter of hatred in my own home. She must be furious I cast her out.
That painting on your wall, who are the others in it?
Why do you ask?
Lilith seemed to leave after seeing them.
Nafane and Arida, the druids who helped me slay Astaroth. Yes. Yes, I think you're onto something. I resisted her, so she might question them about the demon next. There are knights stationed in villages near the druids. If Lilith passed through, they must have seen her.
Yeah, story time.
I must see to the dead here. If I'd known they were in danger, I would have closed off the estate. Damn Lilith. She brought this on them.
Never taking responsibility.
Of course not. Demons are arrogant creatures. She would never accept that our kind could vanquish Astaroth. What troubles me is why she's looking for it. What does she...
But the...
from the realm of hatred. The place Lilith once called home. Perhaps therein lies an answer. I'll have to ponder this more.
But the Nephilim are stronger than demons. What do you mean?
They were like brother and sister to me once. But life has taken us on different paths.
That happens.
Is consumed with her task of watching over the dead. I long for a time we can meet and discuss old histories like we used to. And Nafane, It's a shame he's become so bitter. Lives like a recluse, deep in the woods. Refuses to meet with me. People either praise me or curse me for that decision. There is no middle ground. Druids like Nefane think I've given away their land to the Knights Penitent. What other choice do they think I had? After the days of Ash, we needed help to rebuild and protect Scotland. The cathedral was ready and willing.
I see. Colonized by the cathedral. How nice.
The attack on the manor has left many wounded, and our healing supplies are almost exhausted. Please, could you travel to Kerrigar and ask Corman the alchemist to send anything he can? And tell him to hurry. Every moment is vital.
It's true, every moment is vital. Where do I go? Oh. Oh my gosh.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait, is the... Oh, it's not. Okay. The side quest is not gone. Side quests have stories as well. What is it?
What a waste of knowledge. Look at this. These stone tablets contain some of the earliest written works of my Druidic ancestors. All destroyed.
That's a shame.
In the Gautmar grasslands, I've been stirred into a frenzy recently. They've taken to smashing or even eating our runic tablets. I don't blame the creatures, but we must preserve our history. Surely you see the value in that. Please, retrieve whatever you can.
I do like history. You've come to the right person.
I once schooled the boy Yoren in the old ways. His mother Brega too, as she wrote her chronicles. Both of them had a deep respect for our culture. Brega inspired me to catalogue some of our more ancient artefacts. In doing so, she reminded me of how easily the past can be forgotten.
That is nice that you want to preserve the past. I will help you in this endeavor.
Time to prepare that.
I do like history myself, so... Some people call me a history nerd.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Thought maybe there was a Lilith statue in here.
I need time to prepare that.
So many enemies.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh,
I need time to prepare that.
I'm done. That's nice. Oh gosh. Oh god.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I should always be potioned up.
I need time to prepare that.
I should always have a potion.
I'm not ready yet.
I was able to collect some runic tablets.
There are many lessons, prayers, and seeds of wisdom that have been passed down from Fiacla Ger himself contained within. Life is an endless lesson. There's so much left to learn.
That is true. Life is a lesson. And it is endless lesson. Endless lesson.
Fewer than before, but we remain. So long as the forest speaks, there will be those who listen.
The Force. Star Wars. Oh, the forest, not the Force. The forest. As long as the Force remains. All right, let's go. I'm going now.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Greetings, traveler. Behold the marvelous tales I have to offer.
What is this? Oh, how great. How nice.
I'm not ready yet.
Huh.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, how people are on horses. Need to unlock a horse. Oh, okay. That's nice. That's good to know.
I need time to prepare that.
No mount for me for now.
I need time to prepare that.
Poor man must have his hands full tending to so many wounded. I'll pack up everything I can spare and send it off to him immediately.
Amazing.
The Downs is my home, but Sanctuary is dangerous these days. And my parents, my poor old parents, are getting on in age. Who will protect their home? I would go check on them, but the roads are perilous.
I see.
You could go to my father, Phelan, and see if they need me.
What a coward. Come on. Don't be such a wimp.
I need time to prepare that.
Are you... Can you believe this wimp?
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm gonna check on your mom and dad.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Your thrice damned wardstones didn't do much, Druid.
I told you, they must all be placed to be effective.
Ah, bah, I haven't time for this. I have a farm to run, and this mess to clean up.
They will work, Phelan. You must trust me.
Ah. Ah, you spoke to Corey. Can't believe he even remembers he has a family. I had to throw the loafer out of the house months ago because he refused to work. Didn't hear from him till now. He's better off in Kerrigar. And we are too.
You're better off in Kerrigan too?
Damn bloody goatman attacked again. What does it look like?
I don't know.
Strangers, that was unkind of me. This was the 5th attack this moon. Not sure how many more we can survive. That druid over there brought some ward stones. Supposed to keep the filthy goatman out. If you're up for some honest work, I could use a hand with them.
Oh, wow.
Of course, but keep an eye out. There's bound to be more of those damn things about.
Don't worry. I'll look into it.
All right.
I need time to prepare that.
The goats.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh my gosh. There we go.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
What? Oh. I might have overdone it.
I need time to prepare that.
This is a quest place as well as an event place at the same time. Once again, thank goodness it's not.
I need time to prepare
Okay, where do I...
I need time to prepare
Okay. Last one.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
So this is what got me. The elite mob.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Right, last one.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Wow.
I'm not ready yet.
We'll see how well our tear's magic works. Me, I prefer a more direct deterrent even goatmen can understand. Ah, the damned beasts have moved into the pits at the south end of the Downs. They're led by some big, ugly brute of a thing named Blackhorn. Pfft. Mounting that bastard's head on a pole would teach them what happens to those that attack the Downs.
Oh.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I guess.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Damn.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god, I got stunned. Okay, let me check. Okay, it's still okay. I got stunned. So cheap. I know. No, no, no.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh. I should probably dodge more.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
All right.
I need time to I need time to prepare that.
Hmm.
I'm not ready yet.
What a beast.
I need time to prepare that.
ready yet.
The enemy dying killed me.
I'm not ready yet.
This is embarrassing. You did not see that.
I need time.
Okay. Well, whatever.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Well,
True.
you don't disappoint. Unlike those wardstones. Damn things didn't even last a fortnight. We'll see if mounting this bastard's head works better. Here's your gold as promised.
Well, thanks.
I'm not ready yet.
Let me see if there's a statue of Lilith here. No, there's not.
I need time to prepare that.
Be nice to find some statues of Lilith here. We haven't found any in a long time.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
A bear.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I just want to do the side quest.
I hear the wolves. Always circling, clawing, gnawing at me to join them. I'm still me, for now. But I need help to stay that way. A group of those cathedral knights came through a while back, off to fight the evil in Sarat's lair. One of them had an amulet. The wolves were silent around it. Knights never came back. Perhaps you could find that amulet for me.
Okay.
I need time to prepare.
All right then.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
The game just alt-tabbed on its own. The game just went into alt-tab mode. I have no clue why.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I know.
I need time to prepare that.
I hope it won't happen during like
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Spoopy, yeah, we're doing a quest. My goodness. You can see that Diablo is not super popular among my viewers. But we're gonna do some Diablo and then we're gonna move to some other stuff, so don't worry. What happened here?
I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare that.
Oh, water stuff. It's true, we're gonna do some...
Time to prepare that.
We will start with the stuff from... Fake Alec Kyle Parker.
Family favour. We've got a spider problem on the farm, and the wife will have my head if I don't see to it. I reckon there's a nest somewhere about. Round up those idiot cousins of ours. Bring a jug of blotgut. Do this one.
My gosh.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
All right. Oh.
I need more time.
Hey, let's go. I'm ready.
I need time to do that. I need time to prepare.
Die, spider.
I need more time.
This is your end. What do you say to that, huh? Got nothing on me. A trap. I will not be caught in a trap.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I can almost. I can almost upgrade my potion further.
I need more time.
What is this place so big? All right.
I am determined to do that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
All right. Almost done with this dungeon in particular.
I need time to do that.
Okay.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, let's destroy this.
I need time to do that.
I need more time.
Okay, almost done with this dungeon.
I need time to I need time to do that.
I need more time.
A boss?
I need more time.
I think I know this boss.
I need more time.
I have time to do that.
I need more time.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I need time to do that.
I need more time.
I need time to do that.
I need more time.
Okay, now I need to like focus a lot.
I need more time.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I need more time. I need more time.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
more time.
Oh my god. Oh.
I need time to do that.
I'm not ready yet.
Amazing. I'm gonna die again. Oh my god. Ah. That's great. Okay, I'm just gonna return there later. Oh my god.
I need more time.
Okay, we need to do a few things. Oh, come on. Are the mobs really sniping me like that? Oh my god. Huh. Oh, the save point changed. Interesting. It's not in that first city anymore.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Thanks. So I need to upgrade my oh, here we go. I need this lady. Oh no, not yet. Oh damn. I was sure I'd be able to. I was sure I'd be able to, sort of. Wow. I was mistaken, I guess. Fire build means you're often roasted duck? Yes. Almost always, actually. Roasted by the monsters? Yeah. Apparently the better build is the ice build. So the one I did not build.
I need more time. I need more time.
I need time to do that.
What a horrible boss.
I need more time.
do that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to do that.
This will take me a while. Not an easy boss. At least for me.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I need more time.
I need time to do that.
I need more time. I need more time.
I'm too weak. Oh my god.
I need time to prepare.
I need more time.
Why am I so weak?
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I need more time.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I need time to do that.
Oh my gosh.
I need time to do that.
What the hell?
I need time to prepare.
Okay, that's...
I need more time.
time to do that. I have time to do that.
Ah! Oh my god! Why am I so weak? I can't believe it. I'm so weak. Roasted duck non-stop. Oh god. So as you can see, it is actual reality. Me being the roasted duck. Maybe I should level up the equipment. I'm gonna rage against the machines.
See some steel you need?
Yeah, I do. I need to level up this stuff.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Oh.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
To me. Of course.
There's a good one.
My gosh.
Horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Hopefully, I'll be able to. I'm gonna use some gems as well. We're going all out with this, boss. We're doing the full treatment. Okay, armor, weapon. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the damage. What else? What else? I guess that's it. Okay. Right, now let's see how I will do against the boss with all the upgrades and cheats and... Well, it's not exactly cheats, it's just I got better stuff now. Right, let's go. Let's do this. I'm ready now. I'm more ready than ever. I'm more ready than ever before I have been ready.
I need more time. more time. I need more time.
Oh.
I need time to do.
Whoa. My God.
I need time to do.
I need more time. I need more time.
Oh my God.
I need more time.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I need more time.
I need time to
I need more time.
I need time to do that.
Oh my God.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to do that.
Feels like I'm literally playing this game on extra difficulty for some reason. You're done, mother quacker. All right. Well, that was tough, wasn't it? Ah. The monsters have been roasted. Thank you, gigglers. Oh my goodness. What an exciting development. We've done the quest as well.
I need time to prepare.
That was tough. We are playing the game on the higher difficulty than, you know, the regular one, so maybe that's understandable. Ooh. What does this do?
I need time to
I need more time.
I need time to do that.
And the dungeon has not been fully explored yet even. Oh my god.
Time to do that.
It's the butcher. Oh, I suspect it's gonna be a while before I'll be able to defeat the butcher.
I need time to do that.
Jesus. Oh, fresh meat. Yeah, the butcher. that feeling when you get into a trap on purpose.
I need more time.
All right, let's actually do some main story, not just side quests. I keep getting distracted by side quests. And we are all here for the main story, no? It's a face. Oh my gosh. It's a face.
I need time to do that.
I almost died just now. I almost died just now.
Let me see that. Oh, I can feel it already. The calls are fading. Thank you, kind stranger. I don't
Damn.
know how much longer I could have resisted without this.
Right, where's the main quest? Here. And here. And here. Where do we go? I think that's the best thing to do.
I need time to do that.
Will a statue? No. Or maybe. Maybe. No.
The demon set the glen ablaze. Donan and the druids made it pay. The days of ash have gone away, but ne'er forget their passing.
Amazing.
I
That is so amazing. Oh.
I need more time.
So this path is locked.
I need more time.
There must be a little statue somewhere around here.
Greetings.
I got help from other players. How nice.
I need more time.
Oh.
I need more time.
Wow. Well, no Lilith statue here.
Time to do that.
It's been a while since I found one. It's worrying.
I need time to do that.
Level 40. And to think that the max level was level 20 in the beta. Where's the quest? The main one.
I need more time.
Wood will bend like grass in the wind when the spirits arrive. Physical barriers alone will not be enough.
Alright.
Dirt scrolling will give the dead greater pause.
You picked a fine time to visit Brestag, Wanderer. The whetstones are singing. Hearts are pounding. Sweet music for a red day.
Donan sent me.
At least you're not another night penitent.
At least. It is us who will protect this village with our lives.
Let it be.
There is an ominous fog uphill. Mad spirits emerge from it. They'll be here shortly.
Oh no.
Here to help us ward them off.
Yes.
I seek a demon who passed through.
So, that's what it was. Well, this day keeps getting better, doesn't it?
It does.
We went uphill to Erida's domain. But unless you want to join the spirits, I wouldn't go there. It's best you stay with us.
I can lead you to Erida.
Out of the question.
I'll be safe. Donan puts his trust in this traveler. So shall we all. Tell me when you're ready to move.
I'm ready to move.
Mind what lurks in the fog, and return as soon as you can. Donan will have my head if anything happens to you.
Maybe.
The roads are thick with fog, so the fastest route to the hills is east, through the Weeping Cairns.
Oh. I see. You're joining me.
I need more time.
Well, that's that is certainly interesting.
I need time to do this.
Statue of Lilith?
I need more time.
Nope. Maybe here. Statue of Lilith?
I need more time.
Atone for thy sins. Atone for thy sins.
I need more time.
Okay, let's go. A quest awaits us. The main story quest, that is.
I need more time.
Are those bodies over there? I see the entrance to the cairns below. There should be a path to the east that will lead us there.
Wow. Lilith statue? No. Oh, there has to be a Lilith statue there. I'm gonna go.
Time to do that.
I can feel it in my bones.
I need time to do that.
This little thing. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it. I just knew it. I knew this would happen. From the very beginning, I knew.
I need time to do that.
Oh my god. It's true. Now we only have to find... Oh. Oh gosh. A lot more. The map is pretty big, actually.
I need time to do that.
That's the entrance to the cairns ahead. Wait, why is the passage blocked?
I don't know. How should I know?
It's sealed, but there's writing. They look like old druid runes. The Song of Wind, the Howl of... Oh no, they're coming.
Hurry.
All right. Ale du gro ani do.
Suddenly change the language.
It's a chant. The chant will open the way. Light, protect us. Hold them off.
Done.
I need more time.
There we go. Well, the story stuff is easy now.
It worked.
Right, let me in.
The spirits from their rest.
Let me in. Okay, let me in. Oh. It's a dungeon. A quest. Story dungeon. Maybe. Or I don't know what that is. Oh wait, I guess it is. Okay, let's go.
Concern.
I need more time.
Time to do that.
Okay, let's go.
This chamber is just how my father described it.
You've never been here?
Only through the stories he told. Erida would not have barred the path of the dead like this. The spirits should be free to roam within the earth.
Lilith?
Strange. The door is locked with an earthen seal. What was it my father said about this? Ward stones, that's it.
If you bring me one from the nearby cairns, I think I can open the way.
How convenient.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
I think we're gonna stop Diablo after this quest. We've been doing Diablo for a long time today.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I need more time. I need more time.
All right, let's go. We can go back now. Let's go.
I need more time.
Leidal Hal il Oskal. That did it.
That was quick.
Maybe this will ease the dead. It's a start, at least. Demonic markings.
Lilith's been here.
Something's written on the altar. By stone and root, by tears and pain, we bear this flame that must remain. dead eyes stained with ash and ember. Cursed are we who must remember. An elegy written by Erida. This is a memorial to all who died fighting Astaroth.
The weak perish. All ash forgotten.
Wait! We are not your enemy!
Too late.
I need more time.
You clearly see me as your enemy. You will perish. Oh man.
I need more time.
She must be bending these heroes to her will. Erida would never stand for it. Unless... Oh, something has happened to her.
We don't know that yet. Come on.
How optimistic.
I need more time.
Oh god, no potions? Thank you. I can't believe I had no potions.
I need more time.
Lilith has spoken.
This must be the cairn of the elders. So much defiled. Demonic scars upon their grave and druid runes to rouse the dead. These runes, the delicate touch. This is Erida's work. Why would you be aligned with the demon?
You know.
I have seen others fall under Lilith's control.
Erida was sworn to keep the dead at peace. What do we do?
We'll need to stop her.
Right. Solutions are found ahead, not behind, as Father says.
True. That is true.
What would the ancients think of me? My people are forgetting the old ways, growing weaker. They look to the cathedral for safety and protection, even for faith. And yet here I remain in the shadows, watching it all slip away.
Well, well. Unfortunate. And it cannot be helped. Can it? We're gonna get our answers now. Or not?
Hear that? Something screaming in rage ahead.
A boss.
That was one of the revered dead from the cairns.
Returned to the worms. May they find rest.
Arlo,
Did you think we'd so easily join the dead, lad? How did you find your way up here?
through the cairns.
Through them? Mighty brave of you. And mighty foolish.
Interesting.
Erida came for a visit. Dad gave her salt and water. She thanked him, then went on her way. I wanted to go with, help her sing to the dead, but Dad didn't let me. Said that we share the hills with the druid, but her work is not our work.
That's fair, I guess, maybe.
Erida came through with a horned woman. Not her normal company, to be sure.
Ah, Lilith.
They headed towards Solitude, the top of the hill. The sound of Erida's Talharpa carried with the wind. And then, this madness began. If your aim is to follow them, you won't get far with all this fog. It seems to be drawn to the risen remains. We spotted others in the hills before this one tore from the earth.
I'll stay here and protect these two. The fog is too near to leave them undefended.
The stones defend us, lad. I remember when you were still
Staying, Arlo.
stubborn like your father.
Okay, we're gonna continue this next time. Because I do want to do some stuff that's not just related to the game. So, we're finishing the game for now. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. We're gonna rename the title of the stream. And we're gonna... ouch. Oh. And we're gonna... We are going to talk about the topic, the mainer topic. Wait, I'm gonna check something. Carl Parker. Where are those videos? Three minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, we're gonna do those first. Be right back. Okay, now it's time. How should I title this? But before that, we are going to take a quick, oh God. Oh, that's slow. Wait, what am I? Alert box. Alert box can be in the middle. Okay, so a bit bigger. So what I wanna do there we go. Is to watch 2 quick videos and then we can continue with the actual topic. But Fake Alec Kyle Parker asked me to watch these 2 videos. They're very short, so we will.
Just yesterday, Barack Obama was reelected to a second term as president, but that doesn't mean it's too early to start looking ahead at potential GOP candidates for 2016. Some experts say a front-runner has already emerged in the form of this shrieking white-hot sphere of pure rage. The sphere seen here decimating homes in a small Maryland town is testing through the roof with conservatives who were disappointed with Obama's victory last night. Jason Copeland, why is this thing so popular?
Well, Andrea, look, this screaming orb just might be the only one who really taps into the deep-seated, seething fury felt by so many Republicans right now.
That's true.
This thing is young, it's exciting, it feeds off fear and terror. It's no wonder conservatives are raving about it.
Mitt Romney just didn't get me fired up enough to vote. But that sphere of anger really speaks to me. Usually through my television or in my nightmares. It's got me building this hive.
Now, we know the thing is popular, but does this rage sphere actually want to run for president?
Well, Andrea, it hasn't said no. I mean, when interviewed, the howling conservative plasma orb reportedly said, quote, a loud whirring sound, some unintelligible shrieks, bow before me, more piercing violent shrieks, guns, not our America, and then it just repeated faggots at a deafening pitch for hours and hours.
Okay, but that sounds pretty non-committal,
Well,
Jason.
that's right. I mean, look, if Republicans want this thing to run, they're going to have to find some way to trap it, communicate with it,
Absolutely.
steer it in the right direction. Some conservative leaders have already begun offering sacrifices of virgins and livestock,
Okay.
which is a good first step, obviously.
And Jason,
so,
now,
I mean,
we are getting some
Yeah.
breaking news right now that the Sphere is making further political inroads. Apparently, Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina has just an hour ago resigned his seat in the Senate to the beast. In an official statement that we have here, Burr said, quote, "It will do better than I ever could. Nowhere to run. Lead me to my end. I am worthless. It owns us." That's a quote, Jason.
Big development there.
Yeah, so grows the orb. Now, Jason, is it too soon to speculate as to who the Sphere might pick as its running mate?
Well, I can't see the Sphere picking anyone other than the dark, ominous cloud of racism that the Republicans love so much.
Oh, right. I mean, it's been around for years. It has experience.
And if the party gets serious about its ground game in Iowa and the Maelstrom's able to maintain cohesion without exploding and exterminating life on this planet, I think we can expect the announcement of a white-hot Sphere horrible lurking fog ticket as early as Christmas 2015.
Thank you, Jason. Later in the hour,
Thanks,
we'll
Andrea.
take an in-depth look at some early frontrunners for the Democrats, including Joe Biden, Martin O'Malley, and the magical arc of empty promises.
Damn. Joe Biden. Did they predict Joe Biden running? Okay. They actually okay. That's
An update now on a legal battle emerging around the Onion News Network's own Jode Kressbeckler. After the shocking story yesterday that a group of assailants attacked Congressman William Cummings, tied him to a horse, and dragged him through a briar patch, some are now saying these statements from Mr. Kressbeckler last week may have incited the attack.
This bootlegging Congressman Cummings ought to be tied to a horse and drugged through a briar patch.
And Congressman Cummings appeared to implicate Kressbeckler shortly after the incident.
They just kept coming at me and saying, Jode Kressbeckler told us to do this, and so we're doing it. Oh, dang briars.
For more, we're joined by Onion News Network legal expert Andrew Sharp. Now, Andrew, these accusations against Mr. Kressbeckler won't hold up in court, will they?
No, I don't imagine they will. Mr. Kressbeckler's show is billed as an opinion and entertainment program.
Yes,
and
it
he
is.
even calls himself nothing but a caterwauling old badger, so the claim that he would incite people to violence seems pretty far-fetched.
But Congressman Cummings' camp is saying Jode's rhetoric was inflammatory,
Yep.
specifically the point in the segment where he displayed a map of Congressman Cummings' home in relation to the nearest briar patch, told his viewers where to purchase a, quote, good pulling horse, and used a life-size dummy of Congressman Cummings to demonstrate effective knot tying techniques.
Right. You know, I think most reasonable people would see that as simply a ribald political satire.
Right.
Briar patch is obviously a metaphor for the prickly political atmosphere in Washington, and drag from a horse means something else.
Makes sense to me. But yet it seems the media is pegging him as some kind of a violent monster.
Right, but if that were the case, then why were there 0 instances of violence last weekend at Jode's rally to make sure someone physically drags Congressman Cummings through a briar patch? And then there's the fact that Jode actually sent a message of support to Congressman Cummings this morning.
You know, he did. Let's take a look at that again.
Congressman, feel like I've been a little too tough on you before, and
oh
I'm
my God.
make amends. So come on and shake the hand of my little friendship twig. God, shake it.
Now they're somehow managing to spin that act of kindness as a negative.
It really is truly amazing.
It's remarkable.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much for your
You
perspective.
are welcome. Thank you.
Moving on, a new study finds ancient deer may have been up to 5 times more interesting than modern deer.
Oh my God. All right. Okay, we're getting to the main story now. So as you may know, I'm going to put it on the screen. There is a organization within Russia that is supposedly, apparently, the only source of pretty accurate, or at least not inaccurate, not propagandized information from Russia. It is called the Levada Center, right? And I have received from Anastasia a thing to read, which I have. Where is it? The link. Here we go. Will tell us Russians have little compassion for the Ukrainians. Opinion researcher Lev Gutkov. So this is information from Russia, which is apparently one of the only, this institute called Levada Center is one of the only, if not the only, not tainted by propaganda org. Actually, we're gonna look at the Levada Center first before we go into the article itself. The Levada Center is a Russian independent non-governmental polling and sociological research organization. It is named after its founder, the first Russian professor of sociology, Yuri Levada, 1930-2006. The center traces back its history to 1987, when the All-Union Public Opinion Research Center, VTSEOM, was founded under the leadership of academician Tatiana Zaslavskaya, being one of the largest Russian research companies. The Levada Center regularly conducts its own and commissioned polling and marketing research. In 2016, it was labeled a foreign agent under the 2012 Russian Foreign Agent Law. Right. So Russia thinks this institute is bad and sus. So yeah. A pro-Kremlin group, Anti-Maidan, has been seeking the Levada Center's blacklisting. The Moscow Times has reported on 11 July 2016, adding that in a statement in its website, Anti-Maidan had claimed that, commissioned by the US military, this Russian investigative service, Levada, gathered information in Moscow and Russia's regions. Wisconsin University acted as an intermediary between the Pentagon and the Levada Center. So there you go. Levada Center, a pretty good source of information as to what's going on in Russia. So, Lev Gutkov investigates what makes Russians stick with his independent opinion research institute. In an interview, he discusses the lack of morals in his home country, Russia's victim mentality, and fears of nuclear war. So we're getting a bit of a glimpse. This is a photo. Civilian casualties in Kyiv. Russia is besieging Ukraine with missiles and drones. Outside in the winter rain, people are strolling along the illuminated Nikolskaya Street toward a red square, past vendors and an ice skating rink. Up on the second floor of an 18th century building, away from the hustle and bustle, Lev Gutkov is sitting at his desk, showing tables on his computer screen. The pollster can judge how Russians think in a way that few others can. The 76-year-old is the scientific director of the Levada Center, the only independently operating opinion research institute in Russia. When Gutkov surveyed the mood among people in Russia shortly after the war began, it was a watershed moment, he says. At the time, 68% of respondents supported the attack on Ukraine. 10 months later, the picture he paints is even bleaker. So as you can see, a lot of people have supported the war effort, but it seems that as time went on, this sentiment has not lowered in the slightest. Okay. Okay, so Der Spiegel, Mr. Gutkov. This is like an interview. So this article sets the stage for the entry sets the stage for the interview. So we should start reading the interview. So there we go. Der Spiegel. Mr. Gutkov, President Vladimir Putin recently said at the special operation proceeding apace, everything is stable. To what extent are Russians subscribing to that narrative, especially following the Russian army's setbacks in Kharkiv and Kherson? Gutkov. State propaganda is still managing to forge a broad consensus. Most recently, the majority of respondents, 53%, believe that the military operation in Ukraine has been a success. These are mainly people who watch state television and have little access to the internet, older Russians. But there is also another smaller element of society, 1/3 of respondents who say the operation has been unsuccessful. So basically, older people think it's all good, and younger people think it's not as successful. Probably, if anything, due to having the access to the internet, right? Like, it's a similar problem to Poland, actually, that many people who are brainwashed by the right wing only watch the state television. It's basically the only television they watch. So they get basically only the party line through the television. And I'm assuming that it's like that in Russia, but 50 times worse. What reasons do people give for their skepticism? They say the operation is taking too long, that no progress has been made. People worry almost exclusively about their own country's military defeat. The chaos in the army, the incompetence of the leadership. For years, they were told that the Russian army was the strongest and had miracle weapons, but that myth has evaporated. So basically, the Russian pride is being tested. The Russian pride is being grinded to dust. And I think that's a good thing, actually. But it is interesting that even though, from what I know, Russia has experienced maybe not huge defeats, but at least quite a few times Russia has not been successful in its goals when it comes to military conquest. So I'm not sure how the myth of the strongest army in the world could still have been maintained. Der Spiegel. The war itself isn't being questioned. No, the attacks on Ukraine and the massacres play no role. The Russians have little compassion for the Ukrainians. Almost no one here talks about the fact that people are being killed in Ukraine. So in other words, people don't really care about killing people in another country. They just care about the pride of the army, about being the strongest, the best, and they are getting angry and annoyed that the special operation, quote unquote, is not over yet. That's it. It has nothing to do with the respect of human life or anything else like that. So there we have it. It's like a combinational thing. I think this sort of lack of respect for people's life has been almost instilled into the Russian population over the years. And people that have had things to do with Russia have noticed this. Like Czechoslovakia that has been invaded and other countries. They sort of understand that. For example, Czechoslovakia wrote to the Polish soldiers, don't shoot at us because you're not the same as Russians. So please don't act as them. It's very... It is a very well understood fact, the disregard of Russian people of the life of foreigners. We have it. Next question. Lev Gutkov in his office at the Levada Center, Russian society is amoral. Amoral. Der Spiegel. Can you quantify that, Gutkov? The share is just 1.5 to 2% of respondents, and only an average of 10% of the population feels guilt and shows empathy. Russian society is amoral. Of course, they don't want war, but people behave submissively, passively, and don't want to engage in open conflict with the state. So this is the thing that I've been talking about for a while now, I think, that there's this sense of apathy within the Russian society. And I know that I've known about this phenomenon ever since I've been a young teen. And I actually, when I was a young teen, I sort of assumed that it was because the Soviet Union sort of broke its society, so to speak, and that caused this sense of apathy and helplessness when it comes to trying to defy the state. I'm not sure how it was. I would have to look into it, how it was before the Soviet Union. But a huge atmosphere of lack of trust, of secret police, and on telling on one another was instilled in people during the era of, especially at the peak of Stalin's terror in the Soviet Union. Yeah, I always assumed that the desire to challenge the state was just knocked out of them. Yeah. Through years and years of terror and indoctrination. Express poll results initially held back. So they avoid it, asks Der Spiegel. The war has exposed mechanisms in society that have existed since Soviet times. Out of habit, people identify with the state and adopt its rhetoric about their fatherland's struggle against fascism and Nazism. Just like they did in Soviet times to justify the situation, it's all been present in people's minds for quite some time, and propaganda has activated these patterns. They block out any compassion and empathy for what is happening in Ukraine. Those feelings only apply to their own dead and wounded soldiers. Our men. See, this is quite dangerous, and because the element of our thing is it is not an uncommon sentiment when it comes to nationalism, when people in the country will say, oh, we are receiving refugees, we are helping their children, but what about our children? What about our starving? What about our poor? And I think this is this sort of mentality, but just taken to the extreme in wartime. Is that the response you expected? Gutkov, no. This passivity and submissiveness is disappointing. We conducted an express telephone survey on February 27th, right after the war began. At that time, I still thought that the reaction would be very critical of the war, but I was wrong. 68% supported the war. I was categorically opposed to publishing that poll. Our employees were horrified at first. We had spent money on it, which we as an institute don't have much of. But publishing such data in a situation like that would have only added fuel to the fire. We released the poll publicly later in March, after government institutes had released their data. According to your polls, approval for the war was even increased after that. Yes, it has been consistently over 70%. A Russian soldier who, according to Ukrainian army, was killed near Kharkiv. Total censorship. More than 10,000 men are reported to have been killed in this war, according to independent Russian media, and tens of thousands according to Western sources. Are people aware of the losses? And here it where it gets a bit interesting. Not really. We are experiencing total censorship. Facebook and Twitter are blocked, as are many internet media outlets. The share of those who know how to circumvent the blockages through VPNs has risen from around 6 to 8% to 23%. But it is still small. They are mostly younger, educated residents of the larger cities. The predominant share of the population is still exposed to propaganda. For the clear majority, especially older Russians, the only authoritative sources of information are the state television channels, which is sort of the case for older people in Poland as well, unfortunately. Very few are willing to take any responsibility for the war. The young people are more critical. Gutkov. It is important to see the relationship. The most recent data shows that 18 to 24-year-olds, 59% supported the war, whereas 34% were opposed. By comparison, among Russians of retirement age, 79% were in favor of the war and 16% were opposed. At the same time, however, 65% of young people thought that the attacks in Ukraine should be stopped in order to start negotiations. This shows the contradiction in people's minds. On the one hand, is their identification with the state. On the other, there is the personal level, the concern for their own lives. They are potentially subject to military service and may be drafted. They can't like the war. They are not clear about the goals of the war, which are constantly changing. Sometimes they are fighting against the fascists in Ukraine, and at others against NATO. On top of that is the growing anti-Putin sentiment. Only 5 years ago, this age group had the most Putin supporters. I spoke at the time of the Putin youth, but that doesn't exist in the same way any longer. And negative attitudes are growing even among the slightly older, among those up to 30. What follows from that? The war has become routine, says Lev Gutkov. Laughs briefly before growing serious. Even if these younger people don't want war, don't want the war and are better informed by the internet, they still go along with it submissively. Very few are willing to take any responsibility for the war. It all reminds me of the behavior of people in the Soviet Union when they were sent to the collective farms to harvest crops. None of the students liked digging potatoes out of the ground, but they did anyway because they knew that resistance and open protest would lead to total social exclusion. And that's how it is today as well. Fear of isolation, which is a pretty big fear in societies. Is this also the reason why there are no protests? Many in Ukraine and the West are wondering why almost no Russians are taking to the streets against the war. Gutkov. The willingness to participate in protests has fallen sharply in recent months. People are afraid of the police and of repressions. The number of political prisoners is in the hundreds, but the main thing is the fear of isolation. If you go against the majority, I've been asking in our surveys for years, are you willing to fight if necessary? And always more than 50% answer, Whether my country is right or not, I am ready. Of course, many of them don't really want to fight. They're just behaving in purely conformist way toward the state. We have seen that those who could ran away and left the country. Security forces arrest demonstrators in St. Petersburg. The willingness to protest has declined sharply in recent months. Der Spiegel. But there are wives and mothers who have publicly demanded that their conscripted husbands and sons be provided with better clothing and weapons or be withdrawn from the front. Pardon the comparison, says Gutkov in response. But if I feed my dog later than usual, he doesn't bark at me. He barks at the corner where the food usually is. It's the same with these women. In principle, they are opposed to the war, but they can't say so they grumble about the army's poor equipment. Der Spiegel. Putin consistently invokes the heroic death of Russian soldiers. Does this militaristic pathos work? Gutkov. Hardly. When the mobilization was announced, it was a shock. People saw it as a sign that defeat loomed. In August, 48% were in favor of continuing the fight, while 44% favored peace negotiations. After the mobilization in October, it flipped. 57% were in favor of peace talks, whereas only 36% wanted to continue fighting. What kind of peace negotiations do the Russians envision? And this once again shows a bit of chauvinism as well as lack of touch with reality. They have few ideas about that. They don't understand that in the current situation, Ukraine would not accept such talks. It shows the imperial arrogance of the society. The point of view of the other is not understood or accepted. In November, the number of supporters of peace talks fell again. The mood calmed down somewhat after the first phase of mobilization was declared to be over. Der Spiegel. And the same thing will happen when the next mobilization is announced? Gutkov. A majority of people believe that Putin is lying when he speaks of partial mobilization. 66% think he will continue the mobilization. I don't think people will be that shocked again. The war has become routine. So again, we're getting this apathy that I keep talking about. People might be shocked for a bit, people might get angry for a bit, but eventually the apathy settles in and people just passively go along with what's being said and demanded of them. What is the prevailing mood in society? Gutkov. Uncertainty. People are very afraid that the economic situation will deteriorate further, that this war could escalate into an all-out war with the entire West. This is a very painful reaction to Putin's threat to possibly use nuclear weapons. In other words, this fear has strong inward effects as well, and not just in the West. Gutkov. The war was feared here before it even began. It was there for a long time in the collective consciousness. People were prepared for it. All the talk about blowing up America and turning it into nuclear dust if something happened was there years before. The fear of nuclear war has been built up here since the annexation of Crimea. Soviet stereotypes were serviced such as the complex of Russians supposedly living in a besieged fortress, being victims and not being liked by anyone. These are deep-seated mechanisms based on militaristic and anti-Western ideology. They are taken for granted, especially by older people, and do not require any confirmation or argumentation. It's true to the motto, we have always known how things are. I'm already old. It's too late for me to move away, says Lev Gutkov. Der Spiegel. Putin has now been in power for more than 22 years. What distinguishes the Homo Putinus, a term you coined? Gutkov, yes, and I was immediately accused of Russophobia and slander by everyone. Der Spiegel. From the Homo Sovieticus. Gutkov. In my opinion, Homo Putinus is a continuation of Homo Sovieticus, but the former is deeply cynical, confused, and disoriented. Homo Sovieticus knew that life was not rich, that there was a constant lack of something, be it goods or variety, but they believed that things would get better with time, and this top-down optimism was essential. Now, there is no longer any hope. The people in power are discredited. They are considered corrupt and selfish. They place themselves above the law and treat people as though they are replaceable. But they do defend the national interest, and that achievement is credited to Putin. He has restored Russia's authority on the international stage. Despite all the fear, the Homo Putinus hopes that Putin will protect the country from the West and lead it out of the economic crisis, as he did during the first years of his presidency. I see. I see like a woman in a red army uniform on the Red Square on the Day of People's Unity in November. Putin has sought over the years to restore Russia's authority on the international stage. How interesting. Der Spiegel. So the real enemy was always the West, not Ukraine. Gutkov. The responsibility is seen as lying with the United States, NATO, and Europe. Ukraine is not regarded as a sovereign state. Which, is not news to anyone. Poland is probably the same, not seen by Russia as a sovereign state. And Lithuania for that matter. And Belarus is just a puppet state right now. Gutkov. As recently as the end of 2013, when the Maidan protests began in Kyiv, an absolute majority of 75% said there was no need to interfere in Ukraine's internal affairs. They felt the question of integration into the European Union was Ukraine's business. Only 22% thought this should be prevented by all means, including militarily. Once Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, who is loyal to the Kremlin, fled Ukraine, the tone changed drastically. Russian propaganda spoke of a coup d'etat initiated by the USA. Very interesting that all the Western Marxist-Leninist lefty types parrot this propaganda. I've heard this during debates. I've heard this from that TikToker that debated Vosh. I've heard it, I think, even, I'm not sure that it was brought up during the panel with Anastasia, but I know that it was brought up it almost all of the debates that Dylan had about Ukraine. So yeah, Russian propaganda spoke of the coup d'etat. There was talk of fascists coming to power, a label that absolutely dehumanizes the enemy. Do sanctions have an effect on Homo Putinus? Do sanctions have an effect on the Homo Putinus? Gutkov. Only about 18 to 20% of Russians feel the effects directly. The wealthier urban middle class, most say they haven't been affected. The poorer ones are busy just trying to survive. For them, the sanctions take place on TV. Der Spiegel. Putin's approval ratings are stably high, exceeding 80%, just as they were after the annexation of Crimea. Gutkov. There was euphoria then, but it is completely absent now. The state propaganda artificially maintains his high polling rates. Putin isn't a charismatic person, but he is portrayed as one. Smoke rises over the airport near Kursk in the border area with Ukraine. The tone of coverage of the war on state television has changed. Der Spiegel. What must happen for this approval rating to drop? Gutkov. A military defeat. You can see that the shelling of border regions and of military bases is affecting people. You can hear that the tone of the war coverage on state television has changed. There was criticism of the army leadership. Margarita Simonian. Der Spiegel. The editor-in-chief of the state broadcast RT, Gutkov, says that we will all end up in court in The Hague, from the janitor right up to the leaders. The certainty of victory is gone, and yet many still hold out hope that the Ukrainian army can be defeated. These are the contradictions that exist side by side. Der Spiegel. In the Soviet Union, people were promised a bright future. What future do they see for themselves under Putin? Gutkov. The view of the future has shrunk to the horizon of a few weeks. More than half of respondents say, I don't know what will happen in a month. It isn't possible to plan or to save the money that most don't have anyway. People understand that the war will last for a long time. Der Spiegel. You paint a bleak picture. What effect does all this have on you personally? Gutkov. I would call it depression, an occupational hazard, but the total mistrust of the independent Russian media and of political scientists is particularly bad. Many refuse to accept our data and explanations. Again and again, questions arise as to how polls can be conducted at all in a totalitarian state and in war, when everyone is afraid and doesn't want to answer how credible the data can be. Der Spiegel. Justified concerns? Gutkov. No, of course we can do surveys. We go to great lengths to verify the reliability of our data. We usually conduct in-person interviews that last about an hour instead of short 10-minute phone calls. Our interviews first build trust in such surveys so that the meaning of the questions becomes clear to the respondents. They repeat questions to clarify how reliable the respondents' answers are. People are not afraid to answer. That is a total misconception. The response rate hasn't changed that much in recent months. It is between 24 and 26%. For comparison, in Germany, it is only slightly higher at 28 to 33%. So it's pretty okay. Der Spiegel. What future does sociology have in Russia? Gutkov exhales heavily. The vast majority of sociologists work for the leadership. Each governor has a sociological service. The sole purpose is to secure the interests of the state. We have collaborated with very good universities, done projects, but that will probably all end. Der Spiegel. You have maintained in Russia and are speaking out publicly and very critically. Gutkov. This is the meaning of my life, my duty. I'm already old. It's too late for me to move away. We can't plan far ahead here at the Levada Center. The authorities could say tomorrow that we are engaged in anti-national activities. If that happens, we have to assume we would be shut down. Der Spiegel. Aren't you afraid? Gutkov. It would be dumb not to be afraid. Der Spiegel. Mr. Gutkov, we thank you for this interview. So there we have it. A pretty good overview of how Russians feel, of how Russians see the war, of how Russians see Ukraine, how the society sees the necessity for negotiations, but more importantly, how they see the negotiations themselves, that they don't really take into consideration the Ukrainian side at all, and that Ukraine is not even treated as a sovereign country to begin with. And it's all pretty bleak, to be quite honest. As we are entering, well, that is actually inaccurate. As we are already in the counteroffensive, it might be what is needed. If Ukraine manages to win the counteroffensive and in the long run manages to win the war, it could be the push for changes that are so necessary in Russia. I actually remember also when I was small being hopeful about changes being done in Russia in the post-communist era. Well, I was just a few years old, so I didn't know or understand much, but I know that there was this atmosphere of hopefulness that Russia would undergo a change. And as we know, it didn't. Okay. Here's another material that I really like for us to go over. It is about Ukraine's counteroffensive, which could change the world. Crimea is key. So we've seen a pretty nice overview of how Russian society reacted to all of this. And now we're going to watch a video about the counteroffensive.
Ukraine's counteroffensive could shape world politics for decades. If Ukraine liberates all territory under Russian occupation,
that's the hope. That is the hope.
Putin could fall. If Ukraine fails, she could lose Western support. On the line is Europe's security and the preeminent role of the West in global politics. Why is the counteroffensive such a big deal? Does Ukraine have the right strategic goals? What's Putin's game plan? What should the West, whose response so far has been unproactive and confused, do now? Ukraine's theory of victory is ambitious and even frightening to Western policymakers. It may entail regime change in Moscow. It means pushing toward the Sea of Azov, breaking the Russian land bridge to Crimea, and cutting off.
That will actually be good, in my opinion. I also think there's a need for a huge shift in societal mentality when it comes to Russia. It has happened in Germany after World War II, and it has also happened in Japan after World War II. And I think there's a dire need for something like that happening in Russia as well.
Supply lines to Crimea. Ukraine's theory of victory says, if we head for Crimea, even if we don't take it, that may still prove existential for the Kremlin. And the Ukrainians are right. Crimea has both ordinary and extraordinary meaning for the Kremlin. Crimea is an ineliminable part of Russia's imperial self-image, the way, say, Belgorod actually isn't. But how does this lead to victory? First, getting to Crimea may require a morale-mediated Russian military collapse. And the Russian army does have an insoluble morale problem. Russia's army reflects the fatalism and despair of life in small Russian towns. And Russians don't really know why they're there. They feel the war is existential for them, but not for Russia. And Russia's extraordinary devolution of its monopoly over organized violence means some of these soldiers don't know who they're fighting for and who they represent. Second, Ukraine's theory of victory requires that the imminent prospect of losing Crimea will lead to regime change in Moscow. Now, why is
I would hope that it will. I've already talked about this, but I really hope that it goes beyond just a regime change. Because I don't think that a regime change alone will change anything. Like, there was a regime change after the fall of the Soviet Union, and here we are, right?
Is that step necessary for Ukraine? It's necessary because if Putin survives losing Crimea, which would be difficult for him to do, he will not stop fighting the war. This is really important to understand. It's an illusion to think that if Putin loses Crimea, he'll stop fighting. This is not a tennis match in which getting back Crimea is like completing a set for Ukraine. If Putin loses and he gets thrown out of the tennis court, he'll still be in the car park throwing in rocks and hoping to recapture Crimea in 2028. So anything less than an extraordinary military overachievement by Ukraine, leading to a dissolution of regime cohesion in Moscow, is likely to keep the war going and open the door for Putin's theory of victory, to which we now turn. Putin knows that the West is unconditionally committed to Ukraine's survival, but only partially committed to a full Ukrainian victory. He wants to exploit our partial commitment to hold on until our unconditional commitment to Ukraine's survival goes away. Commentators I admire say that Putin won't stop until he realizes that the war is a mistake. But I think he can't stop. His conviction that he is right.
That is a scary thought, because I certainly hope that won't happen. Hopefully the counteroffensive can do that. Yeah, I'm really hopeful for the counteroffensive. And I'm really hopeful that the unconditional, this uncritical support for Ukrainian survival will not go away either.
Fight is consolidated, not weakened by military defeats. Putin's pre-war aims, all of Ukraine, dominance over Eastern Europe and the collapse of NATO remain fully in place. He won't and can't give them up, however implausible they might seem. What allows him to remain so committed is a dogmatic faith in the irreversible decline of the West. He doesn't just think our democracies are fragile and they'll be increasingly in crisis, which is true. He thinks a kind of Hegelianism in reverse. He thinks there is a kind of historical force working against Western democracy and making its decline imminent and inevitable. When that happens, when a number of Viktor Orbáns run major Western powers, Putin thinks Eastern Europe could again come to be under Russia's umbrella. This is a serious challenge to us in the West.
Oh God, it's a nightmare.
So here is the issue.
It's a nightmare scenario for us.
Since the beginning of Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, we've been in an odd dynamic. Ukraine fights and we pay with cash, supplies, support, and very hesitantly weapons. Actually, we've not just been hesitant because of nuclear risk, we've also been confused about what we want. And as a result, we've been reactive and not proactive.
Yep, that is the biggest criticism. The reactive and not proactive support of Ukraine when it comes to weapons. And that is actually pretty crucial. I've talked about this like a million times by now, I think.
Going, please, for help.
That is a level of help that President Biden has not been prepared to grant.
It boils down to this. Western policymakers are committed to Ukraine not losing, but they're not committed to a full Ukrainian victory. Because they...
Which is a mistake in my opinion. In my opinion, this is a huge mistake. I wonder just how much committed to a full Ukrainian victory the Polish government is, the Poland in general. Because from what I know, from what I've seen from the Polish media, interestingly enough, the general in the media sentiment has been that Ukraine must retrieve and get back all of its territory, at least from what I've heard.
Worry it might cause World War III, or a collapsed state in Russia, or a leader worse than Putin in the Kremlin. But it's more complex than that, because we live in democracies. And inevitably, to get Western electorates to keep supporting Ukraine, Western leaders need to keep showing them successes on the battlefield. This is what we paid for, and this is what we got. And that's the
yeah.
we're stuck in. The more Ukraine succeeds, the more we'll be prepared to support her, the more we'll be prepared to pay. Which means that what happens on the battlefield shapes our strategy, instead of our strategy shaping what happens on the battlefield. We can't...
Which is bad.
Unless we get rid of democracy, but we can do better with it. And here is what we need to do. A wait-and-see approach won't do. We can't just sit back spectatorially and hope that the counteroffensive is the last battle of the war. We need to plan for what comes after. We need our own theory of victory that's workable no matter what results Ukraine's counteroffensive yields. We need to indicate that we're committed for the long term. If needed, we'll back Ukraine for years and will support future Ukrainian counteroffensives, no matter what results this one yields. We need to provide security guarantees for Ukraine, and unlike what we did in 1994, we need to make the next ones real. And we need to be mature about balancing nuclear risk, which, if Putin's on the verge of losing Crimea, may be higher than at any point in history. The illusion here is to think that there is a way forward without nuclear risk. We could reduce nuclear risk in the short term by telling the world that we won't support Ukraine taking Crimea. But given Putin's intent and given the gearing of the Russian state toward future escalation against the West, we may just be exchanging nuclear risk today for nuclear risk
tomorrow,
later in the 2020s. That Crimea should be a hot point for such escalation is in part a product of Russia's extraordinary Crimea myth. To understand why that myth is at the heart of Russia's imperial self-image and to see how Putin stoked it 2014 onwards, watch this video next.
Okay, probably gonna do that next time. So if you've enjoyed this block of discussing the Russian society as well as the situation on the front, press like, subscribe, hit the bell, do all the things that are needed. Thank you so much. And I really, really, really hope that it will go well. My gosh, I'm being recommended the Waterfall Hist debate, this super old debate.
One thing at a time.
America has
I
different
agree.
geography, it has a different history, it has
Oh my
different
God.
government.
From 1 year ago. This dude does what a conversation, he wants a lecture. You can really tell how he wants to be in a position of authority and feels comfortable telling others to be quiet and listen, as they are not the authority he is. Jesus. What if I would hissed? Wait. Call-ins are here. Should I call in? Giggler, should I call in? Do it. Hello, Naomi Chance, but how do I call in? How do you call in?
Is to make education seem like it's a masculine, he denies the specifically part, but to make education a masculine trait for aspiration in particular, and things like that. So we were having an argument about that. It went all over the map. And
Who?
I'm not particularly pleased about, but yeah, is what it is.
What debate? What?
The masculinity
which
panel?
one?
The masculinity panel.
No.
Oh.
Apparently it was a thing. So what are we talking about today?
Oh, I think you wanted and I wanted to talk about religion. And so that was the specific topic that I think we had planned to discuss. I did do a little bit of background research just to be really clear on what I think your position is. So I remember you specifically in your opening statement.
There's no call-ins. It's just a discussion about religion. There's no call-ins.
I saw that it was based in some scholastic work that you'd done previously from 3 different books. I screenshotted one of the quotes from your video, and this is my understanding of what your...
Yeah, there's no call-ins. Unfortunately, Gigglers, I'm sorry to say that no call-ins are happening. At this moment, no call-ins are happening. I am very disappointed. Oh! The trial of not so erudite. Yeah, I'm sorry. Looks like it's not happening today. A shame, but unfortunately, I'm not really having a lot of luck when it comes to conversations lately. Still slowly but surely working on the Dylan Burns discussion. But you know, nothing is set in stone, so unfortunate. Let's see the trials of what not so erudite. Let's see what comes out of this. As I try to put on something that I can do as I also keep an eye on the present Sunday thing and tell me if there will be any call-ins and I'll call in. No problemo. For now, we're seeing the trial, not so erudite.
So, please, introduce yourselves. Pearl, why don't you go first?
Yourselves.
What you do, who you are, preferred pronouns, and so on and so forth.
Oh,
Welcome.
Sure.
Very Vosh-like preferred pronouns.
To be here. My name is Pearl, and my pronouns are she, her. I have my PhD in measurement and quantitative methods, otherwise known as psychometrics, from Michigan State University. And I have worked in professional licensure, so when you have to take an exam and get 70% on it to be able to get a professional license, I've built those. I've also worked extensively in K-12, and I was the chief psychometrician for
Psychomagician
assessment consortium in the United States, which included 14 states and 6 million students. So really sorry if your
Psychomagician
kids had to take that, but I still think it's the best computer adaptive assessment. Anyway, I digress. So yeah, I've waited my entire career for psychometric drama, and when I saw,
oh my gosh,
I gladly inserted myself.
Nice.
It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for that. And Sam?
I've been waited my entire life for psychometric drama.
I'm Sam or Samantha. I go by Beyond Safe Words. Occasionally you will hear me rant on Xena and Poppy's channel. I am currently a registered social worker in Ontario. I got my MSW in 2011 from the University of Chicago, which I believe is one of the top social work programs in the US, if not the world. I am also an ASECT certified sex therapist, and I got my full clinical license in 2014. I have been working in the field doing mostly clinical work.
Psychodrama.
Roughly 2012. I was in community mental health from 2012 to 2016. And in
Psychomantis.
2016 to 2019. In 2019, I closed my practice to move to Canada for my PhD program. And I actually went back into practice part-time last week, so that's very exciting.
Oh, nice.
And I am currently writing or in the process of starting my PhD dissertation on coercive controlling violence. as experienced by BDSM practitioners. So hopefully I can use this data to develop trainings to help other clinicians do culturally appropriate assessments for intimate partner violence without identifying like the wrong elements, if that makes sense.
That makes tremendous sense, or at least I must pretend that it does in front of my audience. But very quickly,
No, that's okay.
lest we be accused of puffing up anyone's credentials here, none of you are trained in faith-based healing or anything.
Faith-based healing.
No.
Absolutely not.
Well,
no.
it's unfortunate.
Immediately
We
no.
wasted all our time. Nobody here
Oh no.
In
wade
fact,
into this
I
topic.
am not even Christian. I am a secular Jew. So
Same. Samesies.
Oh wow.
or something. I don't
The
know.
muzzle something. I don't know.
Well, what do you know?
All right. Well, I guess
Mazel tov, by the way.
I think what we agreed is we'll just talk about more casually to start with, and then I thought it would be helpful because this far outstrips any of my expertise. I thought it would be helpful to actually go over Kyla, aka Not So Erudite's video on how to find a therapist. I think that
Ay ay ay.
what we're going to talk about tonight really comes to a head in that one in particular, because that really is the intersection of sort of YouTube as
true.
entertainment medium and actual interventions in
Jewish culture.
people's mental health. So I suppose just to start us off, what
With an appetizer.
weigh in on this issue in particular? I know that's kind of a redundant question given how much we've talked already, but I would like to hear it afresh here for the audience's sake. Whoever wants to go first.
Can I go first, or Pearl, do you want to
Sure.
start?
Be my guest.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Damn. Nice.
I actually talked about this on Xena and Poppy's channel a while back when you first brought up the issue with the service that she had been providing. And at the time, the issue that I had was during the video that we're about to watch, she talked about social workers in a way that made it very, very clear that she had absolutely no idea what she was talking about, because she was relying on
Well.
out of date stereotypes that are actually harmful to my profession because they are 100% inaccurate.
Well.
When you
Poor erudite.
released your video where you showed the Chud Logic debate clip.
Oh,
I
on the Dr. K issue.
No, not the Dr. K issue, the her doxing you issue.
Oh, God,
With
yeah, the recent
with
one.
The
Okay, yeah.
tuna thing.
Tuna.
Horrified with how she approached that situation. It was completely inappropriate and completely unethical.
Well, what do you know?
Even if she did not charge for that service, what she did was the exact wrong thing. And so I had also heard some folks talk to you about, well, how do you know you don't have the credentials? You're not a therapist. How can you tell the difference? Well, I can, and I have over a decade at this point of clinical experience under my belt. So
Ay ay ay.
I needed to A, rep my profession, and B, talk about the ethics of my profession, because it's something that we take very seriously. And it does not seem that Not So Erudite had the same
View?
towards ethics, shall we say, in that moment.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Pearl.
So I was
Ay ay ay.
and I kind of fell into this because I was minding other people's business around the Illuminati topic, and Demon Mama had covered that topic and then went into the doxing video. And really, so then I was, again,
No idea.
my interest was piqued because who talks about psychometrics?
Psychomagicians.
When you had points that I don't remember what video it's in. It might be the one that you're going to show. And she says to you, I don't think that you know, you can't talk to me like this. I'm paraphrasing because you don't know anything about my profession.
Oh yeah.
This is the one that Sam was just
I remember.
She makes the legal,
Okay.
the implicit doxing.
I remember that. Yeah.
Okay, and so then you said, "No, I don't think you do." I was done. That made my day, and you're absolutely correct. And all the points that you made were correct. So I just first wanted to make a comment.
I mean, to be fair, she did not sound very confident when she said that whole, "You don't know anything about my profession."
So I don't have any
Yeah,
sort
this
of
was a very
bias.
fortuitous meeting. You just happened to be watching Demon Mama as she happened to be covering this
Yes.
after the Illuminati coverage. Yeah.
Yes, I had no idea who either of you were. I had seen her make a video about doxing, ironically,
Really?
about Aunt Karen on TikTok from last year. And, you know, talking about how it's illegal, how doxing is not a consequence. It is illegal
Sunday W.
for such things.
I know. It's great.
I thought I saw that name. And so, yes, she does have that TikTok. It's still up on her page.
Why don't we look at it very
So I-
quickly? I'm a little bit curious. Can I just pause you right there?
Sure.
Wow.
Hang on.
Show us the TikTok.
Here, I'll pop it on the screen.
Show us the.
You've already seen it, so I don't need to share it with you, I trust.
Right.
Good. Okay. So we're playing to Grim Reaper. I see.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't think I got the chance to watch it, even though it was in the chat.
Okay. Hang on one sec. I'm just going to pop this over us.
I think I might lose.
Oh, did I click the wrong thing? I think I clicked the wrong thing. Where'd you go? Oh no. That's what I did.
Ow. Watch party. Oh, not so erudite. Let's go.
This is replying
Wow.
to Grim Reaper 583. What creators like Aunt Karen, Savannah, and FarmD, IBCLC do is beyond unethical. This is
Beyond unethical.
Doxing isn't a consequence. It's a crime.
What do you call something that's beyond unethical?
Doxing technically isn't illegal. It's not actually a crime. However, just because our federal police systems haven't caught up with technology and made certain things persecutable doesn't mean that they're okay. For example, in most states and most countries, revenge porn is technically not a crime. Are you gonna try to tell me that revenge porn is just a consequence? Doesn't matter that it's not criminal. Here's what happens when you dox somebody. You have a bunch of people who are extremely vitriolic who get access to that person's number, their name, and their address. There have been people killed from being doxed. Doxing is extremely serious. It's a massive invasion of privacy, and it's online harassment. The fact that TikTok lets major content creators get away with regularly doxing, in fact, making
Who? We won.
is insane.
Damn.
fascinating.
It is fascinating, isn't it? Considering.
Yeah, okay. Great. Well done there. Well, she's also a little bit incorrect and slightly misinformed. Well, it is the case.
Oh my god. My controller got disconnected. Of
I
course.
don't know which states. I don't know if any American states consider it a crime or not. The things that you do pursuant to doxing, hold on there, can be in violation of the criminal code. Anyways,
I'm annoyed.
I cut you off. You were in the middle of saying something.
I think that was pretty much it. I made the comment. I think on one of your videos, she's loud and wrong, and I stand by that. And so I'm here to back up those opinions. And I will do my best to speak in general, because I did look up her where she got the certificate, and I did look up the courses that you could take.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with the program. What the problem is her claims of what she can do with the knowledge that she gained in that program are inaccurate. And to be fair, no one says psychometrist, okay? Even in Canada, I don't care. We don't use that term. You're either a psychometrician or you're a psychometric rater, which is what she is based on my understanding of the certificate program.
Wait, a psychometrist brainer?
Specifically in Alberta, and I'd have to review to refresh on Canada at large. But in Alberta, where she operates, While it is the
Right.
case that there are no specific titles that you can acquire, psychometrician, psychometrist, etc., on the basis of your credential alone, at least not from in province, because of course you can come from out of province or out of country and you can have that PhD from somewhere else. You can acquire the title vocationally, but the catch is you have to have a job with that actual title. Her justification, yeah, and her justification for calling herself a psychometrician is not based on having a job by that title, but on the basis of co-authoring a paper in which she posits that she crafted a measure, but she
There you go.
under the supervision of a professor.
Right.
So that doesn't make her a psychometrician. She wasn't operating in the capacity of a psychometrician, and she wasn't labeled a psychometrician. So when she says she's a psychometrician,
She's lying.
she does so, to my knowledge, apropos of nothing. When
So she's lying.
psychometrist, you know, a bit more plausible. Once again, lacks, as far as I am aware, any job title with that title. And so is once again calling herself that on the basis of sort of a loose equivocation between her vocational training and that title, psychometrist. But the primary issue is not the sacrosanctness of the titles themselves. It really is what she's doing with them. If she was literally just going, hey, I happen to be a psychometrist or whatever, and then just went on her merry way and it never came up again, and she just did stuff, I don't think anybody would care. The problem, though, and Demon Mama did a good job of actually highlighting this one in her coverage, the major problem is that she allows the drama and the medicine to bleed into each other.
Yeah.
So she is, yeah, so she is simultaneously abusing people along lines of mental health, social awkwardness, anxiety.
Also, is a drama streamer. Wild.
Feel they're supposed to be
Wild. Drama streamer.
She victimizes people verbally with those things, and also uses these credentials that she puffs up as the basis for selling services or for
To be fair,
her advice in matters
listen.
about which she actually has not received adequate training. And I'm deferring to
Yeah.
your judgment here on where she is speaking out of line or whether she's in line as we go through this, because you are the expert.
Can I jump in for half a second?
Please.
I also, when we talk about mental health and the mental health profession, one
Well, I think that's okay. I bleed my giggling into my streaming all the time. Okay. That's not good. Listen, I let my giggling bleed into my whole thing all of the time, and it's okay. So, you know, maybe it's okay to just let a little bit of bleeding. You know, you can't make omelets without
really important is that we stay
doing some credential misinfo, right?
So basically, as soon as we don't stay in our lane from what it is that we are trained to do, we get into some very ethically dodgy territory. So for example, if I had a client who was looking for psychiatric medication, for me to give definitive advice on what kinds of pills to take, I would be out of my scope.
I am playing Third Strike, that's right.
I can speak a little bit more generally and say, like,
To wake up a bit.
I've seen clients deal with, please talk to a psychiatrist who can help you. But if I were to speak definitively about that, I would be acting outside of my scope of practice.
Oh no.
And Kyla speaks very definitively about psychology and psychological research and therapeutic intervention. She is
Lying.
speaking outside of her scope of practice.
So lying.
Also, in the how to find a therapist thing that we're about to watch, she talks about, like, you don't necessarily need a particularly high certification or whatever, or this is what she told you, in order to do that work. But that's not entirely true, because the work she was effectively doing is one of a case manager, which falls
Right.
in the auspices of the social work umbrella, which is a fairly large and eclectic umbrella. And her training
Finding.
does not give her the credential to do the type of like psychosocial information gathering that she did, even if she's not necessarily assessing a client or assessing a diagnosis. So, for example, in the state of Massachusetts, where I practiced for a number of years, the local social work chapter has a therapy matching program that is not dissimilar to the service that Kyla claims to offer. Although it's a little bit different because it is free for clients.
That's a big.
Workers have to pay to get on the list, and then you get referrals through there. But the people who actually do the matching for the service, when a potential client calls in,
pretty
do like a
big
interview, like what are you looking for, et cetera, et cetera. The people who do those sort of pseudo intakes, they're not really an intake, but I don't know really what to call them. They are independently licensed clinical social workers themselves. So they have some clinical background and know what to look for. So they know how to refer clients out.
Right.
I also think about how other therapist YouTubers deal with this sort of thing.
Therapist YouTubers?
Therapist who I've been watching, who is also a social worker, is Nikki Atkins. And she has like an 11-minute video on how to find a therapist. But if you look in the descriptions of all of her videos, she has a list of referral sources and like suicide prevention hotlines in the description for all of her videos. And in each video, she says, if you're looking for a therapist, you can read my description, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not a paid service. But she does explain like what the different referral sources are. And there are multiple.
So it's a big difference.
Not so erudite who only looked at psychology today. And I can talk a little bit more in depth when we start reacting to the video, which hopefully I'll be able to hear when we get to it.
Oh, we will.
Cross that bridge.
Yeah. I didn't share it on the screen because I was figuring out how to do that specifically for this. It was just easier to pop it up that way. But I will.
So that's my sort of preliminary spiel, and I think the rest we can save for when we start watching the video.
Jenny P, thank you for the $5. Can you show the part of Not So Erudite's video where she describes the measure she claims qualifies her to use the term psychometrician? Curious on Pearl's take. We'll do that afterwards. Someone remind me, because that'll actually be interesting. I am curious about your take on that, Pearl.
All right.
I'm very quickly going to set this thing up, and then we can be on our way. Share my screen. I want to share how to find a therapist. Okay.
How to find a therapist.
Let me know if you can see that. All right.
I can see it. Yeah.
You can see it. Can you? And let me know.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Oh dear God, that's loud. Okay, let's turn that down a little bit.
I can see and hear it. Yeah.
Perfect. Pearl.
I parried and
right.
through.
And we'll just like out when we need to pause.
So my role here, because once again I am very much the non-expert in the room, I'm here to facilitate. I'm the one who pushes the buttons. So if you want me to pause, tell me to pause and I'll do it, okay?
The buttoneer.
However long you want.
The buttoneer.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, well, welcome. As promised to a lot of you, I'm going to basically cover how to find a really good therapist. So
okay, I'm gonna jump in very quickly here right before we begin. So, and this is another issue I have with Kyla. When she introduces this video, she makes it seem as if, ooh, people are just so excited to hear about how she handles her therapy, locating service. What Kyla has been doing since she started her YouTube channel, as far as I can ascertain, is she will sort of tiptoe quietly across the line. Some savvy viewer will call her out, and then afterwards she will revise everything and pretend that everything was above level all along. And this actually, you saw an example of this in my conversation with her when she was threatening me, where she said, hey, look, I looked at the thing where I said that I had a graduate degree, which was called psychometrist. And I went back and I edited it afterwards. It's like, okay.
True.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, it's like, great, you covered your tracks after I pointed it out. That's fantastic, Kyla. You're a saint. Well, same thing.
I can't believe that
weirded out by the fact that she was charging money to find a therapist.
Yeah.
Given that her background, when you actually look into it at all, doesn't actually seem to equip her for the task or to make it appropriate for her to be charging a fee, especially when other people who are far better equipped
don't
charging a fee for what she is doing.
I lost.
So when she makes this video, this is an answer to those people. This is not her being transparent. This is damage control, monetized damage control.
I think I might have been part of the reason why she did the damage control at some point.
Oh yeah?
I'm pretty sure I had a tangle on Twitter, but it's been a long time ago and my brain is a sieve, so I can't pull up those tweets.
All right. Let me know, either of you, whenever you want me to stop. The show is yours.
As some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service. With this service, I give you
$40
or depending on your complex needs that
depending.
I vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact.
Yes.
I was sort of thinking about complex needs. I'm sure she'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But when I hear complex needs, I hear caseworker. Right? That's what I was talking about in terms of that caseworker role. Anyway, that's
There we go.
Well, this is
We've defeated the evil wizard. Oh. God, I thought it was more visible. Nobody's screaming at me. Which means that not many people are just looking at the screen. All right. That's been fixed. Perfect. Oh, God damn it. Oh no. That was round 2. $40.
This is factored into our conversation. It's factored into our argument as well. Because when I hear complex needs, as a non-specialist, what I hear is...
Game over. Too late.
This is an in-depth set of judgments about a person.
Okay, we're gonna...
About the kinds of care that this particular individual needs. And I would not want someone making those judgments, especially for people who are exhibiting signs of things like ideation around self-harm and whatnot, on the basis of zero area-specific training.
Well,
yeah.
Even more concerning for me is how that information gets stored. Because, protected health information is protected health information. And I was thinking about this in terms of Tuna, what was his name? Tuna Chip?
Yeah.
I hate my cable.
A therapy referral for somebody who has
too.
suicidal ideation of the type that he communicated, like, you better keep that stuff confidential. You need to know that storage is protected. So, for example, I just started at a therapy practice, and there is like an electronic health record system that we have encrypted by PHIPAA guidelines. And we also have an email for this. But our email is specifically only for scheduling because we can't guarantee the confidentiality over email. If my clients want to talk to me about anything regarding any sort of therapeutic anything, it has to go through the EHR software, through their messaging program, because you really, you cannot mess around with client confidentiality, even if you're doing an assessment like this. So I'd also be worried about not only what kind of information is she collecting,
but how she's
how
storing
secure is that? How is she storing it, and who is she sharing it with? How can
and what's
I know
her
that
retention policy?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, sort of definitionally, who she's sharing it with, whoever moderates a Discord. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, that's not appropriate. And additionally, does she have the means to send the people that would need it? Even with educational assessment, I can't email a student score to a state department. That has to go through an FTP server. It has to be encrypted. So this is, first of all, it is free to Google on Psychology Today, which is a great site. I recommend it. I found my therapist there. She's awesome. So that's free, just FYI. Also, even with the PhD in psychometrics, I don't have the skill set to give somebody that assessment and score it via a rubric, look at those results, and give a recommendation. That's not what we do as psychometricians. We
True, psychomagicians.
statistical models that go into building an assessment or a survey or something that is akin to what she's talking about here, that has it's measuring a latent variable using other variables that we can measure. Is that a conversation? Is it a multiple choice? Whatever. That's what I do. That's what my job is. It is half statistics, half psychology. The psychology comes into understanding how the brain works and how to get that.
The biggest question is how this will. I'm really wondering how this whole thing will affect Erudite and her racket.
The WJ, just because it's my favorite, because it's the Woodcock Johnson, that's given to students. It is, and it was actually created by a guy named Dick Woodcock, which is awesome. So the Woodcock Johnson is given to students by a school psychologist. Those are the folks that are going to give that, score it, and then make those recommendations. A school psychologist, not me. I helped build that maybe somewhere down the way, or I helped with the scoring and the rubric, the validation of the data, but not any sort of clinical intervention. Just like I would not get a score from a student's math assessment and presume that I could give suggestions on how to improve that student's performance in math, even though I do have a math degree. But what if it's in social studies? I can tell you what that score means. I can tell you how it was computed, but I cannot tell you what to do about it.
That's a good analogy.
That's where she breaks that down. Yeah. She fails at that really crucial point there.
Brooks wants you to know that he found Dick Woodcock Johnson the funniest thing in the world because he's mentally 5 years old.
It's okay to be an inner child. Occasionally I am 40 going on 10. It's okay.
Imagine not being mentally 5.
So
Imagine.
what is going to be is I'm actually going to walk you through the process that I use to find a good therapist, so that if you can't afford me, but you still want to find a solid therapist, you can hopefully use this video to help you out. So what I've done here is...
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Did she just say can't afford me?
Oh my God.
By that?
Well, I would assume she means you don't have enough money to pay her the $40 fee. No, $50 fee.
For this service. Oh my, wait, what?
Crisis averted. Carry on.
What were you thinking?
I was like, can't afford me as in can't afford my services, or as like a clinician? That's where I was worried.
Her service is to find a therapist.
Okay.
This is.
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
No. It's fine. This will come up later in the video as well, but this is actually like one of my major issues as a layperson with this, is that it's a pretty simple. Like it's pretty easy to see the inherent problem with this, because she's not providing an essential service that actually contributes to the process.
Yep.
And
true.
Even after paying for her services, somebody may be in a financial situation where an entire class of perhaps the best kind of care that the most appropriate kind of care for them might simply be just inaccessible financially. Like she'll offer, here, I'll give you a lower cost, slightly less effective alternative. But in the process of doing so, she's also taking money from the person. And this is the thought process that goes through my head, because I'm not a high-income person. I may be willing to drop $150 on like an hour or something. Maybe I'll drop like $300 on an hour or something. But sometimes
that's too much for me.
$50 on an hour or something. Maybe that's enough to deter me. And so as a consequence of paying that $50, I may have downgraded from the actually appropriate type of care that I actually need to one that's less appropriate and pick
Yeah.
as basically a backup. And at that point, knowing it's a backup, I might decide simply not to pursue it at all, or not to pursue it very far, because she's basically just broadcast to me that this is the inferior of the two choices. And so I've basically just been out
Yeah.
$50, and none of my issues have been actually addressed. And if you're low income, that $50, that might be significantly more difficult for you to acquire than somebody else. You might have a lot more difficulty working. You might have a lot, like all these sorts of things. So
That is fair, especially if you suffer from mental
any conceivable way to limit
issues.
options of a potential patient, that strikes me as a very bad thing.
Yeah, well, also, a given degree doesn't necessarily indicate quality. There are social workers who are way more skilled than psychologists and vice versa. It's just the way that our training manifests is a little bit different. The one thing that I will say about social workers is that because we take a far more holistic approach and we look at like person and environment, we also tend to start out in the trenches. My first job out of my MSW program, I joke that I was hired to, well, I was told that I was hired to work with teens because I'm young and relatable, and ended up with a bunch of like traumatized 8 to 13-year-olds all in like child protective services. So like right out of the gate, I was seeing some of the most complex, worst of the worst cases you could possibly see. And I didn't realize it until I actually went, because I needed to get out of that field because I was burning out. And I went to do a Gottman training. And I was doing training with a number of psychologists, and we were talking about our caseloads. I was talking about a client, and they were like, wow, that sounds like a really difficult client. And I was like, what are you talking about? That's like my easy break client. And so when we were talking about more complex presentations, even though at that time I only had a year or two of clinical work under my belt,
Need to train more.
to go toe to toe with some of the psychologists in the room who had 10 years on me, because I got my teeth in the trenches and I had to see clients that were far more acute than anything else that they had come across. So just because somebody has a psychology degree and a PhD and someone else has a master's degree, that doesn't necessarily tell you whether they are high quality or what kind of training. Also, to do sex therapy, I had to go through an entire other educational module and undergo, 50 to 100 hours of supervision in order to get that certification. So like, even though my base is a social work degree, I have an entire additional echelon of training that just looking at me as an RSW doesn't really capture. So she's implying that one is superior over the other, when in fact that's not actually true.
I see the eye says I am also an MSW if you want to pull me in for this. I think we're a little bit crowded today, but I would love to talk to you some other time. So reach out to me on Discord, okay? I would absolutely love to have you on at some point. Pearl, did you want to say anything, or shall we press on?
No, again, I agree with everything.
Okay. And again, to your point, Sam, like this is going to come out very much when we get later in.
Oh my god, I lost.
Judging between, yeah.
I remember.
I know you know. Okay, let's go.
I know.
I have posted on Twitter, and I had 2 people who were kind enough to allow me to use some of their information. So we're going to do 2 cases. I'm going to find 2 different people.
Shouldn't need more.
I'm going to walk you through everything that I do to find it.
Hey, we figured out where their information is being stored, though. So there you go.
And based on a couple of things that I think these 2 cases are missing, I'm going to cover a little bit of extra information, particularly for my European.
Oh, what was that? President Sunday.
Wait, she's doing Europe too? Oh, I forgot.
No, go on.
I'm going to stop talking because we will never finish this video. I'm going to hold my tongue. Sorry.
We'll jump more. No, you were saying you were going to say something.
Here's the other thing that really annoys the heck out of me is that she is making a lot of assumptions because licensure is very different in different
Around the world, yeah, of
in
course.
the United States. I initially got my license in Indiana, and then I moved to Massachusetts. And the requirements from state to state are different, and they're also called different things. So in Indiana, like the master's level license is the LSW, and the full clinical license is the LCSW. In Massachusetts, the master's level license is the LCSW, and the full license is LIC.
In Poland, actually, if you're a medical professional from another country with your degree from another country, you actually have to, through a special process, which the name sort of, for some reason, I always remembered it, but for some reason, I just can't remember it now. You have to make your degree valid in Poland. You have to go through like a special, I think, examination process in order to, for your degree, medical degree, to be approved in Poland. I'm pretty sure that this sort of thing is standard all over the world, that you need to get your degree from other countries approved, right? To practice in a different country.
Canada doesn't have master's level and independent clinical licenses. So once you get your MSW, or at least in Ontario, you can register for the Ontario Social Work Board, and you're an RSW and you're good to go. So unless she has some expertise about what licensure looks like in Europe that I am not aware of, she is really going over her skis right now, because to differentiate between all of the different acronyms and letters, you really need to know your stuff, and you need to know what like each different state and each different province and each different country and how they each do their licensure. Because
message me asking for the service of finding a therapist. So what I do.
Oh. My internet actually died. Okay. All right, we're back. Is anybody still here? Back. And back. Oh, my God. Internet died. Incredible. This is incredible. But I have to check something. So, let's see. That's right, thank you. Okay, nostrificacja. Okay. There's a process that you have to go through to have your diploma accepted. we're gonna... No, I don't wanna... There you go. This is what you need to do. Validation of foreign studies degree. In Polish, it's called nostryfikacja. I actually assumed it would be called something like nostrification in English, but I guess not. In English, it apparently is just called the validation of foreign studies and degrees. The process whereby a competent authority in one country formally recognizes the value of a qualification from a foreign country. This can entail total or partial validation of foreign university and non-university studies degrees and other qualifications, particularly within Europe. This is covered by a number of international conventions and agreements. So in Europe, you do need to do this in order to practice as a doctor from abroad, for example. I'm pretty sure Not So Erudite has not done this. That is what I assume.
Absolutely. Can you answer these 9 questions? So if you're doing this on your own at home, I am going to give, in the description, there will be these 9 questions.
Yes.
This is essentially the same path that Psychology Today would have you go through, just to help you narrow things down. They have like a little, at least they used to, but they have like a little thing that walks you through this. Also, you could probably just ask ChatGPT. This is nothing here.
Wow, ChatGPT.
Outstanding or
amazing.
Again, you would not be able to figure out from just finding on Psychology Today your area and what you want them to focus on. They all write it very clearly, and if you don't know what one of the things is, you just look it up.
And I imagine they prompt you most of these as well.
Yes.
Something else that occurs to me: what insurance, if any, are you using? If you have insurance, you should actually be able to contact your insurance company and just find out which practices they cover, and then pick from those, or get a consultation somewhere.
Also, Psychology Today has those.
And Psychology
you can
Today,
search by the insurance provider, and it will tell you. It's not always accurate, but it's there. But also in the United States,
there we go.
If your insurance does cover your therapy, it's probably not direct, and you're better off trying to argue for a sliding scale. But that's just my personal opinion.
Damn.
Not sure what she said.
The whole insurance system is messy, to say the least.
In the description, there'll be these 9 questions. Fill them out for yourself so you can kind of follow along. So online or in person.
Not exactly. But for example, like my best friend's mom is which is actually a really tragic thing. Thankfully, their financial situation is better now. But she has studied medicine in Vietnam, but did not do the nostrification process as far as I'm aware. So she could not, because of that, practice her field in Poland. And for the longest time, with a medical degree, she did things like, I don't know, wash dishes in bistros or something like that, because she just could not practice her field legally in Poland because of the lack of doing the process of verification of the degree in Poland. And apparently, from what I remember, I don't know how it is right now, but it apparently is not a very easy process to do in Poland, especially for people that, for example, don't speak Polish or English, right? It can be a pretty messy thing. So I'm pretty surprised that Not So Erudite just so willy-nilly offers stuff like that in Europe, right? Of any sort, especially since I'm not even sure if without those validation, if her degree or sorry, diploma would be in any way seen as valid without, you know, going through the whole process. ChatGPT, but yeah, I know I have more credentials than That's Your Erudite in giggling.
The only time that I would use online as an alternative is if there's lots of like agoraphobia or social anxiety to the point where like online is going to feel safer and more manageable, or if you're somebody who's maybe rural or in kind of a country that tends to lack
Not
a lot
her
of,
making absolutes.
What's that?
Yeah, that's
Not her making absolutes. Oh, I wouldn't recommend online unless you have those things. Where are you in your diagnosis of that? Is that one of the things you're trying to overcome? Is that true for everybody who might be suffering from agoraphobia? I'm just asking.
Well, here's my to go back again,
Yeah.
like to what was going on with the financial stuff. I should not talk. I was supposed to let you guys talk, and only you guys talk. But like to go
True.
back, yeah. My final comment on this.
But you love to talk President Sunday, but not to me.
Once again, like
It's okay, I'm just kidding.
with a patient or
I'm
something.
just joking. Just making up little funny.
She says, I would not recommend online. That person is going to internalize online is inferior.
Yeah, or in the US.
Something to some degree.
Yeah, but I don't know what the processes are in the US. Like, I don't know if, for example, Canada and the US don't have a deal that if you have like a university diploma, then whatever university diploma you have in Canada is just valid in the US by default. I don't know if you have to further validate your diploma from Canada in the US. Do you know? Do you know what the process is for that in the US? And vice versa for that matter? Would you happen to know?
That's going to be discouraging someone to make use of potentially the best care that they have access to, potentially. It's, yeah.
Almost always I prefer in-person therapy if it's accessible. Number 2 is for in-person, what's the city nearest you? This is for pretty obvious reasons. I'm going to walk through basically how to find psychologists in your area. What's really important to note in particularly Canada and the United States, or if you're in Europe between countries, is that most psychologists and licensed therapists are licensed per state or province, if you're talking about North America. And in Europe, typically people are licensed per country. So if you're in Germany, for example, most therapists in the UK are going to be hesitant about taking you, even for online therapy, because their licensure is in UK for British and for British citizenry, basically, right? Same with the states. If you're licensed in Kansas, that doesn't mean you're licensed or covered for a client from California.
In Germany, I wouldn't be surprised if it was different between individual lands, actually. I would not be surprised if the qualifications were different. Like for teachers, the qualifications are wildly different in Germany between the individual lands. Should I call President Sunday and... Wait. Hold on. President Sunday is not talking with anyone anymore? Is President Sunday still streaming? Can anybody check? Now I'm putting my medical giggler hat on, my duck bill thing. Can anybody check if President Sunday is still streaming? Check it out. Check it out, my spies. Check it out, please, my spies, my loyal friends of the channel and report back to me with good news. Present Sunday is definitely streaming still. Or not. All right. Is anybody checking? Is anyone checking, or did my internet die again? Boxer versus Hong Kong. Gonna take the British boxer. Dudley. British boxer Dudley. Okay. I see. See, I'm never fading. I'm indestructible. It's 3 a.m. and I'm just, you know, I'm always, I never fade. I'm infadable. It is impossible for me to fade. I am made out of indestructible material. And what adds to my credit is that compared to President Sunday, I'm basically an ancient mummy, so I ain't as I think it's because of the internet going out that will happen. I do apologize. I always set the internet to have as minimum delay as possible on the chat, but when the internet goes out, it just resets to the most crappy settings possible for the chat. Which is unfortunately at this point like unavoidable. Like the only way I could remedy this is to just reset the stream altogether. Like start a new one. Which potentially could be something that I could do. 8 hours of stream. But yeah. Like, as I've said, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that I am indestructible, and you know, even though I'm like the elderly compared to President Sunday, my youthful energy is not the same as it was. My body is decrepit and old, and as you can see, I'm not the same person that I used to be. I'm not the same person that I used to be. I'm just a shell of myself, of my glory days, etc. Which is all to say that, you know, I stream like hardcore and stuff. All of that was to say that I am of boundless energy and I never fade.
Most people tend to prefer to work within state. However, if they dominantly do online therapy, there's a couple of ways that people kind of surpass this and get.
Actually, I get this weird thing that I actually don't fade. As long as I'm doing the thing, I'm not fading. But as soon as I sort of finish doing the thing, then I immediately do fade. If that makes sense, right? Does it make sense? I think it might. What time is it at Present Sundays, by the way? Boom. There we go. What time is it right now in Canada while we're at it? We went through some pretty interesting... Oh yeah, so Mustatic, how did you like the Anastasia talk that we had. How did you like the Anastasia talk? We've went through the whole... I got the nice recommendation from her about the Russia Institute that we've read on stream today. All right, we won.
Past kind of this like essentially liability limit. So if they dominantly do online therapy, they might still be able to help you even if you're not in the same country or state.
Yeah, well, not hyper focus. It's more like I think it's just me somehow either not noticing that I'm tired or just ignoring that I'm tired. I think it's the same mechanism, and this is gonna be the weirdest example that I'm gonna give, and you might feel a bit strange. It's like when a tragedy happens, like when a relative dies, like when a relative died, and at first it didn't really. Yeah, we chat from time to time and on Discord as well. Like so when a relative died, I sort of at the very first I didn't sort of register it emotionally. So it's sort of like I felt just this weird numb sensation, and then it sort of sets in. So I guess in a weird way, as you do the thing, you don't register being tired, but then the feeling sort of sets in once you finish what you're doing. Does that make... I don't know if my example was even that well thought of, but I thought it was pretty good. I thought the example was pretty well chosen. Right? Or no? I'm gonna beat Ken. I think the comparison was pretty on point. Well, maybe not on point, but I think it was analogous. Okay, the chat is delayed, so I'm gonna wait for the response to that, and in the meantime, I'm just gonna...
First of all, really bad psychometric form to have more than one question in a block. Yeah, just bad form. I was reading ahead. I'll wait till she gets to number 7 before I lose my mind on that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Presenting problem.
Oh God, yeah.
When I go through this and I'm doing a service, I allow them to be as vague as needed because I'm decently trained at this point in taking on clients. I've done a lot of one-on-one addiction therapy, so I'm pretty good at translating language into like therapeutic terms for
well,
obviously if you're not
she does seem to believe that.
specific as possible.
My God.
So even if you've like, if you're suspicious of like certain diagnoses, write those down. Write down specifically the symptoms you're experiencing. So if you're like, I think I have depression, don't just write and look for depression, but also look at some of the symptom collections so you can bring all of that to your therapist. Because for example, you might go to your therapist and be like, I've got a low mood, I'm having a really hard time with attention and concentration, and I just can't seem to be able to like prioritize any of my tasks. They might do some tests to decide that actually, while depression is what you feel like you might have something like ADHD, and they'll treat you separately. So don't just write down like depression, write down your actual...
I really need to get tested for ADHD.
Talk to them about specifically what you are.
And now
You're
she's
sending
really
them to me,
getting out of
you
her
can be more
stuff.
vague.
I know. Yep.
This is, getting into diagnostic stuff that there is nothing in her training that, even though
I really should get...
giving a diagnosis, she is doing the equivalent of me saying, well, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't prescribe anything, but
Bye.
Here's all of the information you need to know about Paxil, right? Even though I'm not technically prescribing, for me to give definitive statements about a psychiatric medication is outside of my scope of practice.
Yeah.
She's doing the equivalent here. Anyway, continue.
Tease apart what's going on, and in my service, I'm trying to let you be as private and confidential as possible.
I know.
Are you personally religious?
I mean, they are qualified to clown on not so erudite.
4 and 5 especially.
Like those are like actual
Religious
people with PhDs and qualifications, so they are like.
The visuals are a little bit hard to see, so what I'll do on the edit is if it's actually difficult to see, I'll put the slide.
They're literally licensed to clown on not so erudite.
It'll be clunky, but it'll be there. I'll blow them up so we can see them on screen.
I have faith in you, Sunday.
Oh, you're very misguided, but thank you.
All are about.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What if you want to say something? You were uncomfortable.
Yes, this is so awkward. Is she asking people to provide this information to her? Because if yes, I feel so uncomfortable right now. This is
it's really bad.
Highly unethical
really bad.
And very problematic and dangerous. And the psychometrician and cybersecurity person in me just.
In her defense, and I mean not so erudite, because I hate to do this. I hate to play the devil's advocate. I think the symptoms thing was for people that just look for therapists on their own. I think she was telling that people should just write down the symptoms that they have, that they can present to the therapist directly, but I might be mistaken.
I want to invert into my own rear end. It's a lot.
Yeah. Also, I'd point out, I know that you said that she got her counseling in faith-based programs. I am very, very, very wary of most.
Who isn't? I'm gonna be honest. Who isn't?
It also probably doesn't help that I finished watching the Duggar documentary and seeing how some of the faith-based counseling can be very harmful. This is.
Well, let's clarify the issue there a little bit. So, for example, Demon Mama talked about how there are cases where religious-based addictions counseling, just because of the way in which it's the way in which institutions are accredited to perform addictions counseling and things of the sort, that varies widely by place. In some places, it's not regulated at all. And so people in some institutions are able to actually exploit their patients through that. But let's assume that everything's on the up and up, and it really is just a purely well-intentioned addictions counseling center or an addictions recovery center that just happens because of the religious beliefs of the organizers, involve prayer, Bible study.
I mean, that is how I understood what was being said.
Institution like a church or a mosque or whatever.
It's a different type of training.
Sure.
So
Trader.
I actually
My
knew
gosh.
somebody who was a pastoral counselor back in
Oh no.
And the type of training that people who are in faith-based organizations get is very different than somebody going through, say, like a clinical social work program or a psychology program. There tends to be.
I'm getting better. Oh my, are you seeing this?
Also, they tend to kind of create their own accrediting body.
Okay, don't look at this.
And the likelihood of using like evidence-based practices or the types of theoretical.
How dare you give a nuanced take? It's true. I should not. I should stop.
Whether or not you learn them is kind of a coin toss based on, where you go and what type of training you get. There are some people who also do pastoral counseling with no training at all because it's not as regulated as a profession as some of the other mental health professions are. It's, like I said, that's also true for addictions.
Well, I think as well, when we're talking about clinical experience, we're talking ultimately about hours worked at an institution. And so if you're citing your clinical experience to a lay audience, which you are inevitably when you're doing this on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, it really becomes incumbent on you to emphasize that your clinical experience is not the same as somebody who has clinical experience in a secular organization. A large number of your hours will involve something to do
Prayer.
with church, Bible study, whatever,
Aye.
not things that people generally put faith in when we're talking about experience with respect to treating mental health according to modern secular standards and things like that, if that makes sense. It's not that there's like something intrinsically wrong with these things being incorporated into a therapy or recovery program. Although maybe there is, like, I mean, we don't really have time to talk about like the issues with things like 12-step programs, but they are myriad. They are not like people talk about them sort of off the top of their head as if like, oh, this is an example of like religious treatment working. It's a little bit more complicated than that, to say the least. But
and just
no,
oh, sorry.
No, go on.
And just because somebody doesn't have
Failed.
religious training doesn't mean that you can't work.
Oh, how did you end up feeling about Street Fighter 6? I like it. I actually like it. We've only stopped playing it because we are now playing Diablo 4. But we might play some more Street Fighter 6 soon as well. I do like Street Fighter 6. I'm playing Street Fighter Third Strike right now because it launches faster. And I wanna, in Street Fighter 6, I wanna continue the world tour. You know, the Yakuza-like story mode. So that's basically the main reason why I'm not playing that right now.
It's somebody's faith. So, for example, actually, there is a
I do like Street Fighter 6, yeah.
workshop that
I need to get a hold of on the PlayStation 5 really quick because in in 8 days, Final Fantasy 16 will be out. And if I had a PlayStation 5 right now, I could be streaming the demo of Final Fantasy 16 that's actually already available. So consider, I don't know, donating for a PS5.
For an organization that I'm on the faculty of. And there's a case study that I use of a client I had who was Mormon, and that was a very big part of our work. And so part of my job was to educate myself on the aspects of Mormon faith that I thought was going to come up in our therapy. And I had a Mormon colleague who was a Mormon sex educator, long story. And I talked to them about the case, and I said, I didn't give any, identifying details, but I said, I'm working with a client who's having this issue. What would you recommend from a Mormon perspective? And he actually gave me a passage from the Book of Mormon to be like, tell this to your client, this is what it meant. And so I went to my Mormon client and said, I consulted with a Mormon colleague of mine, and they recommended that I show you this passage. So you said that you would know what it meant. And he was like, and that was very helpful and very impactful. So even those of us who don't have training in religious organizations, that doesn't mean that, we don't bring people's belief systems into the room. Part of my job
I guess that makes sense.
Understand somebody's holistic experience and strengths so that I can, give them the help and the care that they need. Does that make sense?
It makes tremendous sense. Thank you very much. Let's press on.
About tailoring the therapist to you. One robust finding in research on therapy is that therapy is most effective when you have a really solid therapeutic rapport with your therapist. What that means is basically, do you get along with them, right? Do you click? Do they seem to understand you? And so as you can see, sometimes having people match you on both cultural and sometimes major identifying pieces about yourself, religion, LGBTQ, certain cultural backgrounds can be really, really helpful in helping you feel clicked more, right? There's nothing more frustrating than like going to a therapist and say you practice like the Islamic faith, and you have to spend like the first 2 sessions trying to explain family and gender and like multiple dynamics that your faith impacts in your life because your therapist has no experience or understanding of that. That can be a really like obnoxious thing to do. And so that's kind of how I try to pair things. So obviously if somebody's highly religious, I obviously encourage, what religion are you? It's best to try to match these things. If you're distinctly not religious, obviously you want to avoid counselors with religious backgrounds or counselors who include religious practices within their therapy. If you're a specific type of minority, so in general, I try to do like visible minorities and LGBTQ because they often have very specialized, unique kind of lived experiences that don't map on it
Visible.
super well.
Just the visible ones, though? Just
the visible ones.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
What about the invisible ones?
They can, you know.
Yeah, those latent ones. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
you.
Damn.
You're white passing.
Brutal.
You're not white. You know, sucks to be you.
Or if you're gay and you don't glow pink when you walk outdoors.
Yeah.
Also starting to include within that as well, like autistic young men or like highly lonely men, like maybe would even go so far as to call them incels. I again try to look for these things to map them onto a therapist who's going to understand kind of their specific
Wait, I'm sorry.
cultural.
Incel is a minority now? Incel is considered a minority?
Didn't you know the DSM was just updated to include incel?
I believe that my
works.
soul just left my body. My soul just left my body.
Wow.
Okay. I'm going to need a minute after that. Wow.
Well, let's see. Psychology Today actually has an article on incels. How are incels
I'm sure
different
they
from
do.
others? Okay, yeah, go on. I'm just curious. I'm just curious if they have if they refer to them as a minority, and that might be where she got it.
This is why I'm a sex therapist. Anyway, continue.
Well, the article's from the Minority Report, so.
Of course it is.
For unique needs.
Oh no.
Insurance is pretty obvious.
Adoko. Kodomo wa
Some therapists take them, some therapists. So
Too fast.
Pro tip with insurance, clarify with your insurance provider what type of licensed professional they will cover. So there's a lot of licensed professionals that can offer therapy and not all insurances will cover them. So for example, in my insurance covers only licensed psychologists and clinical social workers. So I can only see therapists with these 2 professional registries, but there's therapists, for example, that are licensed therapists, family and marriage counselors, addiction counselors. None of those would be covered by my insurance, even though my insurance does cover therapy hours. So make sure that you really check with your insurance what designations actually matter. And if you're doing this service with me, try to send those to me because I will prioritize the designations. A safe bet is psychologists are almost always covered because that's basically the highest level of training, which is why typically when I do this
necessarily.
service, I try to maximize.
Incel minority, I know.
In New York, almost no
The most,
take insurance.
you know,
Really?
Yeah, I'm from New York.
persecuted minority.
My mother keeps, Samantha, if you move back to New York, you're going to make so much money. Just, you can set up a shingle. I was like, thanks, Mom. But as a result, I had to talk to a lot of New York therapists, and none of them take insurance because it's the paperwork to compensation is not worth it for them.
People psychologists so that they're most likely going to be covered. If you're in a European country, there's a couple of different designations. There's psychotherapist and psychologist, is my understanding. Just do the same and check and make sure that your insurance covers one or both and what they are.
Also, we have those here too. It's not just Europe.
Jesus.
But
Also,
she
I
probably
imagine-
knows that.
Does she?
Different countries have different licensures. I was doing ASEC supervision for a psychologist in Germany, and he was talking about how, like, Germany is very different from Vienna, which is different from the UK, which is, well, UK isn't, you get it.
Yeah.
So
From
just
Poland.
Europe is also very weird.
Yeah.
She did pay lip service to the variance in licensure thing earlier, but
Yeah,
I
but
take your point.
not competently.
Yeah.
Number 7 is a bit strange. Do you prefer a more empirically focused problem-solving form of therapy, or are you more artistic and prefer a more exploratory process?
What?
You can even think about this
Okay.
really simply. Like, are
Yeah.
you
Okay.
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 That's strange.
This is the one you were waiting for.
That is weird.
Take the stage. You got this.
That's very weird to
again,
me, even as a lay
more
person.
than one question in per number, but also, so she's making this list for people who don't know how to find a therapist, but then she's going to make the assumption that they're going to be able to wade through these two sentences and evaluate themselves based upon this, because I'm going to say no. Additionally, there might be in a person's mind, is there a better choice? Should I pick one over the other? Or what if I think / aspire to be one, but I'm actually the other? But also, what difference does that make with regard to therapy? I'm sure she's going to tell us, but I just feel like maybe there are better ways at assessing this. But she's also an expert from what I hear, so maybe I can learn from her.
Well, this one, what you're saying speaks to me here, because I grew up in a very conservative household that had sort of a very technocratic attitude towards education. And so, while they had like a bunch of respect for the arts, the humanities, and whatnot, those were the basket weaving courses, and the ones that actually got you into a place where you could get a job and be like a responsible member of your society, those were going to be in STEM. And those were associated with problem solving and not with the word like artistic or creative, which is basically, gay stuff, for lack of a better word. So for me, I may actually be better suited to somebody who is whatever she means by an artistic and exploratory process, but I will have a prejudice against that language, and I will not pick that out on that basis, even if that's actually maybe like the best one for me, whatever it is she's referring to there.
Yeah.
I think what she's trying to say is she's talking about the difference between directive, non-directive, and like artistic. Because
of course,
there
yes, but that's not
there
how
are
you
a
would
lot
assess
of
that.
yeah, there are a lot of non-directive interventions that do have some data behind them. But I think what she's talking about are things like cognitive behavioral therapy and dialectical behavioral therapy, which tend to be very structured. You get like worksheets and stuff, versus more psychodynamic, which is what a lot of people think about when they think about the stereotypical therapist with like
But
the
obviously,
couch and the how does that make you feel?
But obviously, even that more particular phrasing, though, is not going to be any more clarifying on this. Like,
No.
yeah.
But what I would say, would you prefer something that's more guided and structured? Do you need a sounding board? Or do you want something that, is more like based in artistic expression? Because things
I'm gonna be
therapy and
I'm gonna be honest. From the perspective of the patient, my answer would be I don't know. What is most likely to help me? I have a problem, and I don't know what method will mostly help me. I trust the doctor to know these things, right? I just trust the therapist to know what method best suits me. But I don't trust myself to choose a method of therapy. Does that make sense?
Therapy can be incredibly powerful tools, but they're definitely not for everybody. And not everybody wants to do homework when in the therapeutic process. So if somebody doesn't want to do homework, CBT or DBT are not going to be their jam,
Right. And so that's why if she was actually going to assess this effectively, she would need to ask anywhere from 5 to 10 questions that would ask somebody to indicate things like you suggested, more directive, more, whatever the questions are. But there would be several of them so that you could average them, because if you
Hello, I am back from
a true false question,
I'm back from an impromptu going on somewhere else, except I won't stick around. I have martial arts class in a few minutes. Okay. We've watched the 2 videos that you've recommended. The one that you've sent, they were extremely funny. What martial arts are you training? I'm probably gonna go to sleep after this whole That's your erudite bashing session.
There's nothing more worthless than a true-false question because I don't know.
True.
If you know the answer, or if I should take you to Vegas because you're good at.
I don't know the answer myself. I don't think we're gonna watch the whole video. It's very long.
So this is the same thing here.
I agree with this a lot.
Enough information to make a valid decision with it. And I do want to come back to consequential validity because that is going to be my ultimate issue with her with all of this, but I'm not quite ready to make that point. But I can't do number 7 anymore, so I'm done. Thank you.
Another point that I would want to say is that we were talking about, like, can somebody be, written up to a licensing board or whatever. For the purposes of this conversation, it kind of doesn't matter because we're not necessarily talking about something that's going to get you disbarred or land you in prison or whatever. We're talking about efficacy and ethics. And what is effective and what is ethical may not necessarily align with what is strictly legal.
Mm-hmm.
So even if she can't necessarily get in trouble or be held accountable, this is still bad form.
Well, to put this into perspective for people in the audience, there is a very successful YouTube channel called Eric Berg, who calls himself Dr. Eric Berg, and gives extraordinarily bad dietary advice in an extremely, unprofessional manner. Like, for example, he'll refer to salad as if this is simply like a basic food group when he's advising people just to eat a salad during certain things, or to advise like tremendous amounts of like greasy, fatty meats and things like that. But he's able to call himself a doctor and thereby secure the confidence of a lot of viewers who aren't paying close enough attention or aren't suspicious enough of him for doing so, because he has a degree in chiropractic.
Oh my God.
He's allowed to.
So easily.
And it's like, is it illegal? No. Is it unethical? It's about
most as it gets.
I think it was called the Daikon Shield, was found to cause birth defects and horrendous vaginal diseases, and it was sent overseas to countries where it was not yet illegal to sell them to get rid of the remaining stock. People actually do die from these types of abuses or are severely harmed, regardless of whether or not at the end of the day the individual responsible for initiating that sequence of events did something so clear-cut and obvious and illegal as pointing a gun at someone and pulling a trigger.
Yeah.
True.
And also, this is not so much not so much to wag my finger at Kyla as much as it is to educate your audience so that they don't fall for this sort of thing, and they're able to look at this with a little bit more discernment. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Here's what I suggest, because we need to speed this up.
I know.
Let's go to the next. Let's
both.
continue. Let's continue to the next chapter. No, I appreciate it. Let's go to the next chapter, and we'll assess once we get to the chapter. End.
Also, Pearl, if I am talking too much and you want to claim the floor, I trust that you will kindly.
No, I will. I'll gladly talk over you. But I do think that there is so much of this that is on the practice side that needs to be spoken about by a practitioner. I'm here just as normal psychometricians are to set limits and say no, because that's generally what we do. And also, I just want to make this, because I know people are calling her a psychomagician. That's a word that we use internally, and we love that term for ourselves. So please do not use that for her. Because the states want one thing, the teachers want another. There's what I can actually do with the test, and then how all the data will be misused. So I do refer to myself as a psychomagician, and she's not that fancy.
Well,
oh no.
Well, obviously, there are a lot of people, and for more or less substantial reasons, that are critical of whole fields and things of that sort. The issue here is not the field in which Kyla works. The issue here is with what she does, with the
nice.
Well.
Oh, you mean the consequential validity of the whole thing?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Because that you can talk to. Oh, you should talk about validity.
So validity is the most important thing when it comes to assessment from a psychometrician standpoint. And there are many types of it written about by Samuel Messick, the very difficult article. Find a summary. Don't try to read through his original 99 pages. But just to give you an idea of an example, so there's content validity, meaning, do I have evidence to suggest that the content that is on this assessment is actually going to be representative of the content I think I'm measuring? But consequential validity means, can I make a valid decision based on the data that I have collected from this instrument? She is not in any way establishing any sort of consequential validity, because first of all, if this is her instrument, she is not able to make an accurate recommendation, and I don't care what anyone says. If this is the instrument, she's going to have some issues establishing consequential validity. Every time she makes a claim,
Damn.
especially based upon data that she has, I can't wait to see this measure. That's really the most important part. What are you doing with these data? What are the decisions that you're making? And I question that, and she shows no evidence of it. And I don't care how many graduate courses she's taken.
Graduate courses.
To my advisor from graduate school, I would ask the same question. Can you show me what you've done to establish evidence of consequential validity? Because also a test can't be valid. The data give you evidence for valid decision making, right? You get evidence that there's content validity. There's also face validity, which is like, I'm going to look at this and it's like supposed to be a math test, and I look at it, I see a bunch of equations, I'm like, yep, that's a math test, right? She does not in any way establish evidence for consequential validity.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish this section. It is approximately 2 more minutes. Excuse me. The other sections following
We'll
are
get
short.
to when she talks about social workers so that I can
Oh, we will. We will. We will.
try very hard not to swear.
Let's go. I've got somebody asking, do you think NSC will come on? I do not think NSC will come on, and I don't want
Please,
to
no.
subject her to my guests either. I
have
also don't
her.
think there's any value in it. This is her clearest statement of what she's doing. I think this will actually be definitive. I don't think her under pressure here doing damage control is going to shed light on anything. I think it's just going to frustrate
I
everybody.
think it's even worse than that, because she's
My goodness.
incredibly good from what I've seen from your interactions with her at obfuscating and minimizing and trying to muddy the waters and doing things that are gaslight adjacent, shall we say. And so I think that bringing her on would
Oh, I'm not
more to
even
misinform your audience than inform it.
I'm not even entertaining it. Just somebody
I know.
asked.
I'm just explaining why not only is that the correct decision that it wouldn't do anything, but I think that it would harm the conversation.
Fair enough. All right, let's go.
Left-brained person or a right-brained person. Part of what I'm trying to do here is just match your style.
Same as 7. Same argument as 7.
It's not a thing. Okay, continue.
Right? So if you're a kind of a person who wants to go into therapy, you want to get a formula, fix everything, really like structured, focused, do homework, be in and out within like 8 to 16 weeks, and you're really big on like science and empiricism and stuff, you're going to want a therapist who matches that style, because that's going to appeal most to you. Whereas if you're a little bit more artistic, you tend to want to be more exploratory. Or for example, if you're kind of like, I feel like I am the exact syndrome of my life was fucked up, so now I kind of fucked up, but I don't know what kind of fucked up. That's often where I lean a little bit more into exploratory process styles. So then I'm going to be looking for therapists who do things like narrative therapy, stuff like that. Whereas if you know like a specific need you have, like I know I need emotional regulation skills, I'm actually going to lean more into a much more structured form of therapy like CBT.
My God.
Because those are very...
I'm going to be finishing in a moment since we've been streaming for 8 hours, 30 minutes. So we're going to stop it here. I'm going to go to read a bit because I do need to read if I am to do anything, if I am to have any credentials and present any actual usable information and stuff. So thank you very much for coming today. It is amazing how wonderful you all are. Thank you all so, so much. I will take my rest. It is almost 4 a.m. It is actually exactly 4 minutes to 4 a.m. Thank you. I'm gonna read it right